in three, two, one. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. As we've been telling you, our the times we're getting on are all over the damn place simply because I got other obligations, including those of work. So, trying to keep it as close as I can to our traditional schedule, but it is challenging, and hopefully in the future we can certainly get it closer to where it used to be. Nevertheless, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Now, what we're going to be talking about is a New York Times poll came out today, and I don't think it's a big shocker, but nevertheless, it is worthy of discussing. And that is that former President Trump is leading in regards to both the economy and border security, and that those are two of the major issues. Wow, that's a hell of a graphic, DJ Julio. Never seen it before. Thank you. Got me looking like Elvis. The both the economy and the border are two major issues, two primary issues people are voting for. And certainly when it comes to the economy, I think Trump is way ahead of Harris, and the economy is way ahead of other issues. So the number one issue people are voting for is the economy by far. And the number one candidate that people believe would be likely to get the economy on track is President Trump. But also, as I stated, so is the border. Trump is favored to get the border on track as well. So I'm going to ask the obvious question. Why the hell is Kamala Harris competitive with Trump if Trump is the one that most people believe would be the best for the number one issue, being the economy? Why is Kamala Harris competitive, if not leading Trump in a host of swing states? Why is that? So we certainly want to discuss that. But in addition to that, gotta ask you folks. Maybe they're getting it wrong. We always hear that the polls don't always get it right. So we're gonna ask you folks, what are your primary issues that you're voting for? What are your primary concerns of what? If you had to give three issues, that's how we'll do it. If you had to give three top issues for why you're voting in this election. Let's say, for instance, it was the border, or better yet, the economy was number one, maybe the border, maybe getting out of overseas conflicts. I mean, it could be a host of issues. It could be democracy, it could be police reform, it could be tuition forgiveness, it could be healthcare, it could be pro-choice, pro-life legislation, it could be the Second Amendment. So we're going to be asking about your three top issues because Trump is leading by far in regards to the number one issue that everybody's concerned about, and that is the economy. So we'll certainly talk about that. And then this is a side issue. We've talked about the first two issues, but this is a side issue. I heard this on a different live, and I want to run it by the folks because it caught me off guard. It caught me off guard. Yours truly, I was caught off guard with this, and I want to get your opinion. And that is mental illness in a way I've never heard it before. We're talking about in regards to a biological, let's say biologically born male, or it could be a woman that wants to identify as the opposite gender. Do you believe if someone was born one gender and they want to identify as the other gender, that they are indeed a case of mental illness? In other words, is the transgender community mentally ill? You think you are the opposing gender, that what we're looking at biologically says otherwise. Is that mental illness? We'll talk about that as well. So those are your topics today. As always, you know the program shall forever remain MAGA friendly. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone for their commentary. Understand when you're in the comment section or even in the box speaking to yours truly, there will be no censorship. You can be critical of anyone in the comment section up to and including the host without any concern of being blocked, banned, or censored. That's how the program has been ran from day one. Certainly will always be ran that way. And as I stated, we are MAGA friendly. Liberals are welcome on the program, but MAGA is our preferred guest. So if that is what you favor, civilized dialogue from all sides of the aisle, feel free to follow the program on TikTok and subscription on YouTube, if you will. So going to the comments, sounds like the axis of autism. If you are identifying as the opposing gender to how you were born, that sounds like the axis of autism. I've never heard of that. 3 issues. Now this is, because we're talking about the top 3 issues that you're likely for, even though Trump right now is number 1 in terms of the economy. He's the leading candidate that people believe. I think 70%. I think I read one poll that says 70% of voters think that Trump is the one that could get the economy back on course. 3 issues. Does that say hose? Oh man, I thought it said hoses. No, it says hose. We all know what a hoe is. Hose for Harris. Wow. 3 issues. 1 is illegals. 2, our Second Amendment, and 3 is healthcare. 4, affordable economy, and that's Trump. Then you're not a hoe for Harris. If those are your 3 issues, I don't think you're a hoe for Harris. I think you're being sarcastic, but it's an interesting name. Good afternoon there, Enrique, I think that says, or yeah, Enrique, I think it is. So moving on to the program, Gen X, batshit cray, and nutty as a fruitcake. Now, the question we're asking, secondary question is, do you believe the transgender community is a case of mental illness? If you're born one gender and you want to identify as the other, is that a real ailment, or is it someone that is mentally ill? Because I heard someone say that, and I think Gen X knows. And Gen X responded by saying that there are batshit cray and nutty as a fruitcake. So I'll leave that at that. I was responding to someone else's comment, not the prompt, LOL, but just got on here. Okay, D-Money, appreciate that. All right, so, oh my God. Gen X, you get a lot of attention on the lives. Sid says Gen X will destroy, or Gen Z. Oh, okay, not Gen X. Disregard. Gen Z will destroy the future. Now, Gen Z is the generation after me and Gen X. I don't know what is Gen X? The late 60s to the early 80s, I think Gen X. So you're saying the generation that is born 80s, mid 80s on to sometime in the 90s, they're going to destroy the future? Really? Now, Gen Z, no, there's Gen Y in there. Wait a minute, I'm getting my generations wrong. Okay, I'm talking about Gen Y. So Gen Z is is the younger kids now. You believe the younger kids now are going to destroy the future? All right, I'm trying to figure it out. Okay, you're teaching an old dog new tricks. Why did Trump say he spoke to a Civil War veteran? Damn, did he get that one wrong? First ink t-shirt code. Well, we often chastise President Biden. I'm about to say former, but we often chastise President Biden for all of his gaffes. Trump gets a big benefit. Trump gets the win for the simple fact is Trump floods the airways with gaffes, controversial comments, many comments that are not true or wild, exaggerations. He does it often enough that he can get a lot of stuff by and people don't pay attention to it, such as what you just stated. Trump saying he spoke to Civil War veterans. Because he says a lot of wild things and floods the airway, he gets credited for, he just exaggerates. However, if Kamala Harris or even Joe Biden himself made that statement, they would be getting criticized for it. So it's not fair to some degree. Hell, life isn't fair if you ask me, but he does benefit from always saying wild things. I know more about the war on the ground than the generals. I know more about COVID than the experts. And people just hear it and it goes in one ear and out the other because he says things like that all the time. But as I stated, if Kamala Harris says she just talked to Civil War generals, you probably even have Trump pointing it out. So it's a win for Trump just from sheer quantity of doing it. Looking in the comments, I'll let Biden say it. Cackalack, you ain't black, says Paul South. Well, I'll tell you this in regards to Kamala Harris. Before we go to the box, last comment here, before we go to the box, in regards to Kamala Harris not being black or a person of color or whatever you want to say. I think Lindsey Graham and Nikki Haley and a host of other Republicans, including Kellyanne Conway, are telling Trump and to some and lesser degree his supporters that's a losing issue. I mean, it's a lose, just like with Obama and where he was born. It's a losing issue. I mean, at the end of the day, Trump is leading in regards to people believing he can handle the economy better than Kamala Harris. Stick to the issue. Stick to what people. Nobody's voting for Kamala Harris based on whether she is black or not. There's just nobody voting for that, I suppose, unless you're racist or something. And when I say racist, I mean people who are not going to vote for her because she's black, and people who are going to vote for her simply because she's black. So in that case, I don't know. But one last comment, Alex Padilla, I think it said, you don't know shit. I love it. As always, thick-skinned folks, feel free to state your case. You know, we don't black ban or censor. And Alex believes that I don't know shit. By the way, Alex, you're always welcome to come on the box, correct me where I'm wrong, but understand you will be challenged. And by the way, even in the comments, folks, if you got something critical, add a little gravy to it. You don't know shit is like really dry meat. Make it a bit juicy. Add some actual details to it so we can actually tackle that. I cannot pronounce this. Does it say rats? There's a hell of a lot of words, letters there. Continue. Okay, how is that pronounced there? Good evening.
It's a Rastazar. It's a palindrome. It's the same forward as backward.
Okay, all right.
My parents were huge Bob Marley fans.
Oh, okay, fair enough, fair enough. So what we're asking is, Trump is leading in the polls in regards to voters believing who would be best for their core issue, which is the economy. Most Americans are voting to get the economy back on track. Most voters, I think 70% I read in the poll, believe that Trump would be the man. Is that your core issue? Is that the primary reason why you're voting is the economy?
No. Actually, the primary reason I'm voting for Kamala Harris is that she's never been found liable for SA.
Ooh. Well, yeah, Trump, yeah, I guess I'm trying to come up with a way of pushing back, but he was found liable for that. So that right there is a deal breaker for you, that case? Okay, my caller came and went. Okay, and by the way, he did state his case. I wanted to challenge him a little bit, but he said what he had to say. Fair enough, he is gone. I don't know why I lost him. He had a decent point to make. I would have certainly entertained his comment. By the way, like I say, folks, we don't block, ban, or censor. So that caller, I don't think I've ever spoke to him before. Understand, folks, when you're on the program, just because you say something controversial or you knock the host out of the park, nobody's going to limit your opinion or limit your time. So you can feel free to speak here. That's how it works. So I don't know why. Don't ever drop out because you thought you said something. I was blocked for 2 weeks, says Al Weezy. I don't know why. DNC has become the new neocon party. I don't know what that means. What do you mean by it? Trump, best president ever, says Jaden Hummel. Finger red number one, finger red number one. So I'm assuming you're holding up the number one. Trump, best president ever. Before I go back to the next caller, by the way, folks, tap the screen on TikTok, helps out the FYP, brings in more MAGA. You know the program is always shall be MAGA friendly, but liberals are welcome as well. I implore you to tap the screen, get the likes up to about 15,000. We might be able to make that happen. I don't know. TikTok has become unfriendly to me lately. It's cut my numbers down significantly, but tap the screen, get the likes up to about 15,000. Same on YouTube. Feel free to smash that like button on YouTube. In regards to Trump being the best president ever, I'd be curious to know what metric. What are you giving Trump credit for accomplishing that would put him in the realm of being the best president ever? I'm not saying he was an awful president. I'm not saying he was a great president. I'm giving you the forum to speak. What has Trump, we've had 46 presidents. What has Trump did that puts him above all 46 presidents? I'd be curious to know that. Trump is down across all polls except for like one or two. Well, he's not down in terms of the issue. I forgot who just stated that. AC. Now, in terms of who's leading in the swing states, Kamala Harris is beating Trump. But in regards to the actual issue why people are voting, Trump is leading Kamala Harris. The number one issue is the economy. Number one issue is the economy. So I guess we'd also wonder if most people are voting based on the economy, and most voters believe Trump would be better at handling the economy than Kamala Harris. Why is she competitive? Why is she keeping up with him? That is a good question to ask. Judo Guido, good afternoon. Welcome to the program. Judo.
Hey, how's it going, Tim? Been a long time. TikTok's favorite Guido, the Judo Guido, is now on the panel. Owner and operator of Democrats Know Everything About the Border. I appreciate to be on the program. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Democrats know everything about the border. You want to elaborate on that?
Yeah, they know everything. That's as much about my show can go. I go into policy, 18 USC codes, a little of this, a little of that, and why in the world has the reduction in the border crossings been reduced about 55% starting with last month?
So
why?
So it's safe to say you do believe that Biden has done sound like based on your numbers, he's done a phenomenal job at the border. Am I hearing you correct?
Yes. His, I don't know how long his EOs are going to sustain. His most recent executive order just got challenged by a court, allowing spouses of American citizens to attain citizenship through a process has just been blocked. So, his executive orders are going to take a hit right now. The one limiting asylum. That's what we're talking about, limiting asylum claims. It's going to get challenged, it looks like, and it'll probably stop. And most likely we'll have a ramp up at the border, people trying to cross.
So what has Biden done that's so great?
What has Biden done so great?
You said,
in regards to what?
You said Democrats know everything about the border. You make it sound like they know what they're doing.
Well, when in comparison to MAGA, that's what we're talking about, the really true comparison. MAGA knows nothing about the border. They come in and just spew out numbers like 20 million, 30 million, 50 million. We have aliens this, aliens that. Finger your butt this, finger your butt that. They got nothing really substantial. They keep saying the same rhetoric that you have heard for the past year, but they're not willing to acknowledge the reduction in border crossings. They're not acknowledging the reduction in asylum claims. And then now they going into this thing about the number has ranged, Tim, from 30,000 missing children to all the way up to 300,000 randomly missing children. And it's like, my God, can we get an actual figure where you get this information? Oh, because this guy said it on TV because he's a good showmanship.
Well, I'm not gonna disagree with you. Because I've said it before myself that the numbers that Trump gives in regards to how many people are coming into this country illegally or how many people are graping and unaliving. He is indeed just making up wild numbers. I agree with that 100% because I watched him at a rally say 10 million people were here illegally. And then a month later, he said 18 million. So I agree with you on that point. But in terms of who is best at handling the border, keeping the border secure, you're saying the Harris-Biden team is better than Trump-Pence?
Yes, currently right now, the biggest thing that Trump had that was going for him was a pandemic, right? So he was able to declare a national emergency, which gave him emergency powers to be able to shut our border down. Once those emergency powers were ended by Biden, they had to shift over to Title VIII. Well, we still had an influx of people coming in trying to adjust from 42 to 8, and the rules are different, right? The executive orders that were put in place by Trump under Title 42 were no longer any good. They just weren't good. So now so what Biden was trying to do was force Congress to do their job. Remember, when he came into office on day one, the first time, he submitted a border protection bill, right? He submitted his own plan to be able to increase security at border because he knew Title 42 was going to come to an end.
Okay.
It was not going to be indefinite in his administration.
All right.
And he even tried to impose some Trump era policies that were falling on Title 42, and he couldn't. Supreme Court said, no, you can't. You've ended the declaration for national emergency, so we're no longer under that preview. So Title 42 cannot be used, and therefore your executive orders can't be used. So he pushed it to Congress to do their job. Basically said, hey, do your job, do your freaking job, Congress, and I will sign this bill. I'll present one to you. Democrats under McCarthy came up with a disastrous HR2 that was nothing more than a really toilet paper for most of the Senate. To be truthfully told, it never even made it in the Senate. So
hold on 1 second, because obviously, because we're on both platforms here and YouTube.
Absolutely.
I always point out comments I think that are kind of funny or humorous. I got a few viewers that likely lean right on YouTube that disagree with you, and one of them put in capitals, "Deport this caller." So
I love it. Come see my show, Democrats Know Everything About the Border, and we can have that debate. At the end of the day, HR2 went nowhere. Those are facts. All right.
But why? Okay, so let's, without denying anything you're saying, why is Trump's messaging, even when it's not true, is incredibly effective. Why didn't Biden? Because you're not the first I've heard to talk about Biden early in his term trying to pass a bill utilizing Congress that got shot down. The messaging from the Biden administration is horrendous. Most Americans don't know that.
It is. There's no denying about it, right? You got one party that can communicate their stories, their fabulous stories, and they're communicated very effectively. And then you got the other party that, well, you know what? They just kind of give it, like you just said, right? When someone says you stink or whatever it is, put a little bit of gravy on the meat, right? Add a little bit of gravy to it, right? I heard you say that.
Yeah.
That's the same thing that people have been preaching about Democrats. Add some gravy, put a little bit of sauce to it, make it, dress it up to show that, hey, this is exactly what's going on and why it's going, right? Put the before and after, right? And that's where if you don't put that narrative out there, I wouldn't say narrative, but if you don't explain that to people, right, you just give them a little bit of meat. Trump and his phonies are going to go up there and they're going to add whatever gravy they feel like that they want to make sure that their base is going to take it, right? So, and we can only go on statistics. You're 100% right. I can't disagree with you.
Yeah, because now, in response to what you're saying, Ryan McClendon on YouTube is even saying one party is on TV every day. The correct way to have done that is Biden should have, because they were on Biden's ass about the border from the moment he got elected. So what Biden should have done is, I don't care if you got to hold a few rallies to get national attention on TV, let folks know on Friday or on the 3rd of September, whenever the hell is happening, here's the border bill we're coming up with. We're going to put it before Congress. Make sure the entire damn nation knows, or at least the ones who are interested in politics, they know you have a bill protecting the border that you're about to put before Congress. And then when Congress shoots it down, then you hold a couple more rallies after that telling people, who shot it down, give them names. This is what Trump does. That's why it works so well. Biden just sat there, proposed the bill, has it shot down, didn't say nothing about it before or after, and then you got Trump on TV all day, every day saying he sucks on the border.
Well, I think they agree, and I think I'm not going to say he misread the country, because at the time Title 42 was in play, and remember, he put forth the infrastructure bill, right? He put forth a couple of large bills that he was campaigning on, the CHIPS Act and a few other large that he needed political capital for. So when he submitted his little border, I'm not going to call it a bill, but when he submitted his bill, it was also in the middle of all that, and his campaign was focused on getting the Infrastructure Act passed to get the CHIPS
and nobody
Act
gives a damn about that.
Exactly. And in the grand scheme of things of today, you're right. No one cared about those, but sadly, a lot of people are benefiting from it.
Yeah.
Right? We got Republican representatives saying, "Hey, look at our new bridge being built. I voted against this bill, but we're getting a lot of money in here."
You go around when people ask you what the hell did Biden do in 4 years, and you start talking about the CHIPS Act and the infrastructure bill, that shit goes in one ear and out the other. But if you had, because the border is the issue that in the economy is what everybody's focusing on. Now you're right. Without the infrastructure bill, you would have known if it didn't go through. I agree with you. Same thing with the CHIPS Act. You would have knew if we didn't get those chips. But at the end of the day, people are not paying that close attention to that. And Trump has done an excellent job diverting people's interest into the border. So the messaging on the Democratic Party.
Did he really divert attention, or did he just making obvious as his own failures and his own faults? Remember, we got to go back to not just too long ago, right? We did have a border bill. In fact, we had a phenomenal bill that was put forth to created by Republicans for Republicans. It's like created by Republicans for Republicans, right? And Biden said, give them anything they want. We need to get this aid package through. And then somewhere along the lines, Trump says, oh, no, you can't do this because I need to campaign on this. I need to have this. I got to have this in my speech. I got to talk about the border. So you can't pass this.
He's too quiet. If I can give a good explanation of what I think Biden's problem is, you're too quiet. Trump is letting folks know what they want to hear, even if it's not true. He is telling people what they want to hear. Biden is simply saying, I'm going to do what I think is best for you. Well, the people may not know you're doing it because one guy is telling folks that you suck and you're not correcting it. So at the end of the day, people think you suck. So go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I want to reply to Steve. Steve said, hey, how's that Inflation Reduction Act working? And I'm saying it's doing pretty damn good. It's 2.9% or 2.8%. So it's not doing damn good to me, Steve. How about get on the train, Democrats know everything about the border, talk, follow your favorite Guido, the judo Guido, and we can talk about it. But yeah, Trump derailed his own border policy. And it would have, and that's why the EOs are now in place, right? They want to talk about the pork, right? All this supposed pork, all this aid going out. Well, I hate to break the news to you. You got 394 people in here. I'm sure a lot of people don't realize this. Oh, that pork, that aid package still passed. That money.
Yeah. I'll agree with you. Yeah, I gotta move. I gotta move it on. But you are correct. Yeah, you are correct. All of the pork that they use as an excuse to not pass the border bill, all of that pork got through any damn way. So,
yes, it did. So congratulations, Republicans. We got nothing for all that hard work. I give you all a round of applause. I love you, Tim. Thanks for doing this, and I look forward to come back on your program again. You are a great person and a decent human being, and I enjoy it every single time.
Judo Guido, my doors are always open to you. Thank you. And moving on with the program, and he is right. Now, the border bill that they just tried to pass earlier this year, the bipartisan border bill, a lot of folks on the right is like that bill sucked because it had money to the Ukraine and money to Israel in the bill. And some folks believe it also didn't go far enough on limiting how many people could come in regards to the border. But there was a huge limitation at the border compared to right now. There's nothing. So the border bill, I think, limited to 5,000 a week or 5,000. I forget, was it 5,000 a day, 8,000 in a week or something like that? That's actually quite limiting compared to what we have now. But the right was saying, well, listen, you still got money for the Ukraine in there. You still got money for Israel, so we're not going to be for it. At the end of the day, the money to the Ukraine and the money to Israel happened any damn way. So all you did was stop what you wanted, and the stuff you thought was bad got through anyway. So that was a really, really bad choice to shut that border bill down. But in regards to the amount of folks that were going to still be allowed to come through, I mean, before I go back to the box, and by the way, folks, tap the screen, get the likes on up to about 25,000 on TikTok, smash that like button on YouTube. 60 likes on YouTube, make that happen. I will say this in regards to the border bill that Biden tried to pass, the bipartisan bill earlier this year, the suggestion that it was still letting too many folks in. Let's just be honest. If you're on the right side of the aisle, if you're supporting Trump, if you are MAGA, with him telling you there's already 10 to 18 million folks in this country illegally, and they are unaliving and graping every damn body. You want a border bill that has zero in it. And that's not possible. No matter what number the Biden administration had came up with in regards to limiting how many people could come in this country, MAGA wants zero. I don't want it. You want it to be completely closed off. There's already too many of them in here. They're unaliving folks. They're assaulting women. I mean, you really want that number to be damn near zero. And that's not going to happen. Now, I will tell you this. Trump did say he would close it off. He would close it off completely. He did say that we got, what did he say? We're full. We can't take any more. He has given an indication that he would get it down to zero, which is just not possible. But I do believe that there is no number that the Biden administration could have came up with that would have satisfied MAGA. And by the way, folks, understand when they say a bipartisan bill, that means both sides are working together. That means you get some of the things you want, the liberals get some of the things they want. Zero means you're getting everything you want. You don't want anybody coming in. You don't want any money going to the Ukraine. You don't want any money going to Israel. That's not a bite. That's just give MAGA everything they want. That's not how deals work. I mean, you wanted a bill that includes nothing that the liberals want. That's the only thing we'll be happy with is a bill that we get everything we want and they get nothing. I don't think you'll ever have that. And by the way, that's not bipartisan. Let's say Trump wins and he gets the Senate and he takes control of the House. And you pass a bill that is along party lines. You got enough members in the House, enough Republicans in the Senate, and you pass a bill with zero Democratic votes in the Senate and the House. That's the type of anything. You want a bill that's 100% your way. Looking in the comment, that's dumb. That awesome what? Twin mom, I don't quite get your comment. Going back to the box though, political TikTok. Good evening. Welcome to the program. Republicans are not fit to govern, says Lisa. Wow. Political TikTok. Good evening.
What's going on, man?
Not much at all. So the economy is the number one issue people are voting for. Is that your number one issue?
Not necessarily, man. I think between the border and America's foreign policy, those are probably my two biggest issues. I'm a pretty substantial earner, so obviously I felt the impact of inflation, but I'm surviving comfortably.
So when it comes to, let me ask you, okay, because your number one issue is not the economy. When it comes to the border that you said is your number one issue, which candidate you think would be better at getting that under control?
Well, clearly Trump. That's why your last caller was just completely off base in regards to where he was pulling his information from. I mean, he kept talking about McCarthy's HR 2. It passed the House with along party lines, and it was DOA in the Senate. I don't even know why he brought that up. Trump took on the cartels in a way no other president has. And then he looked. If you look at the Northern Triangle in South America, you got El Salvador, Guatemala, and Venezuela, which is where the majority of the people were coming from across our southern border during his time in the presidency. And there was floods and floods and floods of them coming towards our, across the Mexico's southern border and then eventually across our southern border. And what he did was he threatened those governments that all of the aid that he was sending them was cut off until they stopped the influx of people, and it stopped.
But when you say Trump took on the cartels, in what way?
Because through diplomacy channels, he was able to get 28,000 of the Mexican military to guard our borders in unison with the fact that he took on Venezuela, Guatemala, and El Salvador and said, we're cutting off the hundreds of millions of dollars in aid we give you annually until you.
I'm not hearing, I'm not hearing the cartels in it. If you get Mexico to guard the border,
it's harder for the cartels to come across the border when you have 28,000 troops stationed on the border.
Okay, but then let me ask you this. The primary products the cartel supplies America is obviously narcotics, human trafficking, and basically those two, fentanyl, narcotics and human trafficking. Was there a shortage or a drought on any of that stuff when Trump was in office?
Was there a shortage of a supply on any of that?
Yeah, did you have a hard time getting high? Because a lot of this stuff comes from the south.
I don't get high, but clearly, where there is a demand for anything, no matter where it is in the world, there'll be somebody to supply it.
So I don't see. So when you say Trump took on the cartels, I don't see any benefit of him doing that. I mean, what they supply Americans would.
When we talk about, I can't wait to see him when he gets reelected this time, because there'll be nothing holding him back when it comes to the cartels. But that's a completely different subject. But as far as it goes for your last caller to address his points directly, to say that the Biden administration has been better on the southern border than Donald Trump, you're either extremely ignorant to facts and reality or just plain out delusional.
Yeah. Now I gotta say, I'll often point out some of the fallacies of Trump, but I do agree that I believe personally that Trump would be more effective on the border because I believe that he would secure the border up to and including breaking the law. And I don't think Biden or any liberals going to do that, such as long draconian prison sentences for entering illegally, maybe even death. I mean, Trump has tried a lot of things that are going to go way beyond what any liberal would do. So I do agree with you that Trump is always going to be better at securing the border than Biden because he's going to do things that are but are inhumane. Like he was separating families and really, literally bragging about it. I mean, if you go out and commit a crime, you're going to be separated from your family. I get it. But the police don't brag about doing that. He was bragging about doing it. So, yeah, he's going to be better at the border because he's doing it from a level of being inhumane about it.
He sent a clear message that if you're coming into this country through illegal means,
right,
there are consequences for those actions. And if that makes him inhumane, well, then I'm all for it.
Yeah. I mean, so let's say, for instance, he talked about, this is allegedly, but I don't know if he said it or not, but he allegedly talked about considering a moat with poisonous animals in it, shooting people in the leg. Would you be all for that stuff?
What Facebook meme did you read that off of?
No, people. What if one of the shooting in the leg came from one of his administration members?
I don't know nothing about shooting in the leg or putting in a mode or
but hypothetically, would you support that?
Of course I wouldn't support that. Okay. And that's not what he's proposed, so I don't even know why we're having a hypothetical conversation.
What about 5 years in prison for entering illegally?
I'm taking the 4 years on record and applying that logically to who would be better on the border. I'm not trying to talk about hypotheticals and pie in the sky bullshit here. Let's talk about reality.
Okay, what about 5 years in prison for anybody caught entering illegally?
I think there should be stipulations on something like that. If you're caught coming across the border with packages of fentanyl in your possession, then I think you should get the book thrown at you. If you're coming across the border illegally and you've got amenable reasons that you had to leave your country and you have a legitimate claim of asylum and you go through a port of entry, I don't think you should have any consequences whatsoever. I think that it should be vetted in a way that we know the right people are getting in and the wrong people are being kept out, and that's it. I mean, I'm not looking for any, but I mean, to speak directly to reality, because that's the realm in which I like to reside in. If you take the 4 years on record under the Trump presidency and the 4 years under Biden didn't decide to try to put anything forward or meaningful until it was election year, and his ass was on the chopping block for the horrible job he did. And by all means, I want to secure the border, but I would have not given him a win in a political year either, even though this is a matter that's very important to me. There is no way in fuck for 3 years you can let this guy go without any accountability for opening up our southern border and then save him his job's on the chopping block. I would have shut that shit down too.
Well, let me just say this in regards to that. I think Biden would have faced a lot more challenges if his opponent was not Trump, because you and I were talking about the border, but there's a lot of things that Trump did that people do not favor. A lot of things he's proposing now that people want nothing to do with. So I get the border being your number one issue, but for other people, there are people out there where the borders are not a number one issue. And there are plenty of things that Trump has done to really sour a lot of voters, which is why Biden was around for so long.
Well, and again, and none of these are mutually exclusive, but my primary focus is America's foreign policy. Donald Trump, I don't give a shit what you say about him or how unorthodox his methods were for securing some of the greatest, periods of peace globally that we've experienced in several generations. That's not disputable. That's just facts and reality. I mean, you had Russia.
But how is he responsible for other nations choosing not to attack?
Absolutely. I'd love to answer that directly. So when you look at America on a world stage, and you look at either the 20th century and the 21st century, there's been one of two approaches America has taken. Either standoffish or collaborative with those who are like-minded. No one has ever taken the approach not to embrace bad actors around the world, but to understand them. Sometimes it's good to listen, to understand, with no intention of responding in a way that's going to be, beneficial to one party to the other. Just a point of listening to understand. And we saw that in North Korea. We saw that with Vladimir Putin. I mean, look at the results.
Yeah, but hold on. Well, first of all, let me correct you in regards to Kim Jong-un. Like 6 months after Trump met with him, he was right back to doing what he was doing. So nothing came out of that.
That is absolutely 100% unequivocally untrue, and I can have actual government data to support my claim. So after 2018 summit, if you look at the long-range ballistic missile fire testings of North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un, he did not fire a single long-range ballistic missile from 2018 from that summit until guess when? 9/11 of 2021, after Joe Biden was in the White House.
Did he fire any missiles at all over Japan?
Long-range ballistic.
Hold on. Japan is our ally, so you don't need to fire missiles over Hawaii to be a tyrant. If he fires missiles over, did he fire any missiles over Japan before Biden got in office?
After the summit, he did not fire any missiles over Japan. He still continued to
That's not true.
He still continued to test medium and short range missiles, but he did not fire anything after the 2018 summit anywhere near the direction of any of our allies. Now, during Trump's presidency, he flew plenty over Japan prior to that summit in 2018. But the reality is, and anyone can go look this up. I'm not just making shit up, pulling it out of my ass here. You can go look at just Google the timeline of North Korea's missile fires, and it'll tell every single one that we ever tracked in a timeline, what kind of missile it was, short range, medium range, long range. And from 2018 until the anniversary of September 11th of 2021, the ones that concerned us the most as Americans, which were his long range missiles, were not fired after that summit. And that's a fact. It's indisputable. It is based in reality, not some pie in the sky Facebook meme.
Okay, here is an article on CNBC dated October 1st, 2019. So that is clearly after that summit in 2018, and this is certainly still while Trump is in office. The article is titled, North Korea Projectile Lands in Japan's Exclusive Economic Zone, Tokyo says. What say you?
That has nothing, I didn't say anything about short or medium range missiles, and they never flew anything over Japan's airspace. So why I don't.
It landed in their country. What are you talking about?
It landed in the ocean, man. Let's be clear.
It says lands in Japan's exclusive economic zone, Tokyo says. Is that the ocean?
Read the article. It'll probably tell you that it landed somewhere in their controlled water space.
Okay.
And been a projectile. You can argue with me all you want to.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm listening to you and doing what you told me to do, which is research. Here's what you said. North Korea, go ahead.
Yeah, look up North Korea's missile firing timeline, and you can start at 2016 to current. I think the last most updated one is like the year 2022 is the one that's like as far up as that record goes.
Okay, well, here's how this reads. North Korea fired at least one missile off its east coast on Wednesday that South Korea said may have been launched from a submarine a day after it announced the resumption of talks with the United States aimed at ending its nuclear program. Japan's top government spokesman said the ballistic missile may have split into two before falling in the waters off Japan's west coast. At the moment, it seems that one missile was launched and that split into two and fell. We are conducting analysis for details. Cabinet Chief Secretary, and it's a Japanese name, told a regular news conference, they're firing missiles. What are you talking about?
Dude, do you know that there are so missiles that, while we should be concerned with our allies, like I said, long-range ballistic missiles capable of reaching America's homeland, which is how I started this point off, were not fired from 2018 at that summit, after the summit, until September 11th of 2021. This is a fact.
Okay, well, that article,
That's the point I made.
that article, yeah.
Short or medium range missiles. They continue to test fire those on a regular basis, as do all governments, whether they're democracies, dictatorships, or whatever else. Whether they're military games, whether they're whatever. With the missiles that were most concerning to the American homeland were not fired post-summit until September 11th of 2021 when Joe Biden was the president. That's the facts.
Yeah, here, and by the way, because while I'm hearing you, I'm doing research. Here's another one with a picture of Trump meeting with Kim Jong-un. This is a CNN article. I know MAGA has no tolerance for CNN, but it does say, North Korea fires projectiles from super large missile launcher, South Korea says, and it says 2 projectiles launched by North Korea on Thursday. Remember, the other article said Wednesday, so this was a whole different launch. We're presumed, and this is 2019 also, were presumed to be fired from a super large caliber multiple rocket launcher. South Korean army officials said the North Korean action does not aid in the easing of tension on the Korea Peninsula. So they're still doing shit. And it says, and they give you a Korean name, and it says, we express a strong regret and again call for the immediate suspension of actions that heightens tension. All of this is happening during the Trump's term. What are you saying?
So you're ignoring the facts and the stark contrast to every single president in the 21st century, from Bush to Biden currently, and the behavior diminished greatly coming out of North Korea under the Trump administration. This is indisputable facts.
Okay.
So you can sit here and point to a CNN article about projectiles being launched. We know that happened. That's not the point I'm making. So you trying to argue against the point I'm making, you're losing that argument, because I'm telling you that you can go and look. I'll make a video of it because I'm screen recording this live. So I'll make a video of it and I'll cut the part out that I made a point to, and I will make sure I copy you in the video that I make after this when I get off the road, and you can see for yourself where in 2018 the last long-range ballistic missiles fired in North Korea, and it doesn't happen again until September 11th of 2021. And then you can point to your Clinton News Network articles all you want.
Okay, well, I understand a lot of folks are going to be, hesitant to believe CNN, but the source you're getting your information from, how do we know that source is accurate?
NORAD's not accurate.
Well, you don't believe the FBI is trustworthy. You don't believe the CIA. You don't even believe Mike Pence. So why does NORAD get a pass?
When did I say any of those things?
You know what I'm talking about.
No, you're trying to generalize your experiences with other Trump supporters and apply them to me and smear my name, my reputation, or my thought process, and I won't stand for that. You didn't hear me say anything about any of those entities. You literally just... So let
me ask you then.
You just attached a stereotype to me and tried to apply it in your argument, which is ridiculous.
So then let me ask you, when Mike Pence says that Trump lost and tried to steal the election, do you believe him?
When Mike Pence said what?
When Mike Pence says that Trump lost the election and was trying to stay in power, do you believe him?
I think that we made it extremely easy for more people than who are typically involved in the political process to vote. And as a result, Donald Trump lost the election because of the mail-in voting process, people who didn't have skin in the game, and it made it much easier through that declaration of national emergency under COVID that governors overrode the Republican-led legislators and were able to ballot harvest legally through the mail-in voting process that was implemented in 2020. And as a result, Donald Trump lost that election.
So when Trump says he won by a landslide, what is your take on that?
My take on that is that in any other situation where you don't have, when you just operate off of the facts on the ground, not emotions, not selectively cut footage that the mainstream media ran 99% of the time about Donald Trump. I mean, Tim, you're not a dumb guy. Undoubtedly, you're fully aware how often the media, CNN, who you just quoted a minute ago, have taken selective selectively edited videos that you yourself have gone out to see what the full context of the video is and can clearly see that the media misrepresented it. So I said all that to say this. When you have political hacks on both sides of the aisle who are going against a man who, you know, though he represents one wing of the same bird, he totally goes against everything both wings typically stand for historically. So you've got both political parties going after him, and you got the mainstream media going after him, taking shit out of context and not reporting the good that he's done that benefit all.
Okay, but hold on. Wait.
You're going to coerce Americans who aren't as astute and aren't as engaged in the political process and convince them that this guy is the next Schmidt.
Hold on, hang on. I asked you, when Trump says he won by a landslide, is that true?
No, it's not. But what I'm saying is, he would, if all things were grounded in reality and people were able to get outside of their bubble or get more engaged. I mean, you could ask most of these people on here who say I'm delusional or I'm full of shit in their comments section. These guys could not pass a 6th grade civics exam, but they're on here saying that I'm the dumbass. I've been heavily engaged in politics my entire adult life. It was instilled on me that that is my civil responsibility as an American citizen to hold my elected officials accountable and to vote for people who are going to show an interest in what I feel is in my best interest.
So why is he saying he won? Why is he saying he won by a landslide when his whole administration is telling him he lost?
I don't know, and I don't care. All I care about is the results that we got under his presidency and his approach, his diplomatic approach to all things as it relates to America's foreign policy. Whether it was the Abraham Accords in Israel, whether it was, not seeing Russia fucking invade the sovereignty of another country during his presidency, other than the one that was done already prior to his administration coming on board. Whether it was China not trying to threaten Taiwan on a daily basis under his presidency, whether it was Bashar al-Assad in Syria breaking the Geneva Convention.
Okay, I get it. So, last question before I move it on. I have to ask you, you're always welcome back. We don't have to agree on a damn thing. You can come back anytime you want, man. Last question. Was January 6th a good day, as Trump states?
No, not at all. I think it was good in the sense that the people who did not attack the Capitol legally and peacefully made their voices heard, and it was bad in the sense that you had people that attacked the Capitol. I mean, there's no.
Why is he celebrating? He's about to celebrate that in a few days. Why is that?
I couldn't tell you, man. I don't perceive to be in the man's mind about everything. The only thing I can do is make a rational decision with my vote based on the results yielded by both of these individuals. And hands down, Trump's getting my vote. I mean, any person who has been engaged and doesn't just, regurgitate what they hear without authenticating it first knows full well that life was better under Donald Trump, despite some aesthetically unpleasing things that come out of his mouth. The reality is the results were better and all Americans were doing better. Even if you dislike the man's character, your life was better under Trump. You were safer 100% under Trump. There's no doubt about it. And the world was a better place when he was in office.
All right. I got to move it on. My door is always open till you come back through spirited debate. We obviously don't agree, but nobody gives a damn. Come on back anytime, man.
Yeah, take it easy, buddy.
Well said. All right, moving on with the program. And by the way, his opinion is fairly common. I mean, certainly folks who support Trump would agree with a lot of what he said. My only pushback would be, I think that any candidate can be a good candidate if you focus on what they did that is good and you really push anything that was bad to the back burner. And I think it could be reversible as well, whereas people who don't like Trump may focus on the bad things he did and things that my last caller thought were good, they may put it, as secondary. My last caller clearly sees the good in Trump, and the things that people may have an issue with are not very concerning to him. Trump's detractors see it the other way around, and that's how it kind of works. But somebody says, no, I don't like him. Scotty, well, wow. Tap the screen, get the likes up to about 40,000. Haven't asked you guys to do that, but the audience size has doubled. So feel free to smash that like button on YouTube as well. I want to address several super chats. I do apologize, but last conversation was we were getting into alter ego. Yeah. Thank you for the hat and mustache. It's crazy how MAGA heads are always screaming, do your research, but are often the least educated on any topic. I'll leave that as is, but I just wanted to bring up those articles because he was telling me, do your research. And then when I bring up articles that, okay, but then, no. What he was basically saying, I do believe, is I've done my research and you need to go and get the information from where I got it from, not where your research is leading you. I just think sometimes you can do research on the same topic and which is why I asked him, who is your source? Because if I bring up information on anything about Trump that comes from CNN or anybody other than probably Fox, Newsmax, or OAN or Breitbart somewhere, MAGA overwhelmingly will say that information is not trustworthy. Fair enough. But then they often will present facts that come straight from Fox, Breitbart, and Newsmax. And I'm like, well, you do realize they're doing the same thing in reverse. Also, Ed G says 200 miles off the coast is economic zone for all nations. Well, I hear your point, but I'm pretty clear. I'm pretty sure that the article stated that the missiles were going over Japan. Now, my last caller, and maybe you too, Ed G, believes it wasn't, but I'm pretty sure that when Trump was in office, many folks was bragging that once he went and met with Kim Jong-un, the guy calmed down and stopped doing shit. And I remember when it started happening again, and folks were saying kind of what my last caller was saying. Well, yeah, they're firing missiles, but they're these type. They're not. But the regional powers of Japan and North Korea were still incredibly concerned, and they're both our allies. Both Japan and North Korea are allies to the United States, and he was still scaring the shit out of them. And MAGA didn't have much to say on that. Gen Xer says yes. What he said. I love this guy. You go, boy. Gen X is a fast caller, and by the way, my last caller is MAGA, obviously. No issue there at all. Come on back anytime. Naeem Barber. Wait, is he saying you can go and look for proof that proves the point he is talking about, but not the point he is trying to make? My answer would be yes, but I'll leave it at that. Going back to the comment section, and thank you, folks. Gen X, Ed G, J. Roger, and Naeem Barber. Appreciate that. Trump is old, looks haggard. Time for him. What? Trump is old, looks haggard. Time for him to go. Better yet, sentence him to prison according to the law. Ted, I don't think that's going to happen. By the way, I seen folks in the comments. I got CNN on the big screen behind me that Trump has been indicted again. Jack Smith found a way around the dismissal of that case down in Miami, the documents case. I'm looking at a ticker, revised indictment filed in Trump election subversion case. That I think, election subversion, is that the one with Fonnie Willis, the fake electors? They're still after him. Just want to point that out. They're still after him. Trump has a vested interest in winning the 2024 election that has nothing to do with making America great. Now, listen, he may want to lead this great nation and get the economy and some of the perceived flaws of the Biden administration back on course, but he also needs to stay out of the system. And if Trump loses, it's pretty clear that the powers that be are not going to stop going after him. I don't foresee Trump doing time in prison, but there's legacy issues there. They could fine him and let him pass away a bankrupt man. They could take all, just like Rudolph Giuliani, for instance. He's not doing any time in jail, but he will pass away a bankrupt man. His legacy is completely trash. Talking about Rudolph Giuliani, completely trash. He is flat broke, and he'll never be able to really be of anything significant ever again. He lost his law license and everything. So legacy also matters. Going back to the box, lock him up, vote blue. He's not going to get locked up. Stanley Magnum Sr. Going back to the box, we'll keep it going with Diminy. Ian, I think that says, Good evening. Welcome to the program. They will throw that case out too because there is a suit against Smith. With a 6-3 majority in the Supreme Court, I don't feel confident anything. What they say, no weapon formed against me shall prosper. I think that's in the Bible or something like that. I don't believe that any weapon formed against Trump can be certain to prosper. When you got the Supreme Court in place like Trump has, I think he does have somewhat of a shield. Now listen, there are some things they may let through if it's blatantly obvious, they may rule against him. But anything where there's a little bit of leeway, I think they're going to err on his side. So it's hard to imagine Trump facing any real punishment with that Supreme Court out there. I really think it is that way. We'll let the box reset. My last guess is not coming through. One make cause. What does that say? One make. I don't know where it just went. How do y'all feel about the undercover video that proves Trump supporters Project 2025? Says Megan. Well, some folks are not going to believe Trump has any connection to Project 2025, regardless of what comes forward. And then other people are not going to believe he does. Others are going to believe he is connected to Project 2025, no matter what comes forward as well. I think the audience on that is set. You're not going to convince MAGA that Trump has anything to do with Project 2025. And you're not going to convince the liberals that he doesn't. It's set. Videos can come forward. It'll strengthen the point that the liberals are trying to make. MAGA's not going to give a damn about that. And I'll tell you, to some degree, in my humble opinion, my personal analysis is there's a lot of Project 2025, I believe, that if it got through, I don't think MAGA would really be protesting it. I think that, on its face, no, we don't agree with it. Like a federal abortion ban we talked about. A lot of MAGA don't want that. A lot of folks on the right do not want a federal ban. But as I said last night, if it happens, they're not going to be in the street protesting, like they're taking down the statues or messing with the Second Amendment. They're not going to. It happened. Yeah, we didn't want it, but it happened, and that would be the end of it. And I do believe that Project 2025 is like that. There are things in there that even MAGA or folks on the right don't want. But if it gets through, it gets through. You won't see them fighting, listen, at the end of the day, a lot of it is evangelical-based, pro-Christianity. Certainly when it comes to a federal ban, if you're about saving babies, okay, so they're saving babies in Illinois or they're saving babies in California. You think MAGA's going to protest that? No, it'll be what it is. So they can say they're not for it, fine. But I don't think they're totally against it either. I don't think if Project 2025 started becoming a law of the land, fighting against that, I don't believe MAGA would be an ally. I think they may publicly say I'm not cool with some of this stuff, but in regards to them joining the fight, I don't think they would be an ally. That's just my opinion. Thank you, brother. Bless you as well. See it. Thank you. Appreciate that. Trump has already cleared that up, Tim. He is not going to stop pushing that BS. Chill, let me say this before I go back to the box. And tap the screen, folks. Get the likes up to about 50,000. I'm going to promote it a little heavier tonight because TikTok will play with the numbers I don't know. But tap the screen, get the likes up. Let's do about 50,000. In regards to Trump stating that he has nothing to do with Project 2025 and why the hell do the liberals keep saying that he cleared it up? I mean, let's be clear. It's not like Trump is 100% honest all the damn time. He still said he won the election by a landslide. I mean, fact is, Trump doesn't always tell the truth on some issues. So even if you favor Trump, you're willing to admit he sometimes exaggerates. I mean, look, I hear him saying he has nothing to do with it. But look, there's a lot of circumstantial connections, people serving in his administration. He needs to do more than say, I don't have anything to do with it. Why not go after some of the authors that are using his name in the damn book? How about that? How about criticize them during rallies for using his name when he had nothing to do with it? Let's see some real meat and potatoes out of Trump, like he would if you were trying to take down a Confederate statue or mess with the Second Amendment or go after pro-life states. We know Trump knows how to speak in anger and get a crowd going. All of this peaceful, well, I ain't had nothing to do with that. No, They are hurting your administration. Let's see them really stand for something. Then we may be willing to work with you on it. But right now, just simply saying I ain't got nothing to do with it, it's too soft. It's not, the way he denounced it is not even in Trump fashion. Trump knows how to denounce some shit he don't like. And that ain't how he does it. That is not how he does it. Trump did win that election. It was rigged big time during COVID and the trustworthy mail-in ballots. You don't want a riot. Make it one day in person voting. Well, I'll go to the box after this comment. But in regards to the election, not one, how many Republicans, not Democrats, Republicans, how many Republican senators, Republican Congress are saying that Trump won in 2020? Republican governors, how many of them are saying? I mean, over 99% of Republicans in Washington say he lost. Over, now, you might get Gates and Marjorie Taylor Greene or somebody like that, but over 99% of Republican politicians in Washington say he lost. Even ones who would have stayed in power themselves are saying he lost. You want to explain why that's happening with some actual evidence? Harris Walsh to have interviewed CNN Thursday at 9 p.m., says SGB. I like to see that. I like to see, because CNN has tried their best to undo their liberal, Trump saying that they lean left. They've tried to do a lot to undo that. Chandler, hopefully the box is working again. Chandler, good evening. Welcome to the program. It was proven that the election was sabotaged. Jonathan Stewart, by fake electors in Atlanta that they're taking to jail, or fake electors in Arizona, or fake electors in Michigan. Is that the sabotage you're talking about? Chandler, good evening. Chandler, you're on mute. Are you there? Yeah! Alter ego, appreciate that. This is what I'm talking about when I say you can pick out the good you favor and ignore the bad. There's a lot of GOP members that actually were caught and pled guilty to cheating in that election. Chandler, are you there?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, sir. Loud and clear. Now we got a topic, but in regards to the election thing, what is your take on that?
On the 2020 election?
Yeah.
I think that, so I'm definitely voting for Kamala Harris, and I think that the way that Trump handled that was just really disgraceful. I think that no matter what happens, there's got to be a peaceful transfer of power. Yeah. And it seemed like he was willing to do anything and everything that he could to prevent it from happening, no matter whether it was constitutional or not.
Yeah. So the number one issue in this country, why people are voting, apparently, is the economy, according to a New York Times poll that came out today. Is that your number one issue why you're voting this time?
I would say probably not. I feel pretty comfortable in the direction the economy is going right now, and I feel like with the Trump's tax plan, the corporations getting off on low taxes is going to contribute, I think they said $1.7 trillion to the national deficit in the next 10 years. And so I think a lot of what he's doing, he there's some good things he's done. And we did have some good points in the economy while he was president. But I think things like that with the tax plan, he just, any good he did, he more than reversed it.
Wow.
And just because a lot of people's checks went up by, $75, $100, they are just all for it, but they don't see the long-term effects of what that's going to do to the economy.
Yeah, and I see in the comments on YouTube, someone says, Richard says Trump sucks. How's that for speaking from a wow? So, okay, so I get your take on the economy. Because under the Biden administration, a lot of folks do not like the cost of goods and services and inflation in this country. Do you believe Kamala Harris would be ready on day one for the job?
I like to think so. I like some of the proposals she's made.
Give me an example. What did she propose that you like?
I take pain medicine, for instance. I had a motorcycle wreck years ago, and I know that the cost of prescriptions, especially for low-income families, is very tough. I like that she talked about opening up the pharmaceutical market to Canada if American pharmaceutical companies were not willing to play ball with some of her proposals. And I think that she was going to just go after like profit margins, not to take away profits from companies, not to keep hardworking people from making money, but to limit the price gouging and sort of the advantage they're taking, the predatory nature of what they're doing to low-income people.
Yeah. And you're going to get more, you're certainly going to get more regulations from a liberal government that would keep something like that in play because, the right is going to be for lesser, reduction in regulations, which I guess to some degree would allow that to happen if a corporation really wanted to do that. So, if you had to, because I mentioned this before, if you had to give the top 3 issues, considering you're not voting based on the economy, your top 3 issues, what would they be?
I would say my number 1 issue is just rhetoric. I know a lot of people kind of think that this is
You said rhetoric?
important. I'm sorry?
You said rhetoric?
Yes, just on how I think that it's very important how people are treated and how you can see the president. That's a leader. That's somebody that should be looked up to.
Okay.
And I'm not saying that rhetoric is just the most important thing as far as putting food on the table, things like that. But I think that it affects our country in more ways than people realize when you see these people being encouraged to be selfish, to be heartless, to mistreat others, to get ahead by all means, because that's our leader. That's who we idolize. That's how you get ahead. And like they've been saying lately at the Harris campaign, that somebody else doesn't have to lose in order for you to win. And I think that unity is a powerful message, and I think that that's something that needs to be brought back to the country because no matter what the issue is, no matter what we're doing, we're going to be a better country and a stronger country if we're doing it together.
Yeah. And real quick, and now, so before I respond to you, and I see Ghostwriter in the comments, you says, Tim, we are here. Who are we, Ghostwriter 702? But so you're saying, a unifying administration with less divisive rhetoric that's your number 1 issue?
It's up there. I can't say, I haven't thought about what my number 1 issue would be, but it's definitely up there. I guess my number 1 issue against Trump is the felonies, the hundreds, if not thousands of laws that he's broken. I mean, he's only been held to account for maybe a handful of them.
Wow.
Out of the last all these decades of law breaking. And so I think that's a big one. And January 6th, like I said, that's a big one. Anybody who idolizes Putin and idolizes Kim Jong-un thinks that these are brilliant, smart people, know how to hold power, and he idolizes these people. And I think that's dangerous to have somebody in he's already loaded up the Supreme Court, and now he's talking about firing any federal employee who doesn't do their job correctly, by his opinion. So basically, anyone who will not do anything and everything he says when they say it will be replaced by a loyalist.
Well, when you say thousands of charges, though, to be fair to Trump, now he has been convicted for the 34 with Alvin Bragg in New York, and even a lot of liberals think that was overdone. But the rest of those are, as you say, charges. He has not been convicted. You're not holding him guilty. You are giving him the guilty, the innocent until proven innocent till proven guilty. It sounds like you're viewing him as if he is guilty until proven innocent.
I would like to always give someone the benefit of the doubt. I think when you've got someone who's been on camera for 30 or 40 years, sort of behaving the same way that they do today, it's a little bit harder to want to give them. But yes, of course, everybody is innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah. So it just sounds like overall you see Trump as a corrupt politician, just a bad guy in general.
100%. 100%. I think his tax code demonstrates who he favors. The tax code benefited the 1% more than anybody. And I think this whole going back to Reagan trickle down economics, we got to get the billionaires right first, and then eventually it'll be your turn. We all know that's BS. We all know that money never trickles down. And, our custodians and our people out packaging products and delivering our products and all of these kinds of people are just important to our society as anybody else. And but we see a lot of these jobs nowadays just being disregarded or called, just kind of throwaway jobs, or like our food industry. A lot of people say those are kids' jobs, but we've got single mothers, single parents raising households on these types of jobs, and they deserve to be able to take their children to the doctor. They deserve.
Well, but based on your I gotta move it on. But based on your criticism of Trump, now you kind of remind me of Mark Cuban or Bill Maher. Let me make sure I'm getting this correct, because Bill Maher said he would not vote. He would vote for. This is before Kamala Harris was running. It was Biden versus Trump, and he stated that he would vote for. He would still vote for Biden, even if they had his head in a jar of blue liquid. And Mark Cuban, who's on the Dallas Mavericks, stated that he would vote for Biden even if he was on his deathbed being read last rites over Trump. It sounded to me, based on how you're talking, as if you're just anti-Trump. You're going to vote for Kamala Harris, fine, but you would have likely voted for any liberal. It sounds like you just really think Trump is the wrong guy for this nation. Am I hearing that right?
I would say that I definitely wouldn't vote for anyone over Trump. I would not say that at all. I think either Kamala or Biden, I would vote for either of those over Trump any day of the week. But as far as if Biden's head was in a jar of goo, I can't say that I would necessarily vote for him at that point.
What about any of the top liberals? I'm gonna give you a few names: Gavin Newsom, Gretchen Whitmer. What do you think? I'm trying to can't think of the woman's name I'm thinking of. But for the most part, most well-known liberals, is there any of them you would vote for? You would actually pick Trump over them?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay.
But granted, I'm not near as educated on those would-be candidates as I am Kamala or Biden, just because I haven't read as much about them.
Fair enough. All right, Chandler, this is our first time talking?
Yes, sir. It is. It's my first time ever being on a live at all.
Wow. It's a pleasure being your first. Come on back through. Anytime, come on back through, man.
Yes, sir. Have a good one.
Anytime. All right, moving on with the program. Wow. And I do think that certainly folks that are very critical of President Trump believes he's corrupt, like my last caller. Yeah, most liberals are going to pick over Trump because listening to his conversation, he believes that Trump is somewhat of an existential threat to the country. There's a lot of folks that believe that. There's a lot of folks do. Just like there's folks who believe the same about Kamala Harris. Mr. Ray, yeah, appreciate the hat and mustache. Thank you. Continuing on with the program, we'll go straight to the box. Ill Will, I think that is what I'm looking at there. Good evening, welcome. And what did I hit there? Another brainwash by CNN. I don't think he said anything that would lead to believe he was brainwashed by CNN. He has his opinions. Chris, good evening.
How you doing, sir?
I'm doing really good. Good to have you on. So,
thank you.
So
I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, I'll be honest with you. But I'll tell you what, God gave me a clear conscience. And he told me I was learned good is good, bad is bad. Right is right, wrong is wrong.
So what you getting at?
Common sense. Now, anybody who hasn't been in a coma or isn't mentally ill can see the difference when Trump was our president and when Biden was our president. Everything under Trump was flourished. The economy was great. Unemployment was down. You were able to buy 10 groceries at a store for $100.
What about all those cities being burned that you guys often talk about? You don't see that happening under Biden, do you?
Yeah, because Biden and his crew are the ones that hired them people to burn the cities down.
Wait a minute. You believe that Biden hired Black Lives Matter to burn cities down?
The Democrats, that George Soros, they did that all on purpose. Why would they tear down their own facilities?
You do realize riots and destruction have been going on in America since the Boston Tea Party. You think Black Lives Matter was actually getting paid to do that stuff?
No, Black Lives Matter, as we all found out, was a joke. They took the money, they didn't help out any black people, and they bought mansions. They didn't do anything for the black community.
Okay.
Trump did more for the black community than Biden ever did.
Yeah, I would push back on you for this simple reason. Now, I agree with you. The leadership of Black Lives Matter received tons of money and did corrupt, misappropriated it. But the idea that Black Lives Matter, the organization, did not do anything for anybody is flat out false. There are a lot of families that would never have received justice if it was not for Black Lives Matter. The whole George Floyd thing, it was 4 days of rioting and looting in that town at the behest of Black Lives Matter before they charged Derek Chauvin. The same thing with George Zimmerman, who got off. He was released in 2 hours. There are so many families that got justice because of Black Lives Matter. So the idea that they didn't do anything for blacks, I gotta totally disagree with you. There's a lot of cops in jail that would tell you the hell that ain't true. I mean, because they would have got away with it.
Okay, and as far as what about the illegal immigration, allowing 20 million illegal immigrants into our country? Whose jobs do you think they're going to take? They're not going to take the white collar college kids. No, they're going to take the jobs that the normal working class people need.
Well, first of all, let me be clear. I've heard Trump say 10 million, then a month later he said 18 million. Now you're at 20. I think the number, now I'm not going to pretend like Biden hasn't done a poor job, in my opinion, at the border. But I think the numbers are so greatly inflated that it's difficult to see accuracy here. I don't think it's anywhere near 20 million.
Well, the border was the most secure under Trump. We were building a wall that was working. And then the first thing Biden did when he was in office, the absolute first thing, was he stopped it. He had to get the illegal immigrants. And you know what else is funny? He fired a bunch of Americans who didn't get that COVID shot. But he let every illegal...
Wait. You said Biden fired Americans. What in regards to the COVID shot?
Refused to take the COVID shot, yeah. Military people, nurses, doctors, if you did not take that shot, you got fired. Fired. Why? If you're an illegal immigrant, free pass.
I can't. I'm going to plead ignorance on that because I have not heard that. I have not heard that. Say that again.
That's the God's honest truth. Military people, they've been in 18 years ready to retire. If you did not take the COVID shot, you gotta let go.
Yeah, but if you're in the military, when you join the military, you got to get all kinds of vaccines and things like that. Doesn't that apply to all of them?
Exactly, but this was a shot that nobody knew anything about. And if you notice, more people are dying now than before.
No, I have not noticed that. I don't believe that's accurate. During the pandemic, you had funeral homes telling people they don't even have enough space to let you have an appointment to grieve your loved ones. That ain't happening now. You had intensive care units where they were telling you there was no more beds available. That's not happening now.
So you didn't know they're not. What they're doing is people are dying of heart attacks. People are dying of strokes, and now they're saying people that are pregnant, the first 3 months of pregnancy, they're having major issues.
And you're tying this to the vax?
I'm tying it to they passed this COVID shot without knowing the facts about it and the repercussions of it, and many people are dying from it.
You know, I'd have to see some evidence. I think you're putting one thing with something else with no evidence to link them up together. I don't see any evidence.
Yes, sir.
We keep in mind there's been hang on. There's been about 150 million Americans that's been vaccinated. If this stuff was as harmful as you're saying, there would be nowhere to hide all the casualties.
I never took it, and I've never had it. I'm fine.
All right.
My family never took it. They're fine. But everybody that I hear that they have the shot, yeah, I've seen more people die this past few years. I'm 60 years old, a disabled vet. Through my entire life, more people have died now than
What
I've ever
was
seen
what was
before.
put on their death certificate as a cause of death?
Many things. Like I said, heart attacks, strokes.
Are you
If you noticed,
are you a physician yourself? Do you have a medical background?
no, like I said, God gave me the will to know what's right and what is wrong, what is good and what is bad.
Yeah, but-
simple, logical stuff.
Yeah, but you also started out. You also, by the way, yes, thank you for the subscription. You also started out by talking about all these causes of death.
I don't have to be sharp.
But wait a
My
minute,
leader-
you're saying there are several different causes of death on their death certificates. What is making you tie those causes into the vax? Where are you getting your link from?
The link is easy. What's the only thing that changed in these past few years that has raised the death more than ever before? What major thing happened? Oh, it was the pandemic. What shot did they give you?
What's making you think the death rate is raised?
Look up and see that. Find out that. Well, of course they're exaggerating the things. But here, let me just say this, sir. This is something that you can't deny, you can't debate or anything. 4 years ago, my check got me double of everything. Gas is higher, electricity is higher, gum is higher. From toothpaste to cars, everything is skyrocketing. Everything.
Now you do understand, and I'm not defending Biden, but I'm pointing out a fact. You do understand what you just stated could be stated virtually on any country on earth. So, I mean, in other words, the cost of goods and services have went up significantly around the world. Do you believe that Biden is at fault for all of this?
No, but I believe Biden giving billions upon billions of dollars to a country to protect their border and leaving our border wide open might be the most obnoxious, idiotic thing I've ever heard of in my life. That we're sending billions of dollars to a country 20,000 miles away from us, but on the same note, we're going to say, oh, but that's okay. Our border could be wide open. And you know what they did? All of these countries that hate America, some of them got brains, and they go, hey, you know what? Let's empty out our prisons. Let's empty out our mental institutes and send them over to America. That's common sense. Common sense. So guess what's going up in these past 3 years? Murder, rape, suicide, overdoses.
Yeah, I gotta push back, Chris, and say this. I'm from the South. Wow, appreciate that H2O. Thank you for that fireworks display. Appreciate that. Thank you. I will say this, Chris. I'm being from the South Side of Chicago. I grew up in a part of town that was violent. There was murders in Chicago every damn day. If you watch the 10 o'clock
I
news.
was born on Wood Street.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. All right. Fair enough. I was born on Emerald, one block east of Halsted. But I will say this. If you're in a violent city like Chicago, every night on the 10 o'clock news, you'll see at least a few people that were victimized by a violent felony, likely shot to death or something like that. The next night you watch the news, you'll see more folks victimized. It'll be totally different folks tomorrow on the news that were shot or whatever than it is tonight, and every night it'll be a different group of people. Now, the reason I'm bringing this up, in regards to the, as you say, 20 million folks coming across the border, they're emptying asylums, they're emptying, letting out all these folks that are coming to kill people and things like that. Where are all of the? Hold on. Where are all the news stories covering this? We know the right networks like Fox News. Networks like Fox News will plaster anybody that was killed by an illegal immigrant. Why don't they have stories every day? They show you the same story. If somebody loses their life to an illegal immigrant, they'll show you that same story for damn near 2 or 3 weeks. If it is happening to that frequency, where are all the stories at?
Come on. You think they're going to let that out now with Biden or Harris?
How can you hide
that?
that?
South side of Chicago, right? You're from the south side of Chicago. Do you know Chicago? Where are they putting all these immigrants at?
Downtown.
They're putting them in your town. They're putting them all over the schools in the south suburbs, in the western suburbs.
That's not answering the question though. That's not answering it. So you're telling me 20 million or 18 million or 10 million or whatever folks that are coming here to unalive folks and sexually assault them, 20 million people are doing this, and they're able to hide all of it?
No, that's silly what you just said. Of course 20 million people ain't killing people, but are you going to let in 10 million of them that will?
I'm asking, why aren't we seeing more evidence of this on the news? Like, you think they're hiding? I'm watching Fox right now. There's not one instance of this stuff. All day I've been watching Fox. Not one case.
All you got to do is, so you're saying that there's nothing going wrong. You ain't heard about illegal immigrants raping teens, killing teens. You ain't heard nothing about that.
Yes, I have. And the point I'm trying to make is, if you're saying that they're emptying asylums and they're emptying, prisons, it should be far more stories coming out than there are.
It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. It's only been a few years. Wait until they don't get all that money that the government's giving them. $12,000 for food stamps. They showed a picture of this one lady.
$12,000 in food stamps?
$12,000 she had on her benefit. Dude, you come on. You're an older man. You gotta know what's going on.
You really believe that the immigrants coming in this country are getting food stamps to the tune of $12,000, or did they find some?
I'm saying that lady had it on her benefit. But now you're saying that they ain't getting nothing, right? They ain't living.
No, I'm not saying that they're not. Hold on. I'm not saying that they're not getting nothing, and I'm certainly not saying that some of them are not committing crimes. What I'm saying is the right is exaggerating this stuff into the stratosphere. The numbers that the right are giving are incredibly exaggerated, is what I'm saying.
Okay, so let me ask you this. What is more logical? For America to protect its own border, or for us to protect the Ukrainian border, given billions upon billions, not millions, billions of dollars. And know what the guy says? Oh, we need more. We need more. Give us more. Give us more. We ain't gonna have nothing left to give. Our Social Security. What about us? What about the American people?
Well, when Trump was in office, I don't recall Trump bragging about what he was doing for the homeless or people suffering from tuition loans or needing health care.
We were all doing fine.
No, what? You telling me there was no homelessness when Trump was in president?
It's quadrupled now.
That ain't what I asked you. Was there homelessness when he was president?
That's another silly question. Of course there's going to be homelessness.
And what was he doing about it? What was he doing about it?
He helped out a lot. And you know that he gave every check he had to a charity. Never collected one dime as president.
What was he doing about the homelessness?
Look it up. I'm sure he's done more than Biden because, like I said, there's more people homeless now than ever been.
Right.
You gotta be kidding me.
All right.
All right, brother. Thanks for having me, and God bless you. And we gotta pray for Trump, man, for us both.
I don't know about that that last part, but Chris, you're always welcome on the program. Good talk, man.
All right, man. Have a good
Anytime.
night.
Anytime. Hey, folks, when we say we go left of Bernie Sanders to him having dinner with QAnon, we mean it. We certainly believe in free speech. You don't have to agree with anybody on the damn program, including yours truly. That's how the program works. We are all about free speech. We are indeed MAGA friendly. Liberals are welcome, but MAGA are generally our preferred guests. So that's how the program runs. Look, I don't agree with a large portion of what my last caller was stating, but a lot of people do. A lot of people do. And he's entitled to have his opinion. He went way right off the edge, says Jason. The only thing I heard him say, well, maybe he said a few things I disagree with. A few things maybe that was way right, but certainly the idea that Black Lives Matter has done nothing for black people, that is way off. That one I know personally. I got a host of books behind me. I got books written by Sharpton that talks about Black Lives Matter cases. Ben Crump, some of you, Black Lives Matter has done a lot. Black Lives Matter has done a lot for African Americans in terms of getting justice. There's a lot of cops in prison that would not have been if Black Lives Matter hadn't went in some of those towns. So the idea that they didn't do anything for blacks, that one is crazy. We talk about them taking some of the leadership taking money and buying mansions and shit like that with it, but there's a difference between Black Lives Matter, the organization, and Black Lives Matter, the movement. The movement is where people are getting justice and help from. The organization, the average Black Lives Matter protest, nobody's donating money. So that whole thing was something different. Let me go back to the box, though. Those people were already rich, says Black Power, and that is true. They made millions and never heard from them again, says Johnny. Yeah, but the people who need help from Black Lives Matter, there's no money involved in it. Just like I've been to a couple of Trump rallies, I've been to Black Lives Matter protests as well. Nobody's talking fascism. Nobody was collecting money. In fact, one of the ones I went to, the chief of police was there, and he took a knee with the participants and promised to ban chokeholds in this department. Nobody was collecting money. So, and I tell you, probably well over 99% of Black Lives Matter gatherings, nobody collects money. That doesn't even come, and they damn sure ain't talking about fascism and Marxism and all this other bullshit. They're talking about the police. They're talking about systemic racism issues and stuff. They're not talking about, so that doesn't happen. But the leadership really fucked up by doing that because people are using that to demonize the movement. Looking in the comments, it's real rich that the right says Black Lives Matter collected but won't acknowledge Trump's scams. Let me go back to the box. I'll leave that alone. Stick the ruler. Good evening, Stick. Appreciate you holding on. Stick. Hey,
how you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm hanging around. So, the economy, the number one reason Americans are voting, is that your number one issue why you're going to the polls in 2 months?
Nah, and I can't tell nobody what to vote on and how to think. But that right now is not my number one issue.
Give me your top three issues.
Well, being I just became a granddad, and my first grandchild is a girl.
Ooh, I already know where that's going.
So I'm thinking about her future, and Donald Trump just came out and said that women would be better under him in the sense of if he gets back in the presidency.
Yeah, he stated that Trump stated that his administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. We covered that last night. He did say that, yeah.
Yeah, so the whole thing with that is there's no way possible that anything for women as a whole, especially a newborn, that by the time she's 4 years old, things would have changed so much up under Trump that I fear what the outcome could be. I don't even want to fathom it as a grandfather. So at the end of the day, that's my number one concern, that her future is bright. And to me, at this point, at this time, regardless of how you feel or how anybody else feels, to me, her future is brighter under somebody that actually looks like her. Just as well as they probably feel like their future looks brighter at somebody that looks like them, which would be Donald Trump at an old age. So,
well, I'm gonna ask you a question that's straight out of the audience, because you said you believe your granddaughter's future, in your opinion, might be better under a president that looks something like her. So, you know, your granddaughter's being, girls of color, and Kamala Harris being a woman of color. Now, Fancy Prancy in the comments said, how? What's leading you to believe that your grandchildren, your granddaughter, would be better in a country with a leader that looks like them? How?
okay, well, I'll say as a first lady, Michelle Obama. Now, we're talking about Kamala. Kamala. We're talking about Kamala. But at the end of the day, I'm just going to give you a nice little contrast of what I mean. When she came in office, her thing was making sure that my child at the time, which was my grandchild's mother, making sure that she had a healthy school meal. They had salad bar. They had the anything in the soda machine was caffeine free and no sugars and different things like that. Like, you want a soda, we'll give you a soda, but it's going to be a Diet Coke. It's going to be a Coke Zero. It's going to be something that doesn't have all that sugar in it.
That's a good answer. That's actually a good answer.
Yeah. Yeah. Versus a guy that when he comes into office, instead of the national football team coming to eat lobster and steak, he brings out McDonald's.
That did happen. Yeah, that did happen.
Come on, man. You bought 200 McDonald's meals? Like, seriously?
Well, that's what he eats. Didn't he also stop at Chick-fil-A? I mean, he likes that kind of food. I can't hate the man. It's good food. It just ain't good for you.
No. But see, I gotta make it a joke now. I won the national championship, and I be damned, this man had the McDonald's in the White House.
Yeah, he did do that. He absolutely
did. You got a buffet of Big Macs, double quarter pounders. It's the good stuff. It's got bacon on it. Come on, man. Come on, man. You tried yourself, Trump. And you did it in front of the world. You took a photo of you opening your arms like, look, this is the spread. And it was all McDonald's, bro.
It's funny because it didn't seem as funny because now that the way you worded, because I do remember him standing in front of a table full of Big Macs and fries and shit. He did do
see what I'm saying? And was that shit even hot? Because we know how McDonald's does it. Was that shit it was hot right then. But by the time the team got there, man, that shit was cold as hell. Ain't nobody want no cold McDonald's fries, man. You just tried them boys.
But I'm asking you seriously, in regards to your granddaughter, though, what else is Trump doing that would concern you? What are your 3 issues you're voting for? Number 1, I guess would be women's rights in regards to your granddaughters, but give me 2 more.
I would say his demeanor, with him wanting to be a dictator. I've said it before. He could turn into O'Day. Saddam's son, he would just ride up to a female, pick him up, snatch him up. Hey, do what he want to do with him.
And wait, come on. Now listen. Trump is almost 80 years of age. You don't think he would still be snatching chicks off the street?
Listen. He got immunity. Ain't no telling what he'll do. He got immunity. He did it on official business. Like, come on. This is the guy. This is the guy that we get that they want now. They want him bad as hell, and they want him to be able to do whatever he can do. They don't care. You just.
Listen. I hear what you're saying, but I can't let you. The man is almost 80 years old. You think he's gonna be like O'Day and Hussein? You're talking about Saddam Hussein's children who used to snatch innocent girls off the street and have his way with them, but Trump is too old for that now.
No, but his security team ain't. They late as hell. They might jump out a little late, and have to chase her down because they jumped on Trump a little too late. But what I'm saying is, they'll get her for him because he got immunity. and they did it under the official act. I mean, this is where I think he will go now that he knows that he got a Supreme Court that'll play ball. This is where he's gonna go with.
You really
He's gonna
think
go all the way
you
to
really
the
think
extreme.
you really think Trump would be capable at his age of doing something like that?
Man, shoot. Hey, Stormy said he had the Philly hands. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? He was like Gary Payton. He was the glove. So
Jesus Christ. All right, give me the third one. Give me you getting wild, but give me the third one.
okay, so the third one would just be the picture that he's painting right now of the Democratic Party and under Democratic leadership. Like off the cuff, you're not even qualified. The same way that he says that Kamala is not qualified, it's actually the reverse. You're not even qualified, homie. Like, you never held a government office until you got voted in. And the only reason you got voted in was because of racism. And the racism was, we just had a black man in office. Now we need somebody that could represent us and that looks like us and this and this and this. And the only person that they, in their mind, could fathom could be the president was a popular white man.
You say, wait, you saying that you believe that the only reason Trump got elected was due to racism?
Yeah, they even though it was prime for the picking. The economy was great. It was on the up and up. Unemployment was down. Who else to have nothing but a white man in there that ain't gonna mess it up? He's saying, I'm not gonna mess it up. I'm not gonna mess it up, but I'll get in there and I'll try to make it where we can even get more out of this. Because
I don't know. That's pretty strong. I mean, racism, huh?
This is what it is. Yeah, this is what it is. It's time for a white man to come in. And guess what? They all give him credit for Barack's economy because he came in and did nothing. He just rode a wave. And then with the turnaround, gave them a tax break. That's why they really like him in the sense of the rich.
So if you personally believe that Trump got elected due to racism, do you believe he himself is a racist?
Yes. And I believe that this is my belief, TikTok, my belief and my opinion only. I believe that he encourages those people that think like him to be loud like him and to say it. But he's teaching them how to say it in a way where sometimes it has to be explained through them and how they see he said it. But at the end of the day, it's blatantly out racist what he says. A black job, I can't see nobody but the blacks. Like, what else? Back in the day, didn't want to rent to black folks. It's just what do we got to lose? You know, you're last in this.
But the man said he's done more. The man has stated several times he's done more for blacks than anybody since Abraham Lincoln. You know, I bring it up all the time.
And I can state that I slept with on Jennifer Lopez. That don't mean that it's true.
Well said. Last but not least, Dallas in the comments says, no, we liked him because he stood on business. What about the notion that Trump was a successful businessman and this country needed somebody for the economy that knows business?
I just want y'all to understand that, yes, he is a businessman, but not a good businessman. He's bankrupt casinos. It's free money. There's no way possible that you can do that. Even the mob don't do that. They know how to do a skim properly. But this guy, apparently he doesn't. He had Trump Stakes. He had Trump University. He had the Trump Organization in the sense of a charity. And all of these things and these entities that he had up under that name are no longer here and or they owe money. They've been sued. They've been picked apart. Whatever the case may be, it no longer exists. And then a lot of people don't even remember ACN, where he was selling the phone that had the camera on it. But you had to have another phone just like it for you to use the camera.
Wow. I didn't know that.
So you had to have, it's called ACN, yes. And you could become, it was called basically what they call it, a pyramid scheme.
Damn. Well, maybe maybe he don't always put his name on the right shit, but he got some pretty successful. His golf courses have done all right. I mean, his name is still. I mean,
Oh man.
you don't think he's done anything right?
But this is the thing. When you say the golf courses have done all right, which statements are we going by? Are we going by
They still open.
the fraud ones? Are we going by the fraud ones where he said it was worth like $2 billion? Are we going by the ones that are actually factually when it's only worth like 18 million or 14 million or something like that?
Well, I will say I got to move it on, but I will say that if the numbers Trump gives you are often inaccurate. I mean, that doesn't mean he's not a success, but whatever his actual numbers are, when he gives you a number, you can assume that it's way higher than reality. I mean, if you ask Trump how tall he is, he would probably say 7 feet. I mean, he's going to exaggerate numbers. We know that already. I mean, the guy probably got 14 inches in his pants.
So last thing, Truth Social. Do I have to even say what's going on with Truth Social? Is it even worth anything?
Not in the long term, it won't be. Certainly with Elon Musk buying Twitter and uncensoring it. Yeah, Truth Social will eventually be a failure, in my humble opinion. And certainly if Trump doesn't win, if he doesn't win in November, it's going to come really quick. So, I mean, what
if he eats a Big Mac? What if he eats a Big Mac with too much sauce on it and has a heart attack? Then what? Then where are you at, Truth Social? You have no more Trump. Like, what you might cover the funeral. That's about it. After the funeral, what are you gonna do?
All right, Stick, I gotta go.
I'm just saying. I'm being honest. I'm just being honest. What are you gonna do?
I don't know if you're moving too fast. I appreciate it though, Stick. You're moving too fast. All right. I gotta go. All right, moving on with the program. Lisa, and Coach Jim, thank you for that sharing it live. He didn't sell influence like the Bidens. Says Fancy Prancy. He didn't sell influence like the Biden. I don't totally agree with that. I mean, his name is on everything. I don't know about that. I don't know. I won't say you're wrong, but I won't say you're right on that either in regards to selling influence. I believe his deals with Elon Musk are potentially a perfect example of selling influence. Trump was really critical of electric vehicles until Elon Musk started endorsing him and donating money to his campaign. Now, all of a sudden, he's speaking very favorably of him. I don't agree that Trump, in regards to selling influence. Remember after the Mandalay Bay mass casualty event where the guy took the windows out of his hotel room and fired across the street at a concert? Biggest mass casualty event in U.S. history right now. I think it was 500 some odd victims. About 60 of them lost their lives in that event. Right after that took place in 2017, Trump was talking about fighting with the NRA. He ultimately banned bump stocks, was talking about high capacity magazine bans and all of that. He got rid of that in 24 hours. A lot of folks believe somebody from the NRA got to him and told him your whole campaign would be shut down if you do this. I don't buy the notion that Trump is so different from typical politicians that he can't be got to. I don't believe that. I think he can be got to. I mean, every politician, in my opinion, can be, and I think he's not immune from that. I know a lot of folks that support Trump believes that he can't be bought. He had his own money and things like that. I don't subscribe to that. I do believe he can be got to, just like any other politician. I want to respond to a couple, and I see in the comments somebody says Putin got to him. What, PP tapes or something? I don't know about it. I'm sure that him and Putin are close friends. I believe that. They got I won't say close friends, but they have a friendly relationship. So it's possible. Twain the Square. How many January 6th marches have you seen outside the country supporting them? None, but January 6th marches outside of the country support. Haven't seen any. Gen X says, and if Trump would have catered KFC, he'd be a racist. I don't disagree with that. If Trump had brought KFC to support a team winning the championship and the team was primarily black, listen, you're going to some people out there that are going to find something wrong no matter what you do. Gen X is absolutely correct. Is that, what if some folks say they support Trump, they never gave him a chance from day one? There's some validity to that. But that's not something unique to Trump. Trump never gave Obama a chance from day one. In fact, he never gave Biden a chance from day one either. That's kind of how politics works. But I agree with you that if Trump brought KFC, let's say the NBA team that won the finals, and yeah, if he showed up at KFC, people would be calling him a racist. It's wrong, I agree, but people wouldn't do it. Just like right now, what is the primary request from Kamala Harris? That she needs to do interviews and take questions. What do you think the right wants to do? They want to find shit to pick apart. Doesn't matter what she says during those interviews. Everything you hear the next day describing her answers is going to be negative on the right. That's why they're begging for her to have an interview. We need material. We need content. Go out there and do an interview so we can come up with some negative shit that you said during the interview. Nothing she says is going to be viewed positively from the right. That's how it works. So when this stuff happened to Trump, it is what it is. That's how politics works. Real quick before we go back to the box, in regards to my last caller, you'll see on the monitor behind me that whole McDonald's spread. There is Trump on the monitor behind me standing in front of bunches of Big Macs. There is some salads there. I just wanted to bring it up because I thought that was really funny. Wendy's, well, I don't know which one. Oh, he ordered from multiple restaurants. Apparently he ordered from multiple restaurants. There's fries in a cup with the presidential seal on them. That was funny.
The rumors were true. This player loaded up all the goodies he could carry. The McDonald's order of all those Big Macs and Filet-O-Fish was taken by this McDonald's just blocks from the White House. We spoke to owner Carlos Mateos.
Okay, I'm not gonna go too deep into it, but I remember that when it happened. I thought it was funny. All right, let me go back to the box. Presidential fries. Yeah, how much did it cost to get a presidential paper cup? I don't know, but the paper cup for me would have been more valuable than the meal. To say I ate at the White House, I'm going to keep that cup forever. Now, that would be more valuable than the meal to me. I like presidential memorabilia. You guys know one of the things I often show, if I can dig it out here real quick before we continue the program. During the whole birther scandal, remember Trump was claiming that Barack Obama was not born in the country. I know Hillary Clinton started it, but Trump took it to a whole new level, him and Sheriff Joe Arpaio. Well, Obama during that time did a fundraiser on the whole birther movement. He cashed in on it. I talk about presidential memorabilia. I've showed this before, but this is a cup that I purchased during that era when Obama was being accused of not being born in America. So on the front of the cup, it has Obama. Still had black hair back then. It says made in the USA. But what's on the back of it? His long form birth certificate. You can read it, the time of birth and everything. His long form birth certificate is on the back of the cup. So it's one of those things I like. I like political shit, and that is one of them. And he made good money off of that. I forgot how much I paid for that. But anyway, continuing on with the program. Thank you folks for tapping the screen. Get the likes up to about 80,000. And Ill Will, one of my recent subscribers, good evening. Welcome to the program. That Trump is leading in terms of why people are voting. Number one, the economy. 70% of Americans are voting based on the economy. In a New York Times poll suggests that Trump is leading on the primary issues being the economy and the border. Ill Will, is that Ill Will? What is that, Ill Will?
Ill Will, yeah.
Okay. Is the economy your primary voting concern?
It is not. But I can definitely get how that would be other people's voting concerns.
What about yourself, though? Were you better off during the Biden years during the Trump years, rather, as many would say?
I think I'm about the same, personally. But it depends on which Trump years you're talking about, because obviously, we got
before the pandemic.
Yeah. I think I'm about the same, personally. Yeah.
Even though the price of goods and services, fuel, and everything is skyrocketed, you're getting a big pay increase.
Yeah, I think over the years, I would say that I've gotten pay increases, so it's kind of kept up with the price of inflation, kind of what the goods and services have done.
So if give me your three, if the economy is not number one, give me your top three reasons why you're voting in this election. I'm going to assume without the economy being number one, you're probably voting for Kamala.
Yeah.
Okay.
Voting for Kamala.
Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, my big three would just be like worker protections, strengthen our institutions, and the climate. I live in Louisiana, so climate is always going to be a big one for me. We have a bunch of oil refineries here that they threaten the health and the safety of lots of people around them. Also, I mean, we've been just seeing a crazy amount of hurricanes that have been greatly influenced by climate change.
Now you said worker protections and climate. What was that third one?
Strengthen our institutions, things like the Department of Education,
Okay.
FBI, DOJ.
Oh yeah, you absolutely.
EPA.
Yeah, and see a lot of times when people talk about whether or not you're voting for Trump or voting against Trump or voting for Kamala, they'll say the media has you brainwashed. Based on what you're talking about, yeah, you don't need media at all. I mean, when you're talking about, obviously climate change is a joke to former President Trump. So you're not going to get anything favorable to climate change out of the Trump administration. And when you talk about strengthen our institutions, yeah, he wants to get rid of a lot of them. I mean, the Department of Education, the FBI, the EPA. I mean, yeah. So, and last but not least, worker protections such as what, like unionization and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely a union buster. He's talked with Elon, saying that he favors Elon just firing people after they strike. So,
Yeah, I saw that.
He's not particularly for lots of worker protections. We know that he is greatly for deregulation. So you're not going to get a lot of worker protections under Trump.
Yeah. Now, in regards to the education thing, I see in the comments, Johnny said choices for education, not getting rid of public schools. Well, if you just want to say real quick, we used to have that in this country. If you give people choices, the wealthy are going to move their children to their own type of schools, and there's not going to be a lot of money left for public education. So it'll be there, but it'll be far more decrepit because the people who have money that used to fund the system will be allowed to opt out. So you can say it'll still be there, but at the end of the day, no, it really won't. I mean, it'll be a shadow of what it is right now. But listening to your issues there, Will, yeah, I suppose I don't have I tend to be able to play devil's advocate, but for these three issues, yeah, you gotta vote against Trump. I mean, there's just no sense at all if these are your top three issues for why you would vote for Trump.
Yeah, I mean, I like clean air, clean water, like he says he likes, but is against wind, wind. What is it? The windmills.
Yeah, Trump. I think just about every form of alternative energy. You can go online and find some kind of way Trump is criticized, and whether it's alternative, whether it's windmills you're talking about, whether it is electric vehicles and lithium batteries, solar panels. I think no matter what you come up with, you can probably easily go online and see an actual picture, not a CNN article, but an actual picture of Trump on stage saying something bad about that particular form of energy. Yeah,
like windmills cause cancer. They've been it's a bird it's a bird cemetery under the windmill. So I think if you're trying to move this country forward and you're a person who is fighting for the people say that Trump is the president of people. I disagree. A lot of the policies and just a lot of the things that have been put out by the Democrat Party as well as Kamala Harris has been very people focused, and I'm always going to fight for people. So like if we're looking at things about like worker protections, like the update to the Fair Labor Standards Act, to where it's actually it's requiring some of these companies to actually like pay people what they're worth for their overtime. So it's going to be people like under $55,000 or $50,000, but it's going to there are worker protections that are going to greatly they're going to go for the people, and I believe the people have been greatly underrepresented in a lot of these elections. So definitely.
I don't.
Environment, all that.
Yeah, my conversation with you might be slightly shorter than most because normally I'm able to push back, but for the issues you're voting on, I don't have any pushback because Trump is very far against all of these issues. I mean, it's too easy to research and improve it. Like I said, certainly with the union, I mean, he's not for a minimum wage increase or any of that stuff. If you say worker protections, he's on the other side of that stuff. He is for big business, reducing regulations and things like that. So,
and even if you look at the economy, like what you asked me earlier, I don't see I mean, I disagree with some of the things that Kamala has come out in her economic plan as well. But a lot of it was geared mostly towards people. We're talking about giving tax cuts to billionaires and the riches.
Well, they are people, though. As Mitt Romney would say, the corporations are people too. Trump is looking out for the people. It's just more of the upper echelon.
Yeah, definitely the 1% of people. I mean, if we're talking about people, yeah, they're definitely people.
Well, not just the 1%. He's for small business. I mean, he's just he's more for the haves than the have-nots. But you don't have to be a millionaire. I mean, just like I said, if you got a small business, he's going to be more for you than the people working at your business.
Yeah, I've just never believed that a trickle-down economy has been a way to go. We saw with Bill Clinton that he put up the corporate tax rate, I think, from like 34% to 35% or something like that, and strengthened some of those kind of tax percentages. I mean, it worked out great for him. He had a surplus at the end of his administration, and we have not been seeing that this trickle-down economy that when these corporations get tax cuts, that they look out for the workers. When they get these historic, gains and money, it doesn't trickle down.
Well, I've worked I worked for AT&T and I worked for United Parcel Service. I remember some of those very profitable quarters. It does trickle down. Usually, if the company does very well, you get pizza. So that's what they.
And sometimes you get two pieces.
Right, exactly. That's what usually they'll tell. Usually right before lunch, the vice president or somebody will come on the floor and tell you how great they did and thank you all for such a great performance and tell you there's pizza in the break room. Enjoy yourselves, and that's. I gotta move it on though.
All right, man. Well, you have a good one. I appreciate you and everything you do. I love your show.
I appreciate that. Thanks for the support. Thank you. All right, moving on with the program. And I tell you that I think a lot of Americans can what I just said resonates with a lot of Americans where you've worked for a big company and when that company has a profitable quarter, you get pizza. That happens a lot. I mean, you get a couple slices of pizza when you know damn well they're making millions. They're putting money in their pocket. They're getting, at least 5-digit bonuses. And you're getting a couple slices of pizza. Let me go back to the bike, and that happens a lot. I wish you could have all heard what was just played on ABC News. More Crow, state what was on there. I have the television running behind me. Trump ran America like his business into the ground. I don't buy that. I don't think Trump ran America into the ground. I think economically we're doing all right. I think he made some awful, awful decisions during the pandemic because Trump was planning on running for re-election in 2020, and his primary selling point was the economy's been pretty good. So when the pandemic hit and all the advisors was telling him, you got to start shutting things down, the writing was on the wall. We're not going to be able to do all of this and maintain a good economy. So what he then started trying to do was maintain the economy and take the advice coming from the likes of Dr. Fauci and the CDC and the FDA. You can't do both of them. And that's why even to this day, at least on the MAGA side of the aisle, the Trump side of the aisle, the messaging is still mixed. Trump can get up there and brag about how effective Operation Warp Speed is and they'll boo him. Because he was giving out a lot of mixed messaging during that time. People are dying, but we got to remain open. I mean, pick a side. He was kind of doing it from both sides. And like I said, even to this day, it's still kind of mixed message, at least from his own supporters. Twain to Square. How many Black Lives Matter marches outside of country to show support? Lots of them. Twain to Square. There were a lot. During the George Floyd era, There were a lot of Black Lives Matter marches in Europe. Anywhere there were black people, really. Maybe not in Africa, but anywhere where there was a lot of diversity. But certainly I remember seeing them in London and things like that. There were lots. And listen, at the end of the day, our news is shown worldwide. Just like, and I see that's a follow-up to your question about how many January 6th marches were outside of the country to show support. And I said 0. So in other words, you're doing what MAGA often does. You're comparing January 6th to the likes of the protests on January 6th, riots, protests, whatever you want to call them, to the protests and riots of Black Lives Matter. And you're rightfully pointing out that Black Lives Matter has gotten a ton of support and January 6th is not. Good post. I agree with that. I don't think there's anybody supporting January 6th outside of this country. There were tons of people that supported Black Lives Matter. Will G 87 says, bro, did you hear about the group of Republicans trying to invalidate Kamala Harris, Nikki Haley, and Vivek Ramaswamy from presidential contention, citing Dred Scott? I heard something about that. So I didn't take it seriously, but I did hear, and the Dred Scott decision was awful. I heard something about that. And I left it at that. I mean, because it hasn't made the mainstream media to any significance. So I kind of left it at that. King Mo, you said you tagged me, and I did hear something about it. I didn't see your post, King Mo, but I would have to check it out. But yeah. And I see, that shit's going on too, says Andy. Sorry, just went back in. It was CBS News. Okay, I didn't see it. Black Lives Matter founder bought 6 mansions, all in white neighborhoods, said play to win. We covered this earlier. I don't want to get too deep back into Black Lives Matter, but there's a difference between the organization, Black Lives Matter, the organization, and Black Lives Matter, the movement. The organization is the leadership, the folks who apparently started the movement, the ones that are getting donations. Most people out there with signs, say her name, Breonna Taylor, and all these, they don't know who the fuck these people are. Black Lives Matter, the movement, basically has nothing to do with the organization. Nothing. You go to a Black Lives Matter protest nobody's collecting any money or any of this stuff. So the idea that they took money and bought mansions, look, they should be held accountable. Throw the ass in prison, whatever the case may be. Get them with wire fraud, whatever fraud. Nobody, they mean nothing to the movement. Black Lives Matter, the organization, the ones you guys like to point out to demonize Black lives, they mean nothing to the movement. You could put them in prison for the rest of their lives and they would not stop the movement in any way, fashion, or form. They are completely divorced from the movement. Black Lives Matter, the movement, just simply means when something happens to an African American or a black person, it should be treated the same as something happening to anybody else. That's it. You don't need to donate any money to that. It ain't about fascism or Marxism. Nobody's talking about any of that. So just want to clear that up. Anyway, going back to the box, you're not even close to the same thing. Yeah, they're not. Black Lives Matter is a political weapon. It can be used that way, I suppose. I suppose because at the end of the day, without Black Lives Matter, there's a lot of corrupt people that would still be in positions of power. Derek Chauvin with the whole George Floyd thing is the best example I can give you because he was on TV doing that for 4 straight days and he had not arrested him yet until Black Lives Matter went down there and things started going up in flames. All of a sudden now, well, maybe we need to arrest his ass. They were going to wrap that. Same thing with George Zimmerman. Remember him and Trayvon Martin? Now, George Zimmerman was found not guilty on, they suggested that he had to do it to defend his life. Whatever. But the police took that case, gave it about 2 hours worth of their time, and had already sent him home with his gun. They didn't even give it an investigation. They looked at Trayvon Martin on the ground dead. Hey, I guess you're right. Here's your gun back. Go home. And it was this also happened. I can't think of the guy's name, Ahmad Diallo or something. I can't think of the proper name pronunciation, but it happened down in southern Georgia, where an African American went into some type of home that was under construction, walked through it, and was then jogging in the neighborhood where 3 guys jumped into 2 vehicles, caught up to him, and he lost his life as well. Once again, in that case, within a few hours, they had wrapped it up and gave all of the killers their weapons back and sent them home. Black Lives Matter went down there. Those 3 guys are now in prison for the rest of their lives. So Black Lives Matter has brought justice to people. I just want to say that. It ain't about collecting money. They brought justice. Let me get back to the actual topic, though. Ahmaud Arbery, that was the name. And yeah, the whole notion about Trump and police immunity, I can't, we talked about that. Going to Andy, good evening, welcome to the program. Tim, can I please see you? Something I gotta go. Oh, James, good evening. James, are you there? All right.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, all right. So the economy, is that your number one issue?
It's a main issue, yes. The economy, under Trump, in my opinion, was definitely way better for me and my family. I drive a semi. I'm an owner-operator, and when all this took place and Trump was saying that, if Biden gets in, you're going to have higher gas and all this stuff, I thought, well, I make enough money. It's never going to affect me. It's going to affect smaller guys, Mm-hmm. And let me tell you, I'm still getting by, but I definitely feel the pinch. That's for sure.
So let me ask you, with the higher cost of goods and services in this country, including fuel, as you're letting on, do you believe Biden is responsible for all of that?
I would say overall, yes. Him shutting down the pipeline, not just the one pipeline, but whenever you shut down the oil field at that time, right now we're back to drill, baby, drill. But, when he first got in, they shut all the oil field and all that down, and they said, oh, well, the oil field guys can just go find new jobs too. And, so now we're in the last year, the election year, so of course, it's like they think we're all done, like we don't realize, oh, look, they're not going to notice, let's lower their fuel a little bit. Let's make it drilling again. Well, it's the last year, so they're doing that to try and get all the votes.
Okay, so at the end of the day, then you do. You do believe you were doing much better under Trump economically, but you started out by saying the economy was not really your number one issue.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you got a really loud tone in the background. Okay, James, your signal. I'm gonna have to drop you. Come back through. Your signal's going in and out. I don't like to have to drop people, but James, your signal is going in and out. Feel free to come back through. We'll try it again. We'll put Andy on in the meantime. Good evening, Andy.
Can we get Jesse Waters fired?
Did he? Is he fired?
No, I want him fired.
Oh.
For insinuating, wait till you hear what he did. Even Janine Pirro called him down. If he don't get fired for this, women are going to be pissed all over this country. He insinuated that Kamala Harris in a situation room would be paralyzed and the generals would have their way with her. And then when he was called on it, he said, I didn't mean sexually. And then he said something about them manhandling her. He needs to go.
Damn. I like Jesse Waters, but damn, he said all of that.
Now, would he have said that about anybody other than a black woman? And be honest.
I'm not certain. I'm just gonna say, wow. When did he say that on the five?
I have reason to be indignantly mad today. That is unacceptable. It promotes violence against women. That's a BS. He's got to go.
Wow. Now I haven't heard it. I'm looking on. I see
You want me to play it for you?
Yeah, I see
got
it.
it queued up on the TV.
Let me hear, because I see the Young Turks got it, but let me hear what you got.
Look, oh, I'm so mad.
I mean, it's Fox News, though, at the end of the day.
That's no. We don't talk about even allude to raping women, Tim.
Yeah, but they call Trump a racist, and I mean, they say bad things about Trump.
Listen to him yourself.
Okay.
You don't gotta believe me.
Let me hear you. Let me hear what you got.
Get off my computer, baby.
All right.
Mommy loves you, but stop that.
You got it?
I mean, like, how often do you see me indignantly mad? Listen.
As commander-in-chief, we don't know who she is. We don't know what she believes. She's going to get paralyzed in the Situation Room while the generals have their way with her. Right now, Jesse, I don't like that. Figuratively, again, have their way with her. Control her.
That's not okay. So that was an analogy about.
Yeah.
That was an analogy. Just so you can.
Yeah, I did hear Judge Jeanine Pirro.
Is that she is getting raped. It is absolutely disgusting. And Jesse Waters said this on air. And I mean, look at his face. Look at his reaction. He has to know that what he said was wrong.
Not in a sexual way.
No, come on. That is a terrible, terrible way to try to slip out of that. And then he talks about it more.
That would be great. You know, like your sister does something and you're like speaking on behalf of the Waters. I'm sure my mother was probably go on MSNBC tonight and said, my son, Jesse Waters, made a joke about Kamala Harris being manhandled by generals in the Situation Room. And she...
Wait. So he just said...
So manhandled? So manhandled. So it didn't mean sexually?
Yeah.
Let
me just say this. Normally, because I listen, I'm used to hearing folks say things are taken out of context, usually in defense of Trump. And I would see a little bit of an out in favor of Jesse Waters, but the fact that Judge Jeanine Pirro, of all people, corrected him shows that even she took it wrong. And Judge Jeanine Pirro is probably further to the right than Jesse Waters. The fact that she stepped in like that, the fact that she corrected him is pretty much all you need. She obviously took it, caught it as meaning something that was insulting. So, wow.
The fact that I came with the proof.
Yeah, that's proof.
That's not acceptable in this country. That will promote violence against women.
I don't know about that though. How do you say that?
Still talking about that about women like that? Yeah, it does. And it's once again, Tim. I will send you some information.
I think he's just trying to portray her. I think he's just trying to portray her as incompetent. But I can see how it can be taken to mean that the generals are sexually assaulting her.
Manhandle directly after that.
Huh?
He used the word manhandle directly after that, meaning put their hands on her. Yeah. So no matter what, he meant what he said.
He ain't gonna get fired from Fox, Andy. I can tell you that. Fox News ain't gonna get him with that.
Where's Hannity?
Like I said, if Judge Jeanine Pirro,
for Jesse Waters,
I'm
gonna get every woman I can find, and we're coming for Jesse Waters.
Well, you know, while you're coming for Jesse Waters, you'll be happy to know that Gen X is coming for you, and he's referring to what you're saying as a crock of shit, and says go make him a sandwich. Who do you think? Gen X?
Like, should that name mean something to me? Like, I don't know. It just doesn't seem to ring a bell.
Wait, hold on. Make me a sandwich?
You know, it's not important enough for me to remember. So
okay.
All
right.
I purged that stuff. I have to do so much Republican homework. I purged the incidentals. But this is not okay at all. And by the way, Harris is leading women by 13 points.
Only 13? I'm surprised. I'm really surprised.
Well, this was just the latest poll. Trump's only leading men by 7.
Now, I'm really surprised. Well, depends on the category of men. I would assume with white men, it's got to be about 50.
Well, I mean, I'm just telling you what the poll said. I'm not trying to,
Which poll? Which polls?
Like everybody else. I'm not adding or subtracting. It's just something that I saw that I thought I should share with you.
Which poll?
That's not acceptable, and Fox News needs to call out their own.
Good luck with that. Good luck with that. They're not going to do it.
Is that a challenge?
You think Fox News is going? I mean, Jesse Waters is almost a
My
flat.
husband one time told me I couldn't put a Chinese counterfeit operation out of business, so I changed the way Plantronics did business altogether, and I did. So I will challenge accepted.
All right, and I'll
Jesse
explain.
Waters is on my list. Women should go after the advertisers. We should not accept this.
The type of women that would go. I mean, the type of women like you ain't watching Fox to begin with. They don't. Now maybe the advertisers, you may have a point because they don't care about what you're saying because you're not there.
Like me will tell other women, and it's all over liberal news already. Where do you think I saw it?
No, it's bad. I think. I mean, I can see a little bit of daylight to come out of it if Judge Jeanine Pirro hadn't acted the way she did. I could see reasons to defend Jesse Waters, but the fact that Judge Jeanine Pirro acted like that really speaks volumes. The fact that she jumped in.
In the comments, y'all call and raise hell with Fox and their damn advertisers. Let's get this done.
Good luck. Good luck. I gotta move it on.
But that's the rhetoric the right puts out while they're calling the left violent. I just wanted to point that out.
I don't know.
I'm going to see Stone Temple Pilots. I got to go get pretty and go.
All right. Appreciate it, Andy. Good information. Thank you. And because I hadn't heard what she was talking about before I go back to the box. By the way, tap the screen. I'll get right on that, sis. Gen X. Tap the screen. We might be to get up to 100,000. We might be to do that if you guys would show the program some love. So tap the screen, get the likes up. By the way, this is uncensored programming. This is what we do every day we're here. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. Everyone is allowed to speak regardless of your political affiliation. You can be critical of anybody in the comment section and including yours truly. Free speech, we are all about, and we are MAGA friendly. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. If you enjoy that type of dialogue from all sides of the aisle without any concern of being blocked, banned, or censored, follow the program on TikTok, a subscription on YouTube, if you will. Instead of saying that Kamala, you spelled it wrong. Forrest says, instead of saying that Kamala Harris would be able to hold her own in the general room, she goes on to accuse the man of saying that she's going to be taken advantage of sexually. Forrest, you don't see any reason at all why a woman might think that what he's referring to is her being, I mean,
Jesse Waters, full comments.
This is where the president has his most impact. You have a lot of room to maneuver there as commander-in-chief. We don't know who she is. We don't know what she believes. She's going to get paralyzed in the Situation Room while the generals have their way with her. Right now,
Jesse,
I don't like that. Figuratively, again, have their way with her. Control her.
You got Judge Jeanine Pirro, who says some really bad shit about Trump, and normally lets Jesse Waters say whatever the hell he wants. If she's telling him to take that back, Judge Jeanine Pirro is an ally. If you're MAGA, Judge Jeanine Pirro is 100% an ally. If she is correcting Jesse Waters, like I said, I would be willing to play devil's advocate in favor of Jesse Waters, saying the same thing with a lot of MAGA is saying, look, it could have meant this or that. But when you see her act like that, I mean, Judge Jeanine Pirro is not going to defend Kamala Harris for any damn reason at all. Kamala Harris could be, on fire and she wouldn't piss on her. So for her to correct him, that's about as strong of a case to make to say that, yeah, what he said was pretty wild.
As commander-in-chief, we don't know who she is. We don't know what she believes. She's going to get paralyzed in the Situation Room while the generals have their way with her. Right now,
Jesse,
I don't like that. Figuratively, again, have their way with her. Control.
By the way, Dana Perino, I watch a lot of The Five. I've been watching this show for years. Dana Perino, who is over to his left, she also spoke out immediately. Both of the women on the program. Dana Perino used to be the spokesperson for the George W. Bush administration. Both of them immediately corrected him. So when you hear liberal women saying that this is awful, understand you got two women there that are anything but liberals that also immediately, I mean, like, while he's still talking, he immediately corrected him.
That figuratively, again, have their way with her, control her, not in a sexual way.
And I hear Greg Gutfeld also laughing. Yeah, so I hadn't heard that. Andy, thank you for that clip. I hadn't heard it, but that don't look good. We'll see where it goes in the media, but that I don't know if Jesse Waters is going to get punished for it, but I think she is probably right. My last guest, Andy, in saying that they're going to go after him for that. They're going to. I mean, it is. Look, if that type of conversation was being had, let's say in reference to Trump's daughter or something like that, the right would go after that person. The right would go after him. I mean, like I said, watching Judge Jeanine Pirro and Dana Perino act like that shows that even they thought it was way over the line. Looking in the comments, why would we be surprised they want to take away women's rights and he thinks rape is funny? Wow. Sure, he supports the rapist for president. Damn, easy B. It's gracious. I'm going to leave it at that. But I wouldn't be surprised if... I don't think Fox is going to terminate the guy. I disagree with Andy on that, but looking at what we just seen there, wouldn't surprise me if he at least got on air and had to apologize or something like that for it. Those two women on the show acting like that says a lot, speaks volumes. And I see in the comments, Twain says he know what he meant. Apparently they know what he meant. What rights are we talking about? And he didn't suggest grape, Lord Overkill. He said the generals are going to have their way. How often do you hear the term somebody's going to have their way with a woman that is not used in a sexual sense? I mean, his choice of words, you don't see any reason at all for people to be suspicious about this. I mean, he actually used the terms have her way. How often do somebody use that term? Okay, I'm going to go, I got a female coming to a mechanic shop. She don't know shit about cars, so we're going to make up something on the pricing and rip her off. They don't normally say we're going to have our way with her. Somebody said, that is a term that is usually used in conjunction with sexual assault. How often do you hear somebody say have their way with her and it's not in reference to a sexual act? Hey, look, we can play devil's advocate for Jesse Waters. I certainly normally would be able to, but have their way with her, and you're gonna suggest people are not supposed to think that refers to sex at all? All right. Continue on the program. Wow. Just because what does that says? Wow. Just because people have their way with him don't mean everyone gets that treatment. Well, like I said, when somebody says when you're talking about men having their way with a woman, I've never heard that term used that wasn't in reference to something that was sexual. Never have, not once. Did Trump get touched up by North Korea, hence the love letters? What? Anyway, let me go back to the box. Look, like I said, Jesse Waters is probably going to have to apologize for that. I don't expect him to get canned, but he's going to have to apologize. Going back to one of my subscribers, they get first digs. Top Dog. Good evening, Top Dog. Welcome to the program. In a debate, have your way in an argument. No, I debate all damn day. I've never referred to myself as having my way with one of the guests. You listen, maybe Jesse Waters meant something else, but you really got to spin it to get to that point. Nobody uses the term have their way with a woman if it's not a sex act. You really got to spin to look for a way to defend him. Dana Perino and Judge Jeanine Pirro acting like that shows that right off the bat, they knew what he was talking about, and it wasn't good. They corrected him instantly. Instantly, they corrected him. And they are, like I said, they are told, especially Judge Jeanine Pirro. Dana Perino somewhat, because of her connection to George W. Bush. She's not like serious pro-Trump, but Judge Jeanine Pirro is a 100% ally of former President Trump. And she corrected him. So, no, I don't think you can defend him on this one. I think it's obvious that his comment was pretty bad. And I would happily defend him and play devil's advocate if I could, but no. That one, he got caught on. It's disgusting they're trying to defend him, says Andy. Yeah. Well, look, if he was maybe, well, I don't know. The liberals tend to be pretty deep into the cannibalism. So if a liberal said this about Trump's woman or something like that, I think a lot of liberals would go after him too. Liberals will cannibalize their own. The right defends their own. Jesse Waters' comment is bad. It just is. I mean, it's a bad comment. The idea that he didn't mean it, because the minute they said take it back, he started explaining himself. He started using it out. He knew he went overboard with that shit. He's just hoping they let him get away with it, and they didn't. Cleaning house is not cannibalism. Sometimes. I think what happened to Senator Al Franken in Minnesota was not cleaning house. That was cannibalism. Compared to what some people are allowed to remain on board for, Al Franken got cut pretty easy. So I don't know if I think sometimes it's cannibalism. I mean, they were going to hold on to George Santos until just a whole laundry list of shit came out. New York Congressman George Santos, a bunch. I mean, he was lying about his parents perishing in 9/11 and shit, and they were going to hold on to him until it just started looking like every single thing this dude said was a lie. They're like, okay, well, maybe now. Al Franken didn't do anywhere near that much shit. They got rid of him. So that's cannibalism to me. If Fox loses money, they will dump Jesse Waters. That is true, Black Power. That is true, because they got rid of my, I consider him a mentor, Bill O'Reilly. I'm a huge fan of Bill O'Reilly. When they got rid of him in 2017, I'm like, okay, that's serious. Fox has got rid of a lot of folks. Eric Bolling, I think he's now on Newsmax. They got rid of him. Kimberly Guilfoyle, passing sexual messages, emailing. She's now in the Trump family. They got rid of Kimberly Guilfoyle for doing that. Bob Beckel, who's now deceased, got rid of him for using racial slogans. And he was a strong liberal on the program. He was a strong liberal. Got rid of him for racial issues. Geraldo Rivera got into a spat with Eric Bolling. And they got rid of Geraldo because Eric Bolling is a flagship to the program with his comedy hour. So, yeah, Fox News has gotten rid of a lot of people. Mainly around that show to 5. That's where a lot of people on that show to 5, because it is a debate show. And sometimes people go over the line. That's mainly where now Bill O'Reilly is another, he himself, they got rid of him because he was apparently trying to bang some of the staffers or whatever. They got rid of a lot of folks on there. Cuomo is on News Nation, alter ego, and CNN got rid of him and Don Lemon. CNN got rid of him and Don Lemon. Looking in the comments, has anyone noticed that Harris seems drunk on camera sometimes with the hand gestures and delayed speech? 67 Griswold. I heard somebody else say something about Kamala Harris appearing drunk. I'll tell you this. I would have to see the network you saw that on, because they were able to show definitive proof that Fox was deliberately slowing down video footage and audio of Nancy Pelosi to make her appear drunk. They proved that they were doing it. They were able to prove that they were slowing it down to say she was drunk. So just like we talk about CNN and MSNBC being untrustworthy, Fox is the same thing. If you're on the right, you don't talk about that much, but Fox News, everything the right accuses CNN or MSNBC of doing, Fox News is doing the same thing in reverse. Keep in mind, most of Fox News top paid commentators and journalists have actually been at Trump rallies, spoke at them, been on Air Force One when he was president. Kimberly Guilfoyle went straight off the network into the family. So Fox News does exactly what folks are suggesting in MSNBC and CNN does. They just do it for the Trump campaign. A lot of members of that network went right, either they started on Fox and went into the Trump administration, or went straight from the Trump administration to the network. There's a lot of links between the Trump administration and Fox. Just the Republican Party in general. The Republican Party in general, there's a lot of links. I mean, everybody from Karl Rove to Dana Perino, all of these folks got links to the Republican Party. So the Fox News network is exactly what the right is accusing MSNBC and CNN of. Not news, mostly lies, says Just for that. Yeah, they don't even run the Fair and Balanced moniker anymore. They stopped doing it. They stopped even showing it. It just says the H. Oh, HR Gator, good evening.
Hey, Tim, how you doing?
I'm doing good. The economy, is that your number one reason why you're voting?
Nope.
You know, the odd thing is I've had about 10 guests or more on here. I don't think anyone answered yes to that question. Now, the polls claim that 70% of Americans that are voting based on the economy. That's their number one issue. I have not heard one person say that the economy is the main reason why they're voting. Why is that?
I am 41 years old. I have never been polled once in my life. Get a grip. I don't listen to those damn polls. That is a metric. That is hey, we asked this group, and of this group, they said. Well, if you're doing actual controlled tests, and is it double blind? Is it this and that? What factors did you take into account? What demographic? What area? What age? No.
I get polled. I get polled all the damn time. Before you continue, I just want to respond to a statement. Taco Syndicate on YouTube says nobody on the right watches Fox News except for boomers. That's most of your damn party. The boomers are the ones that reliably show up to vote. Percentage wise, that group votes more than any damn body. So you say nobody watches Fox News except the boomers. That's a large portion of your damn party. But so if you had to give 3 reasons why you're voting, HR Gator, I'm assuming the economy, your top 3 reasons for voting this November, what would you give?
Women's rights, obviously. I have a daughter. I have a future daughter-in-law. Okay. I have nieces, sisters. Women's rights, first of all. Second of all, we'll say everyone's rights. Well, I got to get it away from just women.
What do you mean by, you don't think Trump is a danger to quote-unquote everyone's rights, do you?
Oh, not if you're a white man.
Oh.
No, why not? But obviously, we've already proven that white women are not protected under this umbrella of Trump. No woman is protected. No race, creed, color, nationality, religion. We're not, no. They just, Ken Paxton, in Texas today, just raided elderly Latino members' homes.
Yeah, that's crazy. I heard about that.
78, 80, they're doing they're already filing all kinds of suits. It's wild. People talk about Texas that don't live in Texas like they have any idea. It's pitiful. This border control thing that, yes, obviously we need control. They just spun that out so bad and made people think all over the country that have no idea and that don't border a border at all, that they're being overrun. I'm like, stop it. Open your eyes and look around. So women's rights, everyone's rights, and moving forward. And I know that's a broad statement.
Yeah, very broad.
It's very, very broad. It is, no, I don't think that you should take down the Department of Education. No, I don't think you should take away books. No, I don't think you should take down the DOJ. No, I don't think police should have immunity. That's crazy. No, I don't think you should take down the FBI. No, I don't think that on page 16 of his crap on his own website where he talks about taking woke Democratic members out of the military ASAP and firing them, that's okay. No, I have many vested interests in this country. 2 of them, my children. 1 is serving in the military and 1 is a girl.
Wow. So
I don't know where the hell anybody thinks that I'm not fully paying attention to education, to the military, to the potential wars, to all of that. And you want to badger me about some damn gas that the president doesn't control? You want to badger me about some damn bread that Walmart...
But how about this comment? Okay, well, in regards to paying attention, here's a comment I'm seeing on YouTube. I'm going to give you this comment, and the floor is yours. Forrest Savage says, I was 15 when Joe Biden was elected, and I have watched him obliterate this beautiful, incredible, amazing country. It's a fucking joke, and some people will still vote for him, suggesting that it is Biden that has destroyed the country, and it is asinine that you would even consider voting for him. Well, or in this case, Kamala Harris.
Okay, so that person, respectfully, is all of 19 years old. Come back to me when you've had several kids and been through a whole lot of shit, some bankruptcies for medical debt and all that shit. Come back to me when you have experience dealing with the things that you say have ruined this country. I now don't have to worry that medical bills will go on my credit anymore. You know why that's important to me? Because that same son that is serving all of us in that military, I had to file bankruptcy twice due to medical bills to get him situated while he was a child.
That's a good point. That's a good point you brought up. That's a good point you brought up too. He said I was 15 when Biden got elected. You're like, well, you're only 19 right now.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, so you ruined what? You didn't even start paying attention. I mean, and that's not a diss at that 15-year-old to 19-year-old. That is situationally. However, what that 15-year-old brings up, now 19, is that, hey, boomers, hey, everybody that's old, hey, everybody that's, 40 and up, y'all better stop playing, because these kids, they are not messing around. They are paying attention far younger than we were. They have access to information, and they care. We were in the 80s and 90s. We were out drinking water out of the damn hose, hopping over ponds, getting drunk in fields and shit, didn't have cell phones, didn't have nothing. We were out wild. They had a damn commercial to remind our parents to tell us to come inside.
Yeah.
These kids have access. They're reading bills, and they are also affected by this stuff right now, and they see it. These kids have lived through school shootings, mall shootings, freaking church shootings. They have lived through COVID. They have lived through watching every single one of us adults not have a damn idea how to help them, because we had never dealt with it before ourselves.
Oh.
And they watched us as families be torn apart. They watched our holidays be destroyed. They watched the fact that siblings and mothers and fathers and brothers and sisters and lifelong friends don't talk anymore because of this division. They have been watching. They are far more informed than we ever thought about. We didn't give a single shit. We did not care when we were 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. We didn't care. Nobody in here can tell me they cared unless they were involved in politics at that time. We did not care. We were super pissed that Kurt Cobain died. We were super pissed that Aaliyah died in a plane crash.
Yeah.
We were super upset and super affected, and most of us started paying attention when we were between 18 and 20 years old when the damn Twin Towers went down.
I do remember that commercial you mentioned too. It's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your children are?
Do you know where your kids are? The best way I can describe this, there's two things I want to say. First, everyone that says that we can't have a woman leader because everybody won't respect us, y'all are dumb as hell. What, we have a queen for like 130 damn years in England? Nobody mess with her. Stop.
Well, she's a figurehead though. She wasn't making decisions.
I don't give a shit. Did they all gang up on the queen? Hell no. They didn't give Elizabeth no damn trouble. Her ass died old and just fine. Second of all, when I go to my number one topic, which is women's rights, and everybody wants to come in and go, well, you need to pay attention. We got war. Let me ask you a question, Tim. If you had or have, I do not know, a daughter, and she's at home with you, it's just you and her, but you got something going on down the street. There's a block meeting in the neighborhood, okay? Because there's some shit going down in your neighborhood. There's problem. There's crime. People are getting their cars broken into. Everything's going to hell, right? You need to be at this meeting. It is a priority because your neighborhood is voting on new fences, lighting, and cameras.
Okay.
And it is important that you're there. But at that same minute, somebody is trying to actively break into your house and hurt you and your daughter. What are you paying attention to first? You and your daughter, or you going to that meeting?
Me and my daughter, my family.
My daughter. That's it. Full stop. It doesn't matter anyone else's opinion. Right now, someone's trying to get into my damn house.
It's a good point.
Just like they went and got into those poor people, Latino elderly people, raided their homes today.
One of them was in their 80s. I don't get that.
78, 80, and something else. Absolutely asinine. These little old women, poor things, are sitting there and they're like, we're suing this, we're going after this, we're going after the good. That's ridiculous. So don't anybody ever come in here and be like, you act like they're going to come in your house. Yeah, the hell they did today. August 27th, 2024. Every one of you that say they won't come in your house, 3 people around San Antonio today beg to damn differ.
Was it only 3?
I think it was 3, but I may be wrong on that. Do not hold me to the fire. I read several stories. I watched a press conference about it a little while ago. And honestly, Tim, I was just so pissed and upset because it doesn't make any damn sense. It's just election interference. They're just trying to go in there. Yeah. They purged 1 million voters from the Texas.
I saw that. Yeah.
We have to check our registration every damn day.
Wow.
Who is interfering in that? The Democrats? Get the fuck out of here.
All right, Gator, I got to move it on.
Hey, have a great night.
Hey, you made it happen. Appreciate it.
See ya.
Thank you. Looking in the comments, Texas probably suppressed other story. Well, and that's probably true because apparently that wasn't the first time that individual was responsible for ordering raids on people. These are folks who are organizing votes or something like that, or helping register people to vote. And listen, you're doing it for the other side. I mean, it's just the way it is. If let's just say it doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're on. You're supporting Trump, you're supporting Kamala. It doesn't matter. If you are personally helping hundreds, if not thousands of people to register, there are going to be a lot of eyes on you. The opposition don't want you doing what you're doing. Now, it's going to be worse if you lean left because high voter turnout usually helps the left. It doesn't usually help the right like that. For some strange reason, I think the Republicans are more likely to vote on their own as opposed to the liberals that need some incentive. There's a lot of groups like the minority groups, like I know for damn sure black people don't normally show up to vote. They usually have to be incentivized. Maybe let's say with a black leader running for office or something like that. Whereas the Republican Party usually is a little bit more involved. So high voter turnout always generally benefits the Democratic Party as opposed to the Republican Party, which is why the Republican Party generally is not a big fan of making it easier to vote. They would, they would prefer putting up a few hurdles because high voter turnout doesn't help them. Now, there's pros and cons to it. If you make it easier for everybody to vote, you do also make it easier to commit acts of fraud. Mail-in votes or allow anybody to vote without an ID and things like that. Yeah, you do increase the likelihood somebody could commit an act of fraud. If you make it, the easier you make it to vote, the easier it is to commit fraud. However, there's a flip side to that. The harder you make it to vote, the more likely you are to take away votes that actually should have counted. Like, for instance, signature match. I bring this up all the time. Legitimate voter casted a ballot but the signature on the ballot didn't match. How many of us could duplicate our signature every damn time? Maybe your driver's license signature, 5, 6 years old, and you sign a different way now. Well, signature match, your shit's getting thrown out. Or they do things like, well, if you didn't vote in the last election, or if you haven't voted in the last 2 elections, we're going to delete your registration, and you got to re-register to vote. Now, this is a legitimate voter that may have not, just chose to sit out the last 2 elections. State of Ohio did this. If you haven't voted in the last 2 elections, we're just going to purge you from the voter rolls. So you don't sat out the last 2 elections. They don't purge you from the voter rolls, and you decide, well, I like Kamala, I'm going to show up to vote this time. And you don't know. They haven't advised you that they've purged you. So now you cast a ballot, and the ballot don't count. The right makes it harder to vote. Like I said, the left makes it easier, which can increase fraud, but the right makes it harder, which can lead to legitimate voters not being allowed to vote. Such as the right don't favor mail-in ballots. Well, now if you got somebody that's sitting at home that's disabled, but have a legitimate right to vote, they can't do it because the right went against something that would have made it easier for them to vote. So both sides are hurting people by doing that. But that is, as Black Power is talking about, that's suppression. That's suppressing votes. They want the turnout to be less. And it does work. The same thing with limiting polling places. You hear about these laws where you can't give somebody a bottle of water in line, and they're in line for 7 or 8 hours. That ain't by coincidence that you're standing in line for 6, 7, 8 hours. You notice where that's happening? These really lengthy, long lines to vote is happening in one type of area. Is liberal cities in Republican states. Like Atlanta, Cleveland, Houston. It's happening in liberal cities that are in Republican states because the governor has control of it. But the governors want the race to go Republican, but it's happening because in Republican areas, you're going to have a smaller population generally, so you don't have to worry about these long 8-hour lines. There's not enough population in a lot of these areas. It's in the big cities where you have these huge populations, and then they just simply tweak the numbers, close a few polling places down, or limit how many polling places can be open or limit their hours, and it creates these long lines, which incentivizes some people to say, fuck it, I'm not voting. I'm not standing here for 10 hours. My one vote ain't worth it. It's 10 hours to stand here for real. Are you serious? I'm not just to vote. Fuck that. I'm going home. That's the goal. That's the goal of what they're trying to do. It's happening in liberal cities in Republican states. That should tell you everything you need to know. There's more people in Chicago, New York, Los Angeles. Why don't they have 8-hour lines? Because they're not playing those games like that. There should be a federal law that goes by the number of voters in a district. Listen, if you got 1 million voters in this district, for every 10,000 voters, you should have to have a polling place, or every 50,000, whatever the number is. But so that you make it so that nobody is ever in line more than an hour. There just shouldn't be. Some of these places, like I believe in Houston, they were saying it was only like one place or 1 or 2 places you could vote in an area where 5 million people were able to vote, literally leading to these bottlenecks. Democratic cities in Republican states. That's where that's happening. Looking in the comments, somebody says, Karen, that what I doing, does it even matter? I don't quite get it. I already know the answer to my question, but y'all don't fact check shit. I don't know what your question was. Tim, it's all right to say black areas. It ain't just black areas, though. It's Democratic areas. It's not just black areas. It's liberal. No, it's going to happen more in black. Listen, at the end of the day, most blacks vote Democrat. So just about any black area is a Democratic area. But it can be in areas that maybe it's Muslims in this area. You know, like Michigan has a lot of Muslims in that area. I'm sure, but Michigan is a Democratic state. It's not a Republican state right now in the Whitmer. But I'm saying it ain't always got to be blacks. But yeah, it's going to disproportionately affect black areas, because you already know if you send a black voter home, or if you make that person not want to vote, there's a very high likelihood you just got rid of a Democratic vote. Yeah, there are blacks voting for Trump, but just playing the odds, if a black person chooses not to vote, there's a real good chance that was a Democratic vote you just got rid of. Just playing the odds. And 1 million people still showed up to vote in Houston and Harris County, and Ken Paxton threw it out. Yeah, I'm just simply saying that's how it works. Democrats want to make it easier to vote, which can lead to fraud. Republicans want to make it harder to vote, which can lead to legitimate voters having their votes thrown out or being prevented from voting altogether. In both cases, neither one is good, but I think the liberal side, I don't know if they're trying to deliberately incentivize fraud. What they're doing can, if you make it real easy to vote, you definitely make it easier to commit fraud. But listen, fraud can happen from Republicans and Democrats. But what the Republicans are doing, in my opinion, is it's deliberately designed to disincentivize legitimate voters from actually voting. I would rather you not show up. And I think that's what's happening. Looking in the comments, diverse areas are usually Democratic areas also. Yeah, 100%. Top 50 cities in America, 9 of them are Republican. And you got to go pretty far down the list to encounter one. Most big cities are Democrat. So you always hear the Republicans talk about, things going on in liberal cities and crime and because you don't have any big Republican cities to compare it to. You can talk about Chicago and New York and things going on in those cities. You don't really have a Republican city to say, well, see, our city is doing better. Your city only has 1/10 of the people in it. You don't have, I don't care how bad Chicago gets or New York or, California. For some reason, they will not touch a Republican politician. That should tell you something. You put a diverse group of people together in one town, and you'll never see a Republican politician. That should tell you something. The Republicans do have a problem with diversity. That ain't all media brainwashing. It's literally happening all over the damn country. Literally from Honolulu, damn near to New York. You put a diverse group of people together in one town, and they generally vote against the Republican Party. The Republicans need to figure that out. Let me go back to the box. So should we just let everyone vote? How can we fix this? Dim for well, no, you shouldn't. I don't believe illegals should be able to vote. For instance, I don't believe when you're in a country seeking asylum, you should be able to vote. You shouldn't be able to vote until you have. I'd say residency. I know a lot of folks are going to push back and say no citizenship. I'm fine if you got a green card and you got a residency. But if you want to go with citizenship, fair enough. But one way to solve it, I believe, is I'm not opposed to letting people vote in alternative means. I don't think that in 2024 with the technology the way it is, I don't think everybody needs to get out and walk to a polling office anymore. You can buy a whole fucking house online. You can move $1 million from one bank to another without going into a bank at all. But you can't vote? That doesn't make sense to me. The technology is far enough along that you believe it's safe enough to move, infinite amounts of money without ever walking into a bank. But you can't vote? No, I don't buy that. I would also say currently the technology surrounding facial recognition software and fingerprint scanners is pretty far along. In fact, I would be more likely to trust a machine that scans somebody's face or fingerprint than a human being at a polling office looking at my ID and verifying it's me. I think the machine is way more accurate than that person holding up a driver's license looking at my face. I would much rather trust that damn machine to figure out. So I don't believe you have to go down and vote in person to make it legit. Fingerprint scanner, you can put a fingerprint scanner and a facial recognition scanner in any local library. You could walk in there, sit down at a computer, answer a few questions. Your driver's license has a scanner on the back of it. Put that in the damn machine. I do believe you have to have an ID to vote. I absolutely agree with that. Put your ID in the machine. It's got, scan the machine. Then you look in the damn eyes or whatever, or you use your fingerprint scanner. And to me, that's going to be just as secure as walking into any damn polling office. I don't think you need to have a physical office in place to take votes the old-fashioned way on paper. That's fucked up. I don't believe that. You can do any other type of business without going back to the 1700s like that. I don't believe that. So, but the right wants it that way, as I said, because it creates more of a bottleneck. It is a much slower, tedious process, which can lead to lines and all of that stuff. Technology can take your vote. If you went out and committed a major crime and left your fingerprint behind at the scene, a computer could tell them exactly who was there. So why can't it work with voting? You leave your fingerprint behind at the scene and the computer recognizes that was you that was at the scene. You can spend the rest of your life in prison behind it. They feel that fingerprint is confident enough to do that, but you can't vote? It doesn't make sense. So yeah, technology is far enough along that all this bullshit that you need to go to a polling office to vote doesn't make sense to me. Looking at the comments, as a disabled veteran, I loathe Trump. Wow. Thank you for your service. Sorry to hear that. As a veteran, I'll ask other vets, whose retinal DNA, fingerprints, etc. are all on record? Enrique. Well, you could certainly go, if it's not on record, you can certainly go down to the DMV and put it on record. And, okay, the next election is 4 years and 2 months away. So you pass a law that says from now on, starting in 2028, you'll be able to use facial recognition. And by the way, facial recognition software is different than retinal scanner, but you're saying people in the military may have their retina on file as well. But if you say as of 2028, we're going to use fingerprint and facial recognition software, you have from now till the middle of 2028, because the election will be in November of that year, you have from now until July of 2028. You can go down to your DMV. It's a quick process. You put your fingerprint on a machine, you stare into a camera, and it will put your information on file. And at that time, present your state ID or driver's license, and that'll be on file as well. And that will be in the records. And from that point, you can go to any local library and vote. They'll have the computer set up there. You'll be able to stare in the machine, put your fingerprint on the glass, and that's legit. That would be legit. That would make the process far easier to do, and you wouldn't have all the bottlenecks. But I do believe the right wants the bottlenecks. They want it because, like I said, the bottleneck making it difficult to vote incentivizes people to go home and not cast a ballot, and they want that. And I see Facts Only says MAGA isn't having it. Yeah, MAGA is going to be against any method that makes it easier to vote. Any method, because like I said, they want it to be more challenging because at the end of the day, high voter turnout doesn't work well for them. They want it to be harder, which is using that original method of coming down, using a piece of paper and a pen and having another human being take it and somehow making it sound like that's more accurate than using computers. But it is a slower process. And yeah, it will lead to some people going home and not voting. And I think MAGA wants to. Not MAGA, but the Republicans. Let me not say MAGA, though. The Republican Party in general favors this stuff. As a veteran, I'm only voting blue. We veterans remember how Republicans tried to deny us the PACT Act. Trump also disparaged Medal of Honor recipients. Wow. That comment is coming on. And he certainly did say that the... What is the highest award you can give a civilian? What is it called? Congressional Medal of Honor? What is it? The Medal of Honor, the Medal of Freedom. He did say they're similar. He did say that they're equal. Yeah, and that is their, wow. Let me go back to the box. I appreciate you folks that have been holding on. The one and only Gen X. Fuck around and find out. Good evening, Gen X. Appreciate you holding, man. Gen X, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So for you, I gotta assume the economy is your number one reason of voting.
Yeah, you already know where I'm at with that. The economy, all the shit going on overseas, stuff like that. Foreign affairs. That's. And now I got a new one. Because now we got to watch every fucking thing we say with a female president. I'm definitely voting for Trump. You can't even make a comment without the women. Oh my God, he said that. So now we're gonna have to deal with that shit too for 4 years.
Yeah, but how did you take that comment?
You know what? I watched it. Because I get it. I got a mom and daughters and stuff like that. So I watched it, and let me just say this. I hate to say this, but I agree with Black Power. If the advertisers start pulling their sponsorships, they're going to give Jesse Waters his walking papers. Because if you watch the clip, I've watched it over and over and over again. And when Gene calls him out, or Gene says, "Oh, take it back," you can see in his eyes and his face, he knew he done fucked up with a real bad choice of words.
Wow. And real quick for folks who may have just tuned in, this is what we're talking about. This is a Jesse Waters of Fox News criticizing what could happen if Kamala Harris is elected president.
The president has his most impact. You have a lot of room to maneuver there as commander-in-chief. We don't know who she is. We don't know what she believes. She's going to get paralyzed in the Situation Room while the generals have their way with her. Right now,
Jesse, I don't like that.
Figuratively, again,
Take it back.
have their way with her, control her. Not in a sec.
And so you said you can't say anything about women. As a man, how did you take that comment? What did you think he was talking about?
I knew what he meant, but I also understand the impropriety of the words he chose. Just because, and he knows it too, because if he didn't, he wouldn't have even said, and I didn't mean that in a sexual way. You knew it would mean something sexual, though, or you'd have never defended that. Yeah. You know what I mean? If he'd have been like, what? Well, it could have meant, oh, no, that's not what I meant. If he would have played his cards right and immediately, instead of saying, I didn't mean it in a sexual way, stopped himself, cut himself off, and apologized. Said, look, it fell out of my mouth. I'm sorry. That's really not what I meant in any way, shape, or form. My apologies to anyone who I might have offended. Miss Harris, this includes you. And then went on. I think he had a fighting chance.
but because he laughed about it and made a joke, he might not be doing so well.
That's awful. I like me some Jesse Waters, and I see in the comments, Alter Ego says, no, he knew. I agree with Gen X again. Yeah. At the end of the day, like I mentioned earlier in regards to this topic, I have never heard someone ever mention having your way with a woman in a way that was not meant to be sexual. If somebody says you're having your way with her, it's always generally sexual. I've never heard it used I've never heard that term used in any manner that wasn't sexual.
Yep. Yeah. No, yeah. As much as it pains me, that's why I said another reason not to vote for a woman.
Well, no. Listen, I don't want to say you don't want to vote for. If you want, I don't want to take the woman out of the picture. You shouldn't say shit like this. I mean, you just shouldn't be talking like that. Ain't nothing wrong with electing a woman. You need to control your mouth. He shouldn't be saying that kind of stuff.
Well, here's the other plus side of that, Tim. She's put herself in the arena. She threw herself in the Thunderdome. Ain't nothing should be. If you can call Barack Obama's wife, who's clearly a female, I don't care what anybody says, a fucking man. You know what I mean? Anyone's fair game.
Yeah, but ain't nobody on a program, a well-respected national program like, I mean, you hear somebody calling Michelle Obama a man, it's on X or Trump's Truth Social or some Breitbart or something. It's not on Fox News. You're not going to hear what he did. He's on what's supposed to be a respectable network doing this.
It's going to be up to the advertisers. Like I said, it pains me to agree with Black Power, but I think he's 100% right. If those advertisers start pulling their sponsorship, they'll be gone by Friday.
Damn. Wow.
Yeah, they'll be gone. Well, money talks, man.
Yeah.
Money talks, and that's big money.
Yeah. Fox News, like I mentioned earlier, Fox News is paid. I mean, they don't have a lot of their guys go over the top. Eric Bowling, Kimberly Guilfoyle, who else was it? Bob Beckel, the late Bob Beckel's another one. I mean, a bunch of them. Obviously, Bill O'Reilly's the kingpin of it. I mean, just crazy how many of them have went the wrong way for simply something he said. But yeah, I don't see any way to try to make this sound any better than what it is.
Here's how I see it, Tim. I ask myself, would I say something like "have my way with a"? And I wouldn't even say that. And if I won't say it, yeah, you fuck yourself.
Yeah, you say something that you often say things that piss my women off, my women out of yourself altogether. Because you believe that women shouldn't even have the right to vote. So if you think what he said is bad, then it's really bad.
Yeah, I tried, like you said, to play devil's advocate, and I watched it over and over, and all I could do was kind of look at the floor and be like, yeah, you fucked yourself, dude.
Wow.
That was a real bad choice of words.
That's crazy. And I see in the comments, Ed G says, other than losing the right to vote, better yet, no, other than losing the right to take the life of a baby, what rights do you lose under Trump? Now, Gen X, you already know you already know where I'm gonna go with this, and that is promising to give police immunity from prosecution. But because Ed G supports Trump, he's MAGA like you, and he's saying that other than losing the right to take the life of an unborn baby, what other rights do you lose under Trump? Because he's defending Trump. But I'll tell you this, Trump has talked about giving you a year in prison for burning the flag, which is your First Amendment right. He's obviously said all kinds of things about taking away your Second Amendment rights. He banned bump stocks, talked about taking away guns before due process. That's your Second Amendment right he's talked about taking away. He's talking about bringing back stop and frisk. That's your Fourth Amendment right against searches and seizures. And he's even said if you plead the Fifth, you got something to hide or you're part of the mob. So that's your First, Second, Fourth, and Fifth rights that Trump has talked about limiting or taking away. So, Ed G, I hope that answers your question. But, and by the way, Gen X, how do you feel about him constantly threatening the Bill of Rights like that?
I'm kind of iffy on the whole stop and frisk and immunity. I'm still kicking that around in my head. Because you know what I mean? I feel some kind of way about it, but I understand it.
So that's not a good question because I'm wishy-washy on that one right now.
All right.
And as far as what the commenter said, as far as aside from taking the rights to have an abortion, that's not taking a right. It's giving a right back to an unborn child, the right to live.
Well, but if the woman has been sexually assaulted or she may die, and you're forcing her to go through with that because you want to give the right to live to the child, you are taking something from her. It could be her life.
Now again, we went over this. I do agree with the exceptions. If it's a medical exception where the woman's going to lose her life, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. In incest or rape, absolutely. Nobody should be forced to live with that. Yeah. Other than that, to use it for birth control, nope. You opened your legs, deal with it.
Jesus Christ. That's cruel, man. God. I mean, all right, I'll leave it at that. You're not the only one that believes in personal responsibility for women, but I think it's harsh. I mean, are you going to help her out at all? Can she open up her legs? You're not going to let her get rid of it. Are you going to help her out at all?
Man, that's for young folks. I done raised my kids.
God. You realize that is harsh? You realize how harsh that sounds?
It does sound harsh. You know what's harsher?
What?
To take the life of an unborn child.
Mm. Well, I think you just lost the women's vote, Gen X. I got to move it on, but that's one reason why you guys are not going to do well with women, I don't think.
All right, we'll see, my man. Hey, you have a good night, Tim. Always a pleasure talking to you, brother.
Same. Good talk. And moving on with the program, that's always Gen X. Gen X is always welcome to the program, certainly a friend of the show. Anti-abortion and choice empress, I don't know what all that means. Minimum own government precinct. I don't know what that means there. Rise Nathan, I don't know. Then force the man to take care of it then. So if a woman wants to terminate the child and she is blocked from doing so, Megan says, well, look, if you're going to force her to have it, then you should be forced to take care of it. Interesting. Gen X is going to vote for Kamala, says Black Power. Yeah, over his dead body. That ain't going to happen. Do men realize they will be stuck with unwanted baby mamas? Yeah, that could happen, but that's already happening now anyway. At the end of the day, as a man, when we have a pro-choice society that we had before Trump got elected, if you were a man and you impregnated a woman, she could literally look you in the face and say, I'm keeping it, or I'm going to take the life of it, and you have no say-so in the matter. I'm not going to, look, I'm pro-choice 100%, but it is not fair for the guy. I'm pro-choice because the way the deity, God, Lord, whatever you want to, the way they set it up, it's unfair. We were created in a manner it's unfair because woman has to do all the work. But yeah, you could have impregnated your girlfriend or your wife, first child you're ever going to have, you're delighted to finally be about to become a father. And yeah, in a pro-choice society, that woman can tell you, nope, I'm not ready. This ain't happening. And there's nothing you can do about it. So I do admit it's not fair for the guy at all either. It is, I mean, and a lot of men, this is one of the reasons why they are pro-life, is because it is not fair for the man. I mean, they can just do whatever they want. But yeah, I'm pro-choice 100%. Looking in the comments, it's only not fair if the guy intended to get the woman pregnant. No, because you didn't intend to create a child doesn't mean the love is not the same. I mean, there's a lot of folks that have children they did not intend to create. So I totally disagree with that. Donovan Music or something like that. Let me go back to the box though. Yeah, I totally disagree with that. Tap the screen, get the likes up. We can probably do 120. Show the program some love. Tap the screen. Same on YouTube. Feel free to smash that like button. Get the program up to about 200. A subscription on YouTube, if you will. Follow the program on TikTok. We are always uncensored. We are certainly MAGA friendly from the start till the end. Liberals are welcome as well. Going back to the box. DLOJ, I'll leave it at that. Good evening, welcome to the program. Say that again?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah. Hey, your primary reason for voting Is it the economy?
No.
I have not heard, not one voter, not one person on the program tonight has said that. But yet they claim, the poll says 70% of voting Americans, the economy is their number one reason. Give me your top three reasons why you're going to show up at the polls this November.
Actually, like women's rights, the climate, and third one, really never really had a third one, but those are just the main two.
Women's rights and climate? May I ask you your age?
43.
43. Climate control. That's your primary. You know, because did you see the DNC, Democratic National Convention?
Yeah, I did.
They didn't bring climate change up at all.
No, they was mostly trying to celebrate and just talk about how everything is for the people and we're doing it for everyone and trying to be all inclusive.
Yeah. Fair enough. And women's rights, obviously. You got a daughter or some, I mean, it could be white. It really could be. I mean, everybody has a female in their life, but
yeah, it's anybody. I have three of them.
Yeah.
3 daughters, wife, cousins, all that.
Yeah. Well, and I think the women's right issue is a lot bigger than folks on the right probably perceive. DJ Julio, yeah, appreciate the hat mustache. Thank you, sir. I think, yeah, I do believe the women's right issue is probably bigger than a lot of folks on the right realize. It's certainly come up a lot in during this evening's broadcast. But how do you respond to folks, particularly MAGA, that suggest that they're just handing it back to the states? You're not losing any rights. You hear Trump supporters say that all the time. Listen, he didn't take away women's rights. You still can do what you need to do. He just handed it back to the states to decide. How do you respond to that?
Well, that's kind of ironic because what's the name? The Republican Katie Britt of Alabama. She's trying to propose, or she's put out a bill for a federal database to track women pregnancy. So how are you going to sit here and say that you're putting it back to the states, and then all of a sudden you want to make something federal? So they're just contradicting themselves left and right.
Yeah. Lindsey Graham came out and said that too. They got pissed off at him. He talked to, there's been several of them. Mike Pence said it could go federal. Mitch McConnell said it. And Trump even said it himself. And then, of course, J.D. Vance stated that he would also be. So, yeah, they are saying the quiet part out loud quite often. But go ahead.
Trump is going to hide it. He's going to hide his hand. He's just going to say, well, I put it to the states and everybody loved it. Everybody wanted that when the nation across the board voted against that. But he's only going to pander to that loud minority that he's listening to.
Yeah. All right. I mean, and I don't think you're the only one that feels that way. Now, a lot of folks don't suggest that Trump is not pro-life. I mean, he's pro-choice, but he is willing to pander to the evangelical community because he believes it will be advantageous for him. But many folks would suggest, listen, he was a philanthropist. He was a big time player when he was younger, and he certainly may have used it to his own benefit.
But it's still contradictory because there was something that was there for about 50 years. And nobody touched it. All the judges swore up and down they wasn't going to touch it, and he put the wheels in motion for them to just on a random ass Tuesday to say, hey, let's go look at this and let's go overturn it. So then if he's sitting there saying, well, it's not my fault, they did this and they did that, and then when somebody pats him on the back for it, he'll be like, oh yeah. I did it for you all.
He's pulling
credit when he celebrated.
Yeah, he's pulling a mystical, it ain't my fault. In the comments, John Floyd on YouTube says, LOL, abortion is the most important issue for Democrats, not even worried about making the economy better. Now, how do you feel about, because some folks would say, listen, you should be more focused on the economic prosperity of this country as opposed to something, like a woman's right to choose. How do you, because he's kind of almost mocking it to some degree. How do you respond to that?
Well, the reason I respond to that is because if we look at the polls and how everything is going right now, you'll see that the economy is somewhat correcting itself. Inflation is going down, And the bill or the things that Kamala is proposing is sort of kind of similar to what Bill Clinton did. Now, that was like, what, in the 90s? And I was every bit of maybe like 10 or 11 when he did that. But apparently we went into a surplus with him. Now, I didn't have to worry about that, but this is kind of the same thing that she's doing. So if she's proposing that, and if you could just go on a Google search for like 3 to 5 minutes, then you'll be okay with that. Now, women's rights, this affect every female in your life, regardless of every female in your life, regardless of relatives or friends. And then if their rights are being infringed on, that's something else that Republicans or they're contradicting themselves about, because they're the ones toting the flags and all about patriotism and liberties and freedom and leave me alone and my Second Amendment rights and everything. But every time you look, they're trying to take something away.
Wow.
They're taking away women's rights. They're trying to suppress vote. They're trying to do something.
Wow. Well, yeah, I mean, certainly when it comes to the bans that we're talking about, or as some folks will say, returning it back to the states. Now, some folks will say you're not losing rights, but as I often point out, if you live it, go ahead, say it again.
When you return something to the states, what has the states done to give people rights? I think this is something that you said.
Yeah.
Now, what have the states done to give people rights? It's almost like every state is always taking something or suppressing something.
Yeah. Other than, I would say there's one area where I've seen states' rights be utilized to give people rights, and that's in the area of the Second Amendment. They'll, make it easier to be armed or remove permits. States' rights has been great for Second Amendment, the Second Amendment crowd. But other than the Second Amendment, generally when you hear somebody talking about states' rights, yeah, it's usually to take rights away. I don't want to make a cake for gay people. I don't believe a woman should have the right to choose, or I don't believe you should be able to smoke marijuana. It's usually them trying to take a right away from somebody.
Yeah, like you said, like you said earlier, look, man, don't tread on my Second Amendment rights, but that first, that third, that fourth,
yeah,
you can take that shit if you want to, but as long as you leave my second alone, then I'm all good.
Yeah.
And then what would you have then? Pretty much nothing.
Good point. I'll move it on. I never can get that name pronounced because it's the spelling there, but I do appreciate
it's just initials.
DLOJ.
Me and my kid.
All right, fair enough. DLOJ, anytime, come on back through. Thank you.
All right, appreciate it.
Anytime. All right, looking in the comments, we're going down because they started drilling finally. Christopher Beard, I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's what, and you're right. Fuel prices are going down. I went and got some gas today, and I was like, wow, a few more pennies down. The price of fuel is not like, what did they say? I could sure go for some mean tweets and $2 gas is a statement you often hear. Fuel prices ain't that bad now. They're not that bad anymore, unless you're in Honolulu or San Francisco somewhere, or maybe Pennsylvania. But outside of that, fuel prices are not that bad. Now, in the comments, trend setting says it has nothing to do with the president. In most cases. But I do believe the president can have some influence with OPEC nations and things. He can move, he can tweak it a little bit. But I don't believe the president is 100% responsible for fuel prices. $3.50 a gallon in Indiana, says Flyboy. Where in Indiana? Now, if you're hovering near the Chicago area, Gary, Indiana, Hammond, yeah, it might be a little more. All over the state of Indiana, I got to assume it might be cheaper than that in your state. Maybe, I'm guessing. Continuing on, though, we need to start a movement called Cities' Rights. Black Power, you need to elaborate on that. $2.95 a gallon in Detroit. Wow. $3.09 here in Indiana. Exactly. That's what I was saying. One of my viewers said it was $3.50 in Indiana. Alicia Blingo Ski. That's a long name, Alicia, but it's $3.09. Yeah, exactly. Depends on where you are, where you are, and sometimes in a state. You get near one of the major metropolitan areas, like in parts of Indiana I'm talking about, northwestern Indiana. Gary, Indiana, Hammond, Indiana, Whiting, Indiana. They know the Chicago traffic is going to come into Indiana for cheaper gas. So they're going to charge you more than what Indiana typically charges because they just have to beat the prices in Chicago. They can charge you 20, 30 cents a gallon more in Indiana because they're just trying to beat what you're paying in Chicago. But if the further you drive in that state, it will continue to drop. Looking in the comments real quick, we have a refinery in Whiting. Why isn't it cheaper? It's a great question. What is it, Clark? I think I know the refinery you're talking about. It used to be Clark years ago. I don't know. That's a good question, though. That's like saying, why is crime not lower near police stations? It's usually worse. It's a good question. Real quick in the comments. Yep, I'm on the Michigan border. Yeah. Gas was cheaper during C-19 because no one was going anywhere. I'm sure of that. That makes sense. Continue on. The one and only DJ Julio. Good evening, DJ. Now with you, I'm assuming I'm going to know the answer, DJ. The economy, is that your primary reason for voting?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Finally, you're like my 12th, 13th caller that finally somebody said, yes, that's my number one reason to vote is the economy.
Well, yeah, we can't have anything if we don't have a good economy.
Give me your top three reasons. Number one being the economy. Give me two more.
Well, we know that the next one's going to be the border.
Border.
I want a secure border so that everybody that comes to America correctly has an opportunity in this life.
Okay. Number three.
I would say I want us to drill.
How the hell you get respect? You got some enemies? Restricted popped up for you.
Already?
Yeah.
Maybe. Hold on. Let me. My wife did some. What do you call it? She shampooed the carpets. Let me go out of here. Maybe they think that I'm driving because of the wind.
Oh my God! Like what the hell you just do?
I don't know. People like to report me quick.
Damn.
That's for sure. Like quick.
Okay.
But it's funny. My wife was like, "Somebody's gonna come and try to murder us one of these days."
Jesus. Now you said the economy, the border, and what was that third one?
I want us to drill. I want us to start utilizing what we have in our oil reserves, and I want us to start creating an energy independence. You know.
Well, if you drill and bring down the price of fuel, that's likely to have a direct influence on the economy. So you'll probably get a 2-for-1 there.
Well, that's what I'm hoping for. Yeah. I mean, you know, people call me a Donald Trump lover, and I'm not a Donald Trump lover. I just loved his. I loved his 3.5 years that we had him. You know, opposed to these 3.5 years, which absolutely suck.
Well, but you do understand why people don't like Trump too, though, right?
Well, it's because he's outspoken, doesn't think before he talks, says what's on his mind, says how it comes out of his mouth, doesn't care how it comes out.
That's why people don't like the 2016 to 2020 Trump, is the tweets and the persona. Now, because people used to always say, you know, pay attention to what he does, not what he's saying. Don't vote based on your feelings. Look at his good policies. Now people don't like him because of policies. Now he's making bad promises. At first it was just the tweets and rhetoric. Now he is actually promising to do things that people don't like.
Well, what can you not like about a secure border?
How about giving
about a good economy?
Okay, you want me to trade a good economy for giving police immunity from prosecution?
They've already got implied immunity. I mean, so it's not going to be anything different.
Then what the hell is he offering?
That he's just letting the cops know he's on their side for sure.
No, you don't need to let them. You can say I back the blue. Why are you promising to give them immunity? What that has to mean something, Julio. Why would you use the word immunity?
Because, well, like Elon says, he backs him, but he's not backing an educated man. He's backing a good president.
And when he said stop and frisk, what does that mean?
I don't think that was him.
Who do you think it was?
AI.
Wait a minute. So you don't believe Trump has ever promised to get police stop and frisk? You think they're making it up from artificial intelligence?
stop and frisk is an old thing. Yeah, that's got to be made up.
Okay, let me see what because I don't know if you're getting that
And
one
you
right.
have to be proactive. Will the race succeed President Obama? North Carolina, highly contested state. Both Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton are weighing in on the violence, with just 47 days until the final votes, 4 days before that first big debate. Cecilia Vega, Tom Yamas covering Clinton and Trump. And let's start with Tom. Hey, Tom.
George, good morning to you. From the get-go in his campaign, Donald Trump has done things in an unconventional manner.
I want to know, what would you do to help stop that violence, black on black crime?
Right. Well, one of the things I'd do, Ricardo, is I would do stop and frisk. I think you have to. We did it in New York. It worked incredibly well. And you have to be proactive.
You believe that's AI?
No, I didn't even see that video, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I was just being funny. But I appreciate the education on that. Listen, I don't agree with stop and frisk, but that won't pass in many states, and I don't think he can do it federally.
Okay, but just like Beto O'Rourke saying, "You're damn right, I'm gonna take away your AR-15s." That won't pass in many states, but we held him accountable for saying it. He is saying he wants to give the police the right to violate the Fourth Amendment.
And that'll never happen.
Doesn't matter.
I think
He's saying it though. He's saying he supports taking away your Fourth Amendment rights.
Tim, we're gonna get on that he said, she said shit again.
No, he said it. You're watching it.
Okay, but you know, and everybody in here that's saying BS knows that he cannot federally mandate stop and frisk.
Just like Obama can't mandate socialism, Hillary Clinton can't mandate ending the Second Amendment. The same things you guys are holding them accountable for. Why does he get a pass?
Well, because they totally could end the Second Amendment. That's government controlled. Police are not federally controlled. They're state controlled.
You're telling me he can't give the feds the right to stop and frisk? He can't give federal officers immunity from prosecution?
That's possible.
Okay, we don't want that.
They would have to be federal. We don't deal with federal cops on the beat, though.
Yeah, that's assuming he don't give them more powers of where they can patrol.
He can't control anything but over the states. When it comes to state employees, he doesn't have much control.
You're trying to tell me that some governors, let's say for instance, Texas Governor Greg Abbott or Ron DeSantis, who are huge fans of President Trump, if he gave his federal officers immunity from prosecution and allowed them to stop and frisk, and he wanted to utilize them in Florida or Texas, you're telling me those governors wouldn't let him?
Well, they would probably step up and say, I like what you're thinking, let's figure out something different, but we can't do that to our people. They are free people. There's no way that goes. There's no way in the world. I mean, to even have it as a let's not vote for Trump moment, it's nonsense, because that's nothing he can do. That's police, stop and frisk, all of that's on a state level.
Why do you know that? And the guy who's already been in office an entire term doesn't know it. Why is he saying something that you're saying he can't do, but he's been in the White House for 4 years already? And by the way, Tyler, thank you for the subscription. Why is he saying that?
Idea guy. Because he is an idea guy. He's a thinker. This could probably work. This might work. That might work.
So he's lying.
The things that he's not lying.
He's ignorant. He's ignorant to the law.
No, because if people were worried about getting stopped and frisked, they wouldn't be carrying shit they shouldn't have on.
Wait a minute, hold on, Julio. You're saying he can't do it, but he's saying he will do it. Is he ignorant to the law? Why is he saying he's going to do something that you're claiming he cannot do at all?
Because I think based on your statement, that's probably how it would happen. Is it would go to the governors, and it would be governors that sided with him, and in those states, that might be something that could come about.
Okay. So in some states in America, they could be dealing with police that have immunity from prosecution that's randomly stopping and frisking them. Is that not a reason to not want to vote for this guy?
No.
Really?
I mean, the only persons that should have problems with that is criminals.
So you believe that if you give the police immunity from prosecution, which means they face no accountability, no one would have to worry but the criminals?
Well, here's what I know is if I know that my cops in let's say in my small town of Sturgis, South Dakota, if I know my cops have those rights over the top of me, shit, guess what? I'm gonna live a good life. I ain't fucking around. I don't want to go to jail.
But how about voting for somebody who doesn't give them all those rights over you?
Well, who else do we have to vote for right now, Tim?
She's not offering She's not offering cops immunity. Now, let me interrupt you and ask you this. Just to make sure, listen, you come on the program all the time. You're always welcome on the program. We can go back and forth, fair enough. But Draco on YouTube says, Tim, stop badgering the caller. You have TDS, Trump derangement syndrome. Am I badgering you, Julio?
I don't. Here's what I think. I think you always try to hold me accountable to the conversation.
Right.
I appreciate that.
Right.
I really do. You know, and sometimes you're right, and sometimes you might be poking a little bit, but then, you know, you allow me to get a little bit loud, and then you let me talk, and then we finish the conversation, and then we end it with, we just won't disagree. We will agree to disagree today.
Okay.
And I'm okay with that, and you're okay with that.
Right. But when you're saying that he can't do stuff that he is promising, that makes me wonder what else is he promising that he doesn't know he can't do. I mean, is that you kind of invalidate what's coming out of his mouth when you're saying that he's making promises to give him immunity and promises to stop and frisk, and then you say, well, he can't do this. He's only doing it to, you said he was only doing it to pander to police?
I believe so. That's what I would believe. Do me a favor and pop that video back up. Don't push play, but I want to see what that video is called, because I'm going to get on YouTube after I get off of here.
Well,
see that whole video, and I might have
I've told them
tomorrow.
Well, fact is, there's a bunch of them. Here's another one of him saying it.
I've told them to work with local authorities to try to change the terrible deal the city of Chicago entered into with ACLU, which ties law enforcement's hands, and to strongly consider stop and frisk. It works, and it was meant for problems like Chicago.
Now, the other video talked about doing it in New York. Now, keep in mind, as I say all the time, he's talking about doing this in liberal cities, and I'm not going to sugarcoat this. The primary criminals in liberal cities are black people, people of color.
Right.
So he's talking about all of a sudden these folks are going to be dealing with cops that got complete immunity.
Right. So here's what I think he's doing, because I'm thinking about what do I have around my area of South Dakota. Where do I have a city or a place that I would like to see better policing so that the people can actually get help?
He said liberal cities, though.
And I think of Pine Ridge, South Dakota. You know, it's a reservation that we have here.
Okay.
I mean, if we had something like stop and frisk there, I bet we save 300, 400 lives a month.
And all of the innocent people that get roughed up and harassed, they're just casualties?
If you know the rules, you put your hands up, you let them check in, you move on with your day.
Why do you
like a checkpoint?
Why do you assume that cops who are human that can make mistakes themselves, why do you assume the transaction is going to go that smoothly? There's a lot of people that, let's say I know somebody this happened to, where they searched them, found a large amount of money on them that was the guy's paycheck. They assumed it was drug proceeds, and they took his money from him. I mean, that happens to people a lot. Why do you assume letting police search you, and if you haven't done anything wrong, then nothing bad can happen? Bad stuff happens all the time to good people.
Yeah, and I understand that, but we've also got to recognize and realize what time are we living in? We're living in a video-driven world. I mean, me and you only have a conversation, brother, because we're looking at a camera. You know, so if we've got cameras all out here, cops ain't, you know, it might be a few bad ones left. You know, in every department, there might be a few bad ones, and the bad eggs ruin it for the rest of us in every way of life. In your life, in my life, in your demographic, in my demographic, the bad ones ruin it for us.
But what about? Let me give you something.
Like I told you before, I'm Native American, I'm Mexican, and I'm Danish. I'm kind of a mutt. I have no right to be racist, so I'm not. But I understand good versus bad.
This ain't got nothing to do with. This has nothing to do with being racist. This is just logistics. How do you respond to folks who How do you respond to folks who might suggest if you give cops immunity and no accountability, it might incentivize racists to join the police force? Because now I can actually act out my fantasies without any concern of being held accountable. How do you respond to that?
Well, I can promise you. I can promise you if that's happening and people are around and they're videotaping it, that shit ain't gonna last very long, bud.
They're immune. What good is a videotape? Hold on. What good is a video?
You're talking about when me and you were kids, Tim.
But Julio, what good is a videotape if the person has immunity?
You don't have immunity from the public, bud.
What is the public gonna do? A public lynching? What good is the public if the guy has immunity?
Okay. So now you're seeing where this goes. If this goes bad, it is us against them. So then it goes revolution again.
If it goes if it goes bad, if you remove accountability from one of the most powerful entities in the country, there is no if. It will go bad, guaranteed.
Okay. So and you do understand that immunity. That immunity is from criminal. That's not from civil.
I didn't hear that. I got multiple clips of him saying this. Not once did he ever separate civil and criminal as you're talking. Not once does he ever say that.
Right.
So where are you getting it from?
I read all of his shit.
I think what you're reading is Trump releasing a statement to correct all of this bad stuff after he's had time. And you go with the correction and ignore what he was saying, when he actually felt what he was saying and said all these comments. You're ignoring all of that, but then maybe one of his advisors pulled him over later and said, you need to correct some of this. You're going with that.
Yeah, because it has to be politically correct. He is not politically correct. You're right. You're 100% right. And he should go back on everything that he says that's wrong. I go back on things that when I'm wrong.
Yeah.
If I'm wrong and I say something, I go back and I'll correct it. This is how I meant that. It came across this way. This is what I mean.
Okay, and by the way, in the comments,
Does Trump have a Bible? Because if Trump has a Bible, I might read it.
he said he's not Christian. And by the way, Chilled in the comments said, but you are assuming it is criminal, Tim. Yeah, because he said crime. He says he wants to lower crime in democratic cities by giving police immunity. He said crime. Yes, I'm believing it's criminal. That's what he's talking about. Yeah.
Right. No, yeah. You're right.
Yes.
Listen, but we need to start being held accountable for the shit we do as people. You, me, you've never had to.
I don't want no.
Because you hold yourself accountable.
You're not going to hold me accountable by giving the guy who oversees my accountability no accountability for him at all. I don't have any legitimate reason why I believe the police need to receive immunity from prosecution. I don't want that. I'm not going to trust anybody that gives that to the police.
And just like you said, prosecution is criminal.
I don't.
Now, if I get stopped and frisked, let's say this happens. Let's just play the devil's advocate, and it happens across the United States, and it's everywhere. All the police have immunity. All the cops have immunity, and they can stop and frisk me. Mm-hmm. If I get assaulted, my ass is going to the court. I don't give a shit. I'll take him for everything he's got.
The same court that you're suggesting is imposed a witch hunt on a former president of the United States. You believe that court will treat you right, a regular citizen?
Listen, once again, I live in South Dakota, and yes, our justice system is doing a pretty damn good job here.
Do you realize that most of the time the police that are found guilty of committing a heinous crime against somebody has all sorts of complaints on their rap sheet that people made before they finally killed someone? Going to the courts when the police treat you bad, most of the time you do not get relief. You don't get relief for that. That's not going to be an out. That cop generally is not going to be held responsible because you showed up at the police station or went to the court and tried to have him charged. It usually goes nowhere.
Then you sue the whole damn police station for being negligent. And there's negligence. That's a thing.
And you believe the average American has money and time to do that?
We're splitting hairs, Tim. We're splitting hairs.
No, we're not. I don't think we are at all. I don't think we are.
We're either going to keep the criminals safe or we're going to go batshit crazy and continue down the same road we're already on.
I think you can do that, Julio, without giving the police immunity from prosecution. I think
you can too.
I think
you can too.
Well, and I'm going to hold anybody accountable that gives the police this type of superiority that's unnecessary. We know some police, as you say, there's some, I don't care if people believe it's 99% of officers are good or 80%, whatever number you come up with, that one bad guy shouldn't have immunity from prosecution. One is too many. I can't favor that. I can't support that for any reason at all. He needs to clear this up.
So then maybe when it comes down, because listen, if I'm a chief of police or if I'm whoever it is that says this is what our new law is, and I'm running a department, if I'm running that department and you're out there and you're stopping and frisking and you get get upset with the guy because he's like, hey, you know, you're getting a little close to whatever, and you rough him up. You come back, you might have immunity from prosecution, but me, you're not working at my station no more because we don't do that shit here.
As a citizen, I'm not gonna hope all of those mechanisms work in my favor. Fact is,
so I say what we do is we get together, Tim, and we start suing police stations for
no.
that shit.
All you gotta do is just not vote the guy in that wants to give him immunity, and the problem is solved. That's all you gotta do. You don't have to go through all of that. If you don't vote, Kamala Harris is not talking about giving him immunity. You don't have to sue anybody with her. She's not talking about doing it.
Give me one of her policies, Tim, that make her so great. Give me one of hers.
I think that protecting a woman's right to choose on the left, they think that's great.
Give me something else. Give me something else. Other than that.
I think the climate change provisions make sense, in my opinion.
Going back to the Paris Accord, that's crazy.
I think that not acknowledging climate change exists at all is worse.
Okay. I mean, I have my opinions on climate change as well, but I'm not a climatologist, whatever you want to call it.
I think that when Trump was running against when all of those other 9 Republicans were running against Trump, everybody from Vivek to Nikki Haley to Chris Christie, all them folks, when they were asked if you became president, how many of you would continue supporting the Ukraine, and all 9 of them raised their hand. I think that's another good policy of Nikki Haley, is that all of her allies, everybody in Western Europe, they all agreed that Russia needs to be stopped. Trump is literally the only one saying that Russia needs to be left alone, up to their own devices. Everybody else is on the other side of that issue. Every ally, every single NATO ally we have says that should continue.
Every ally says that the funding should continue?
Every NATO ally says that we should do what we can to stop Russia. Every one of them. Not one of them are saying what Trump is saying, which is hands off, let the chips fall where they may.
That's not what he said. What did he really say about what would happen with that war?
He claims he could end it in 24 hours.
So then vote for Trump.
But no, because he's talking out of both. One side, you're saying I'm going to take care of America first and get us out of overseas conflicts. And then on the other side, you're saying you're going to stop overseas wars. You can't do them both at the same time. Why would they just listen to you? If you're not going to get Ukraine any money, you're not going to do anything for the Russians, why would they listen to you?
You didn't hear what you just said. If he can stop the war, then we don't have to be in the war.
How are you going to stop the war if you've already promised to not give any of our money to any overseas involvement? You're not going to get Ukraine any money. You're not going to get the Russians any money. But somehow the war is just going to stop. Why would they do that?
Well, because I think everybody in the world knows Trump kind of gets what he wants with all of our people.
But you've already said you're not going to be involved in anything. You're going to focus on America. So now our enemies know, as long as we don't.
He said he was going to focus on America, but in every freaking speech where he brings up that Ukraine war, he talks about, I'll have that war ended in one day.
Yeah, but he doesn't give you any way of how he's going to do that. He just said, that's like stop and frisk. Maybe it's just like what you said with stop and frisk. He can't do that. Maybe he can't do that either.
Well, I'm pretty sure he can. I mean, come on. We didn't have any fucking wars. We didn't have any wars during this time.
You believe he can't get a stop and frisk in America, but he can get 2 international countries to stop fighting each other.
Well, that's government. Again, that's not state, that's government.
He's the head of government in America, but he can't get stop and frisk. But he has no control over Ukraine or Russia at all, and he can make them stop a war.
Well, because each state has a police force that state governs, just like the National Guard. The National Guard's the same way.
Okay, he can't control the National Guard, but he can control Russia and Ukraine?
I think he can.
Based on what?
Stop that.
Based on what?
His relationship with Putin, his relationship with Zelensky.
But his relationship with Governor Greg Abbott of Texas or Ron DeSantis of Florida, he can't get them to give police immunity. He don't have a good relationship with them?
not saying he couldn't, and I say I agree again. As I say, I agreed with you. Don't make me sound like an asshole. I agree with you about that. I agreed with you about the states and the governors that sided with him and might do it, but the majority of us won't do it.
All right, Julio.
I don't know why you tried to do that to me right there, but I get your good journalism there, bud. Holy crap! You almost got me into something.
Listen, free speech has its consequences. I'm gonna let you say whatever the hell you want to say, but I am going to challenge you.
I know you are.
That's how it works.
I know you are.
I gotta move it. I'll give you the last word. Go ahead.
You and I both know we stand a better chance as in America if we let Trump do his job. Just let him. If he wins, let him do his fucking job.
If his job includes giving police immunity, I'm not letting him do that, Julio. We just had a half-hour discussion on that. That's not happening.
Well, no, and I'm not saying that you should allow anything.
I shouldn't have to fight. I shouldn't have to have any leader at all that I have to fight against giving police immunity from prosecution. Just the words coming out of here. It's just like the Second Amendment. There's no way in hell you're going to vote for a president that supports taking away Second Amendment rights. It doesn't matter if he can do it or not. If they're flirting with taking away the Second Amendment, you're not going to vote for him. He is flirting with giving police immunity from prosecution. I don't need to know if he can do it or not. He supports it. That's bad enough.
I look at the bulk of the policy, and that one's small for me. That one's small for me because, listen, I don't give cops a hard time. Cops don't give me a hard time. I'm not stupid. I know how to act in public. I'm a grown-ass man.
Okay, you're saying that giving police immunity from prosecution is a small-ass policy for you, but yet you're in South Dakota, and one of your biggest concerns is the southern border? Do you have that many Mexicans floating around South Dakota?
You're goddamn right we do. And Wyoming, and North Dakota, and Montana.
All right, Julio. You drive a hard bargain as always. I got to move it on.
Check population of the freaking oil companies, the coal companies that we have around here, the lumber mills that we have around here. Yeah, we got a lot of illegals up this way. We have a good ICE department, though.
All right, Julio. Talk to you next time, man. Good talk.
Check my receipts, fucker. I don't lie. I talk shit, but I don't lie. Not you, this person in the chat.
I got to go. See ya.
All
right. That is Julio, folks. Yeah! James, thank you for the hat and mustache. Those damn humans. Raven 25. And DJ Deep wants to correct my last caller by saying you do lie. They have, DJ Julio. Appreciate the galaxy on the way out. Thank you, by the way. Appreciate that. Old Grifter Don has always been the crook. It's not new. I'll leave that alone. XYZ. He does lie by not knowing the facts. Well, I will say this. If Trump is promising to give police immunity or go back to stop and frisk and he cannot do it, then the secondary question becomes, why doesn't he know that? Either he's deliberately lying to pander to a certain audience that believes he can give cops immunity, or he is ignorant of the law and thinks he can do something he can't. In both cases, and neither one of those are good. I mean, listen, I want to talk to my Second Amendment folks, my Constitution-loving folks. I'll hold up the Gadsden flag. Why aren't you critical of somebody offering to give the police the right to stop and frisk you? I don't give a damn about crime. You wouldn't let somebody take your gun rights in the name of lowering crime. Why would you let somebody stop you and go through your shit? You okay with the Second Amendment but not the Fourth? Is that how that works? You pick and choose over which amendments you favor? That's a Fourth Amendment violation. Nobody should be able to just stop you and start searching through your shit for no reason at all. What's next? Your gun collection? You wouldn't want them going through that, would you? So why would you allow them to go through your car or through your pockets or through your home? Where are my Constitution-loving patriots at? Because this ain't patriotic. You can love the policies of Trump, fine, but don't ignore obvious violations. Okay, if you like his economy, you like his economy. If you think Kamala Harris sucks, you think Kamala Harris sucks. That makes sense. I understand that. But don't just let somebody take away your damn rights for no reason at all. I mean, he's literally talking about stopping and frisking you to lower crime, even if you haven't committed a crime. You don't know why the hell that may come up. Maybe you got a cop in the neighborhood that don't like you for whatever reason and just decides to fuck with you all day, every day by stopping and frisking you. This could go south in so many ways. Anyone that supports that, in my opinion, you're not very pro-Constitution for that. You would, like I said, you would not support letting the government take away your Second Amendment rights under the guise that, well, it lowers crime. Okay, well, then why would you let somebody search you and pat you down and do all of that? That's crazy. If we take all these guns, that'll stop crime. Well, taking away guns doesn't stop crime, but it does stop the nature of the assault because they're okay with other people losing their rights, says Trendsetter. I actually think that there's some validity to that. Because Trump made it clear, he's talking about giving police immunity in liberal cities. I don't think the people who live in Mobile, Alabama, for instance, would be okay with the cops there having immunity from prosecution. Panama City, Florida, they wouldn't be okay with that. And I do agree that there is an otherism to it, but understand, folks, that's how all of your loss of freedom start, is you're okay with it because it's happening to someone else. How do you think the RICO Act started? Well, we're going to go after the mob bosses and folks, as long as you're not committing a crime, until it starts happening to you. Remember when George W. Bush wanted to pass the Patriot Act? It's all about saving us from terrorists, making sure that nobody's coming in to harm Americans. Well, guess who was the victim? Guess who was the ones they're typically using the Patriot Act on now? Americans. It's mostly Americans. It starts out with others, but it ends up being you and I. If the police are granted immunity in liberal cities, it won't be long before you have folks that feel like I could solve crime in this area if our cops had immunity too. And it starts spreading out. That's what happened with the RICO and the Patriot Act. Folks started to realize, well, we could catch a drug dealer if we could use this. We could catch a moonshine runner if we use this. And before you know it, regular Americans are getting caught up in the RICO Act and getting caught up in the Patriot Act. The police having immunity will come to your neighborhood eventually. Don't support that. Got nothing to do with Trump or any. Don't support that no matter who the hell is offering that if you support the Constitution. Looking in the comments real quick. Now, what exactly does that shit say? I don't know what that means. I accidentally scrolled up and found some lady debating if Biden is AI. I'll tell you this. I do get viewers on the program that do believe. Now, when I say left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q, now I do mean that. I do let people speak. I don't block, ban, or censor anyone. But I do get folks on the program regularly that do believe Biden is no longer with us. The Q side, they believe that Biden was taken out. Hillary Clinton is no longer with us. I think they believe that Hillary Clinton was summarily executed at the hands of Trump. They even have a date when it happened. It happened in October of 2018. I think Nancy Pelosi is allegedly on Guantanamo Bay. She's been incarcerated. I mean, they do believe this stuff. They do believe it. And I've gotten enough viewers that I'm reciting off the top of my head some of the things they believe because they do believe this stuff. I think the actor, because they believe that Joe Biden has passed on. And I think it's either Jim Carrey or James Woods, those actors, one of those actors that you see on TV. So when you're watching Joe Biden on television, it's actually the actor Jim Carrey filling in the role for the late Joe Biden. They do believe that. So I want to point that out. I hear it all the time. I actually hear that on the question, whose narrative is this? Props, several viewers come on the program and say that. Several. I believe it's Q. I believe it's coming from Q, but I do get viewers that say that. Their brains are broken. Also, another one that's very popular. When Trump left the White House in 2021, January of 2021, he wrote a second Declaration of Independence. And there are some rules in that. I mean, Obviously, he didn't tell anybody, but the Q folks believe he did write a second Declaration of Independence, and he is still in control of the United States through the military. I've had that one come up a lot too, that Trump is still in control. There's a lot of them, and I could think of a few more if I had time, but I hear this all the time. I mean, like, remember when the 2020 election first came to a conclusion, when Biden took office in January? For a long time, there were Q cables suggesting that Trump was going to come back and regain the office in February of 2021. Then it went to August. Nancy Pelosi was going to be arrested by the military. They had dates for all of this stuff. They actually had dates. And it led me to ask the same question over and over again, which is, how many of these predictions have to fail in becoming reality before you stop believing the next one? Because there were a lot of them. This didn't happen. You know, I'm debating politics 20 years now. So I've primarily debated people on the right. And I'm hearing, and I would ask, like, how many of these have to not happen before you finally say, maybe my source is flawed? Like, I mean, you're like your 7th or 8th prediction, and you're just following along with this stuff. None of this stuff is coming true. I had somebody tell me in December of 2021. Now, I've been vaccinated. Listen, I don't believe in hiring a doctor if you're not going to listen to them. I've been vaccinated, and when they told me to get a booster shot, I got it. It is what it is. I'm no worse for the wear. But I did have a person tell me on the program I was going to be dead by December of 2021 because it was poison. You're going to drop out, and I was going to be among millions. I was going to be among millions. Didn't happen. I haven't had any adverse effects that I know of yet. Last time I talked to the individual, they were saying it's eventually going to happen. So they changed the date. Looking in the comments, they gave up their faith to follow a new idol. Their morals, some of them, even their family and their basic beliefs, the rationalizing it now through any means possible. Yeah, I mean, I've had people tell me that. People had bad reactions to it and died. That's why mandating them is unconstitutional. Well, I don't think any medicine you take does not feature people that took it and had bad reactions and perished. Every medication you see solicited to you on TV tells you this medication could also cause this, and it can lead up to it, including death. I believe even Viagra could kill you. I mean, everything you take features that. Now, does a vax feature what many on the right are suggesting, which is literally tens of millions of people who have perished? I haven't seen evidence of that. I'll leave it at that. But I do believe people on the right believe that the vax has taken a lot of lives. I have not seen any evidence of that. And I do believe that it would be difficult to hide all of the remains. There's enough folks in this country that believe the vax is harmful enough that you wouldn't be able to hide all these deaths from them. Some of them work in the medical industry. Some of them work in industries where they would be able to prove it's happening. And you're not hearing it. So I mean, listen, there may be some people that have had reactions to it. I don't disagree with that. Some of them may have lost their lives. I don't disagree with that either. But we've had 150 million Americans that have been vaccinated. Even if 1% of them perished, that's 1.5 million people. That's a lot of deceased persons. That's only 1%. You'd be able to see that because we got vaccinated in a short period of time. I mean, the pandemic kicked off in November of 2019. When did the vax come out? I say by 2021. You know, by January 2021, millions of people had been vaccinated already. Because Trump came up with this. So Trump switched. Biden became president in January 2021. So people were already getting vaxxed, obviously, because Trump is the one that came up with Operation Warp Speed. So from 2019, when we had our first COVID cases, to January 2021, when Biden took office, Literally tens of millions of people have been vaccinated in that short period of time. Less than a year and a half. If only 1% of vaccinated persons perish due to the vaccine, you're talking about 1.5 million Americans losing their life in the span of 1.5 years or less. Less than a year and a half. You would know that. There's no way to hide all them fucking bodies. You would know, because people are dying of every damn thing else too. People still getting shot. People still dying of car accidents. There's no way to hide all of that. You would know that. There's no way to hide all that. It's a million, only a year and a half, 1.5 million people. I need to see evidence. I was just simply saying the evidence is not there for that. 1.5 million, they believe it's still time for it to happen, Tim. Yeah, they believe it'll happen eventually. And if it doesn't happen, then they'll pass it out to the future, say it'll happen another time. Twain to Square. Good evening. Like I said, 1.5 million people. You should see funeral homes, cemeteries running out of room. I mean, it would be people laying up everywhere. Twain, good evening.
Hey, Tim.
Hey, good afternoon. Good evening.
Caller.
Say that again?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay. Like I said, first time caller. I've had lots of opinions on things that they stated up here.
Okay. Let me. Where am I getting? Let me hear one I'm getting wrong. Am I getting anything wrong?
So far, no. I agree with you wholeheartedly on the immunity thing. As that's one of the things that I'm voting. I guess. Well, I'm voting against Trump because Kamala didn't say that. I could say a couple of other things I'm voting for Kamala for is the tax credit for kids, $6,000 tax credit. Maybe the $25,000 for first-time home buyers. Again, that gives people that hasn't been in the market a chance to acquire something that maybe it would have took them years to do.
Wow.
You know, all these things I believe will help the economy.
So you do believe Kamala is ready to? You think Kamala's up to the job?
Absolutely, absolutely. Why wouldn't she be? I mean, she's been a politician, a major part of her life.
Yeah. She's got a
and I feel like he was a lousy businessman. I mean, he bought 3 casinos within walking distance of each other. Now, what businessman would saturate the market? There's only so many gambling dollars within that area, but he bought 3.
And that's like buying the Burger King and the McDonald's across the street from each other.
From across the street from each other. He bought an airline. Now, if say Tim, you were going to buy a cab company, what are some of the things you would look at the records of? The employee record.
Yeah.
You would look at the quality of the machinery you were buying. That's why he lost the airlines company, because the repair for the planes were so old that he couldn't afford it. So he went out of business. But that's the first thing a true businessman would have looked at, the overhead costs. But he didn't do this. But he keeps saying what a great businessman he was.
Yeah. Let me interrupt you. Let me interrupt and say something. Dim for us. I mean, why the misinformation? I want to make it clear. Behind my devices, I have a huge 70-inch TV playing CNN. He has in the comments, breaking, Jack Smith died. Trump on superseding indictment 2 hours ago per ABC. Jack Smith is not perished. I mean, why are you even? I don't want to block or ban anybody, but I'm watching CNN. That would be huge news if that happened. Jack Smith did not. He didn't die. Why are you even typing that in? Please don't type that shit in. All right, go ahead.
I mean, it's just one of the things that really perturbed me about, I see MAGA come up here, and MAGA is MAGA. They're going to do what they do, and hats off to them, okay? I don't hate you guys. I dislike your politics, but it's not about hate, okay? I just feel like they make statements there's no source to. Then where do they get these ideas? You know, how? And I will look at you sometime and I wonder, how can you debate stupid? It's almost impossible.
They think I'm stupid. I get called stupid every day.
Well, I mean, when somebody come up with ideas which you may not agree with, but they got some reasoning behind what they're talking about.
Right.
And I look and I just see somebody trying to make a point just to be right. I've had arguments with people, and to get to a certain point, I'll just say, okay, you're right, because I'm not going to change my mind. You're not going to change your mind.
Agree to disagree. In Dimshorst, I see you said indicted. Okay, that's different than died. But yeah, I agree that some people, you're not going to change any hearts and minds. But I do like to get an understanding of why people feel the way they do. But yeah, if it goes on too far, then yeah, you kind of chop it off and listen. We got to agree to disagree.
And it's one thing too. Well, there's a couple of things about Trump. He's such he loves the military. I did some research and I tried to find an answer to it. Finally, I ran across this gentleman. He's a historian, Edward M. Dowd, I believe his name was.
Okay.
Do you know Trump? Within the Trump family, in 147 years, there's only been one member that's joined the military.
Wow.
Only one. To me, that's like a cult figure. It's like passed down the line. His grandfather came to this country, I think it was in 1890. The reason he was from Bavaria. He came to this country because he didn't want to join the military in Bavaria. So he came here and he stayed like 15 years and he wanted to go back. But they wouldn't let him go back. But since he has been here, there's only Trump's brother, the one they said was a loser, went to college. He was in the Air ROTC.
Mm-hmm.
When he graduated from college, he became a member of the Air National Guard.
Right.
But they didn't give him any props for that. They called him a loser.
Mm.
So if this is true, we can see why he looked down on John McCain, which every American that has a sense of right and wrong know that man was a hero.
Well, I think Trump's biggest issue sometimes is he goes personal in areas where it might not be appropriate or maybe a bit sensitive. He just doesn't have a filter and doesn't know boundaries, and it gets him in trouble.
I think it's further than that. I think, like I said, his family is a cult. His sons never. It was going. The war was going. Afghanistan, Iran. They could have joined. They could have. They could have. With a college education, they become an officer. They could have got a position. They wouldn't have been in harm. But not one Trump. But I mean, only one Trump has been. And to me, that says a great deal. How many hundreds of millions of Americans have served, signed up for the ultimate sacrifice, but your family is too good. All you have done is taken from this country.
Bro, he did serve in the nation's highest office and didn't take a salary. Does he get credit for that?
How do we know he didn't take a salary? He said he didn't.
Yeah. We don't know, but he definitely said it.
I mean, what is it, $250,000? He makes that in interest a year.
I think it's about $500,000 a year, but you're right. He makes plenty.
But it just seems that I'm afraid for this country, Tim. I'm 72 years old.
Good on you.
I have lived enough years where me as a Dem, which I've always been, and Republicans, we could have discussed politics And if the Republican president won, I could say, damn, we'll get him next time. But,
let me ask you something. Let me ask you something that comes up all the time. Now, as a 72-year-old, you've certainly seen plenty in your life. How do you respond to folks who say the Democratic Party was a party of slavery and started the KKK? So why do blacks continue voting Democrat? How do you respond to that?
The Democratic Party started in 1838. Okay, actually 1838. The first slaves were here in 1609, 1620, somewhere around there. Did that mean that there was a lurking Democrat somewhere in 1609 that we didn't know about? I don't think so. You know? Times change, people change.
Yeah.
We were talking about states' rights, and I've often said this. If we basically went by state rights, back in the 60s when the first children were going, black kids were going to school, and President Kennedy said the military to protect them, if it would just been only states' rights that was concerned, what was it, in Mississippi, was it Georgia, that this was going on? It was one of the southern states. I kind of lost thought on that.
Okay.
But if it had been just states' rights, the southern state where this was happening would have had the right to say, oh, well, no, we don't want to do that.
Yeah.
If they go to school, that's up to them, you know. But because it became something national, we were able, President Kennedy was able to send in some help for these people.
And I agree with you. I just wanted to get I got to move it on, but I do agree that because my answer is similar, but you do hear folks continuing to say the Democratic Party is a party of racists and slavery. Why would you vote for them? And I'm like, clearly there's something that took place. But I got to move it on there, Twain.
Okay, Tim, I appreciate you taking my call.
Thank you. Come on back anytime. Good talk, man. You're always welcome back.
All right.
All right. Appreciate it. Real quick in the comments, Fancy says, what about your hero Obama? Was he in the military? Why don't you question him about it? No, Obama didn't serve in the military. No, he did not. By the way, we've had a lot of presidents. Clinton didn't serve in the military. Bill Clinton, I don't believe he was in the military either. We know the Bushes, both of them were. But Obama was not. Biden wasn't in the military, was he? His son was. He wasn't in the military. In fact, Biden was in Congress from 29 years of age. That used to be a bullet point on the resume to become commander-in-chief that you've been in the military. But I will say this. I don't believe you should have to be in the military to be president. And the reason why I say that is that's where your best warmongers come from, is the military. Just like the police force. I think that putting too many combat veterans on the police force can have consequences. I mean, there is a mindset there. I mean, it just is. I mean, you know how, particularly like if you served in the Marines or, you served in some of these areas where you've been, gung-ho, you're on an ego trip because, hey, your life could depend on it. You might not be very diplomatic because what you did in the military didn't really call for diplomacy. It might have called for annihilation. At the end of the day, I'm not military myself. So I'm not trying to, speak from a hierarchy standpoint, but I do believe that I don't think being president, military should be required. I don't believe that. I mean, look, so Trump was a businessman. I don't think that's a bad quality to have, is to have business sense. Now, I know a lot of folks believe that Trump was not a successful businessman. We can debate that, but I don't believe being a good businessman is a bad quality to have. I think that's pretty good. Now, I will say this, though. There are aspects of this great nation that for-profit business mindset should be kept as far away from as possible, such as the education system, the penal system, the healthcare system, anything where poor people are likely to need it as well, it shouldn't be done on a for-profit basis. Because anything done on a for-profit basis, they don't have any use for people who don't have money. I mean, if you have a business, you don't really have a time of day for anybody that can't afford to purchase your good or your service. So I don't want the prisons to be for-profit. I don't want nothing to do with a businessman being a warden, or a businessman operating a hospital, or a businessman being in charge of the Department of Education. There are certain areas where this should not be done with money in mind. So I'm a fan of maybe some of the economic aspects of Trump, because, you know, a businessman may be good on that. But when you start talking about some of our social civil services, a businessman has no place in that, because he's going to do it based on for profit, and that's going to lead to the elite in this country getting all of the first dibs on every damn thing because they got the money. Just like the schools. If Trump gets rid of the Department of Education, my humble opinion, it's not going to be good for the poor class among us. It's just not. I think it's going to give, like you want to have a school choice and some of these things they call it, where it allows the wealthy to kind of opt out of participating in a lot of public programs. That's not good for the poor class. They'll just create a school where all of their kids can go to that'll have the best equipment, best teachers, and all of that. And then the lower class will just get the scraps, which is also going to indicate a lower quality of education too. There's same thing with the hospitals and all that. I don't believe it should be for profit. I think there's areas where that's not good. Tim likes 50-year professional politicians with dementia. Draco, nobody gave a damn about a 50-year-old politician with dementia when Mitch McConnell was securing your Supreme Court pick and preventing Obama from getting it. He's a 50-year politician too. You didn't give a damn about it then. He's frozen up a couple times. He's played his part and auditioned for the movie Frozen Part 3. You didn't have a problem with it then. But now all of a sudden Biden gets up there and you suddenly want to point to old politicians. Just want to point that out. Mitch McConnell did a hell of a lot for the Republican Party, and you didn't have a damn issue to say about it. How long has Mitch McConnell been a senator in Kentucky? Very long time. Very long time. Looking at the comments, somebody says, let it snow. Do you know what? Honestly, let's talk about all the fucking children who died in Russia and Ukraine since this war started, and how we should keep sending the money instead of ending this. Forrest Savage, how would you end it? The only way you're going to end it quicker is to join the Ukrainians, I guess, and fight on behalf of Russia, fight against Russia, or join the Russians and fight against the Ukraine. Other than that, how are you going to end it quicker? Now, like I said, if we bow out and leave the Ukrainians to their own devices, it'll be over with pretty quick, but I don't think it's going to be without a lot of deaths. You got to assume Vladimir Zelensky, who is the president of the Ukraine, will be executed. There's no love for him coming from Putin. He would be wanted for the rest of his life if Putin is allowed to win in the Ukraine. He'd never be to go back to the Ukraine. He would never be to go back. If the Russians win that war and begin occupying the Ukraine, he would never be able to go back to his homeland. Him or his family. Never be able to go back. So what do you mean? I don't get what you mean. They're a bunch of anti-American. That means they don't care for even the allies of America and want to see Russia get everything at once so Trump can feel better. I want to give you guys, before I go back to the box, and I'm going to ask you to tap the screen, get the likes up to about 150,000 on TikTok. YouTube, 230. Can we make that happen? Smash that like button. I haven't asked you folks to do that for a while on YouTube. Smash that like button on YouTube. Get the likes up to about 230. This is pure speculation. It's going to take a racial overtone, but I heard this from comedian Bill Maher. He has the HBO program. He has the program, comes on every Friday night, and he said this last Friday. Appreciate you folks that are smashing the like. Get the like switch about 2:30 on YouTube. He stated, because they were questioning, why does MAGA seem to like Russia so damn much? Why is that? Now, this is what Bill Maher said. Real Time with Bill Maher, that's the name of the program, Alter Ego, yes. I'm just repeating what he said. I'm not saying I agree or disagree with it, but this is what he said. He said MAGA has an affection towards Russia because it is one of the few all-white countries remaining. He talked about the Olympics where you saw even Great Britain and all of them had plenty of athletes performing that were athletes of color. Russia's all white. And it doesn't look like it's going to change anytime soon. This is what Bill Maher said. It's not what I'm saying. So don't attribute this to me. I'm merely repeating what he said. But he did say he believes that MAGA, one of the things they like about Russia is they are an all-white country, and it's not likely to change. Now, I will say this also. Somebody said in Hungary, too. Is that the case in Hungary? All right. I didn't even know that, Fancy. Well, Russia, I do know. I do know, yeah, I know that Russia doesn't have a lot of, because I watched Eli from Russia, some of the content creators over there that are still allowed to put out content, because I watched them describing what that country has become since the invasion. A lot of our companies that were over there, like McDonald's and Burger King, and they just tell you how everything changed over there. And you see them in the malls. There ain't nobody black walking around Moscow and places like that. It's not very diverse in Russia at all. And I'm talking about the bigger areas, Leningrad, Moscow, St. Petersburg. You get out in the middle of that shit, ain't nobody out there. Ain't nobody of color out there. Nobody. So that is what Bill Maher said, is that they tend to favor that country because it is an all-white. No replacement theory happening anywhere near in Russia. Nowhere in Russia is replacement theory happening at all. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Somebody said same with Ukraine. No diversity at all. So could be true, could be a complete fabrication. But Bill Maher, Real Time with Bill Maher on HBO, he did say that. Real quick in the comments, ever seen a black Russian? Yeah, in a glass. Didn't Eddie Murphy use that in 48 Hours? I think Eddie Murphy said something like that. Ever seen a black Russian? He's on to something. I don't know. Furback, good evening.
How you doing, Tim?
I'm doing good. I'm doing real good. So what do you think? You think that, we're asking the question, the economy. What is your primary reason for voting? Is the economy one of the main reasons why you're voting?
Nah, not at all. It's not even top 20 for me.
Wow. Give me the top 3.
Supreme Court, and I tie that all in with the immunity and the women's rights. And the next two is Trump and Trump.
So, now, that's one, out of everyone I talk to, you're the first person that mentioned the Supreme Court. And I'll tell you this is aimed at my MAGA side of the audience. I don't give a damn what Kamala Harris, Obama, or Biden could do for the economy. If you were dealing with a 6-3 majority on the Supreme Court that could possibly be as much as a 7-2, I think the Supreme Court would be your number one reason as well. I'm surprised more folks on the left is not saying that. Because even if you believe Trump has a much better economy than Biden, 10 years from now, nobody's going to be talking about Trump's economy or Biden's. 10 years from now, that shit is came and went. It'll be a different president in office. Nobody's going to be talking about the economy of Trump or Biden 10 years from now. You'll still be dealing with those Supreme Court justices for 20, 30 years. I'm surprised more people hasn't mentioned that.
Well, that's why I say, the immunity and the women's rights are tied up in that same issue in my case.
Yeah.
And the economy, I'm 47 years old. I remember my dad as a kid before I knew who the hell Ronald Reagan was, and I started watching the news with my dad. As a black man that was a teacher that was middle class at the time, how Reagan was killing us.
Wow.
Unaliving us, I'm sorry. So, to the economy, I've seen it bad, I've seen it, and I'm still making it. I hear all these people talking about the economy. Who's not eating? They never get over here and say I haven't eaten in a week. They never get up here and be like, they never get up here and be like, I had to park my car at the store, so I've been walking back and forth, to work.
Yeah.
So, nobody wants to say.
Yeah, I was watching Good Morning America today, and they did state that they are predicting over the Labor Day weekend is going to be one of the most highly traveled holidays in our history. So, yeah, people aren't doing this. Now, I understand it does cost more to buy shit, but salaries have went up too. After the pandemic, salaries went up. You're not hearing, as you're pointing out, people are doing all right. I don't think they're struggling as bad as some of the folks on the right are saying. I'm not saying they're doing great, but I think people on the right are overstating the effect of the economy.
Yeah, I mean, it's we the consumers, so we kind of dictate that. If you want to buy a $25 box of cereal, is it worth it to you? And if you buy it, the price ain't coming down.
I'm assuming you're talking about the Trump cereal for $25 a box.
Oh, I would never pay that much. I didn't know he had a cereal.
Really?
No, I'm just pulling.
Oh, okay, all right. $25 a box for Trump cereal.
Yeah, but I also said my next two was Trump and Trump. That was 2 and 3. And what I mean by that is, Julio and a lot of these guys, they twist themselves into these MAGA pretzels. You know what I mean? And it's like, hey, immunity, how's that not good? And, he couldn't get his way out that bag. Like I said, we'd had this president put a sitting president, whether it was not his tweet or truth or whatever, bound and gagged. Yeah. And I always come up here and tell you, what if that was Putin he did like that? You think Russia just laugh it off?
No.
And then they talk about immunity and what he meant. As a leader of this country, you can't get up one day, buzz a tweet out and be like, I think I'm gonna drop the B on somebody today. Those words have consequences, man.
Yeah. I do tend to agree. Words have consequences, but I know a lot of folks on the right, as long they believe Trump has done a great job for this country, and they don't always agree with that. They say pay attention to what he's doing, not what he's saying. But yeah, I'm with you. I do believe words always has consequences. I don't believe you should ever be to just speak without any consequence of what you're saying.
No, yeah, I mean, you have the right of freedom of speech, but it's not freedom of repercussions, you know what I mean?
Well said.
And if you allow me to indulge a little bit, I kind of heard this in a live. I was sitting in the comments, and I was like, you know what? That's a practical approach. So if you could indulge me. So let's talk about the border and immigration. What would be your devil's advocate to that if I say let's make a deal? What would the deal be coming from you?
Make a deal what do you mean by making a deal? I don't quite get what you're saying.
You on one side of the aisle, I'm on the other.
Okay.
Me and you, let's make a deal about this border. What's fair? What is your ask, or what is your counter?
What side of the aisle am I on? Because I got to please my constituents. Am I a liberal or am I a Republican?
Republican.
Well, shit, if I'm Republican, my constituents first, when you're talking about securing the border, my constituents want all the people that are here right now gone too. So the left is looking at it like, let's secure the border. The right is looking at it like, let's not only secure the border, but all of these folks that we have here need to leave. So, and also to the left, there's a difference between an illegal immigrant and somebody that is here seeking asylum. To the right, they're the same damn thing. So the right wants all of those folks gone. So it's going to be a much harder task for the right than for the left.
Okay, so you want security for the border. I've been hearing you guys talking about, all the violence that these people are perpetrating. Okay.
Yeah.
I hear you. So let's stop immigration until we handle this problem that we have here.
Okay.
Let's just stop. Agreed?
Okay.
Sounds good.
What about the ones that are here?
Let's deal with them. Let's get them out of here like you guys want to. Let's just start systematically. Whether it takes 10 years or 15 years, we're going to shut the border down.
All right. We're getting somewhere. What do you want for agreeing to do this?
Okay. So when it comes to AB, can we have the same approach?
When it comes to AB,
abortion.
Oh, No, because that's taking a life of, you're taking a baby's life. We're not.
Risking lives that are here, right?
I don't quite get the correlation.
So what I'm saying is, let's get all these kids adopted, taken care of, and fed that we have before we put a hold on ADs.
I see what you're saying. You got to understand, what you're saying makes perfect sense. The liberal side of me, but because I'm playing devil's advocate, I got to tell you, the right is not pro-life; they're pro-birth. So yeah, you're talking about taking care of live babies. They're not going to do that. They just want to make sure the baby is born. After that, the assistance stops. So what you're asking for, I'm on the right. I'm not concerned with that. I'm not going to do any of that stuff.
Okay. Well, can we put walls around every school, elementary or college in the country?
Why?
If the wall will work at a border, I'm sure it'll keep out bad people at a school.
The doors are locked already. They do have walls.
No, I'm talking about like prison walls with armed guards at the top.
Yeah. Well, the doors are locked, and they're talking about arming teachers. I don't think you'll get resistance from the right. The only difference is they don't put up the physical wall where you can see it, but all of the doors are locked. Many schools now have bulletproof doors and shit. I mean, they already have that. You don't have the armed guards, but you may have a cop walking down the hall, and they want to give the teachers firearms. So they kind of are doing that already.
But don't we already have doors and locks and security guards at the border?
Some places.
So what's more important, the people coming in or the kids that's here?
I'm still trying to get how you
So you're for the kids. You're for the kids, so you're pro-birth. You want them here, so we don't want to take care of them as far as, social programs. Can we at least keep them safe when they get their education, no matter what that takes?
Yeah, but your def is going to be different than the definition on the right. The right believes that the children should have as many good guns around them as possible.
And they also believe the wall will solve all these problems.
They believe the wall will solve the problem in regards to immigration because schools is different. They're using guns to secure students in schools. They're not talking about using guns to secure the border.
But why not if all these T words and people that mean us harm are there and they coming over here and they're taking us all out?
I don't think you're going to get a person on the right to disagree. If you're taking a liberal side of this argument and you're okay with Border Patrol and all them being able to use guns to stop illegal immigration, I don't think you're going to get a lot of resistance from the left. They're told you'll win with that one every day.
Thank you for indulging me, Tim. One more thing before I go, because I'm not going to tie you up.
Go ahead.
I wanted to say this the other night when I got on, and I've been saying this for a while. Joe, Clinton, all these guys that, represent the left side of the aisle, Obama, that we think are good presidents.
Right.
I would say since Reagan, those are all Reagan Republicans. Those are not liberals. Those are not leftists. Not at all.
You think Bill Clinton is not a leftist?
Not at all.
Based on what?
Well, I base it on because, it's still about the dollar. It's about the economy. They gave little crumbs to the people.
Here's why I got to move it on, but I respond to your question before I'm moving on. I don't think you're correct in saying Bill Clinton is not a leftist. What I think has happened is the Democratic Party has went further to the left than it was during the era of Bill Clinton. So that Bill Clinton now looks like he's to the right. Bill Clinton didn't change, the Democratic Party did. The party has went, just like under Trump, the Republicans have went further to the right so that Reagan would not be an acceptable Republican anymore. Both parties have went further away from where they were. That's why it's hard to reach across the middle now. It's because the fucking middle has gotten so vast. It's so wide now. It used to be a little river, now it's turning into a damn ocean because they're getting so farther apart from each other.
I would disagree. I think Joe's been able to get things done, and Obama was too. Simply because the reason they were Reagan Republicans. Those are not true leftists in my opinion. Like when I hear mood talks, That's a leftist.
Yeah. I think the reason Obama got things done is because he used executive action in a lot of cases, and he had enough control where he didn't need a lot of liberals around. I mean, a lot of Republicans around. I think even Obama would legalizing gay marriage, for instance. You didn't reach across the aisle and get many folks on the right to support that. Same with universal health care. He didn't get a lot of support from the right on that. I mean, he had to do that on his own.
But because I think those things are now, they're far right. And I think that we pulled this country more to where, like I said, I think Joe is really a Republican. So when you talk about these Republicans that de facto, but they don't align with, with Trump and his crew and the MAGA crew, because they are far right. That's being represented. Yeah,
but I also think, I don't think Joe Biden is far left like the right tries to portray him, but I think there's enough influence in the Democratic Party that he often caves into. That, like for instance, the transgender stuff, that's far left. That's very progressive. That ain't. And legalizing marijuana is a progressive policy. That's something the Democratic Party has embraced now that they would have never touched during the Bill Clinton administration. So the Democratic Party is moving to the left. I think the Republican Party has moved further to the right than the Democratic Party has moved left, but they're both moving apart. They both are doing it.
I'll say this on my way out, Tim. I think we agree to disagree. I think that's more of evolution than anything else.
All right. Fair enough.
I see you, my brother. Like always, you have a good one.
You too. Appreciate it. And I will respond by saying this, because he said he thinks it's evolution. What the progressives do, to some degree, would qualify as evolution. The Republican Party is I think, the opposite, because the Republican Party is about conservatism, traditional America, meaning you often hear them bringing up the Constitution, bringing up the Founding Fathers, and bringing up the way the country was founded. The Republicans tend to want to keep the country the way it was intended from literally the beginning of our nation. The Democratic Party often, in terms of in regards to the phrase progressive, they want to continue to evolve and change things. Most of the amendments come from progressives. The Republicans tend to fight against that stuff. The Constitution was fine the way the Founding Fathers made it. Most of the time when you make changes, even during the era of slavery, when the Republican Party fought to free the slaves, they were called progressives. They were going against the traditional America. Republicans were referred to as progressives back then. So yeah, the progressives are the party that wants to evolve in all these new directions. The conservatives, it's a difference between Democrats and Republicans, because as I said, during the era of slavery, the Democrats were considered conservatives and the Republicans were considered progressives, which is why you always hear the right says, well, the Democrats were the party of slavery. They don't tell you that the Democrats were called conservatives back then. But yeah, the progressives want to continue to evolve, and the conservatives tend to want to keep things the way it was founded. Founded on Christianity, the Constitution, the Founding Fathers, the way it was. They want to keep it that way. And so, and I'm only bringing it up because he mentioned evolution. And the left right now, which is where the Progressive Party is housed, the left is what's constantly evolving right now certainly with the LGBT community. That's evolution. Now, the right completely thinks it's wrong and it's a sin and all of that, but that is evolving in a way that the Founding Fathers would have never intended to do that. So, looking in the comments real quick, Be Easy 333 says, why did it flip? Why did the parties flip? Well, simple. The Democratic Party, under the behest of John F. Kennedy and his brother, by the way, I think, what was his brother, Robert Kennedy, started working with Martin Luther King, talking about giving civil rights to black people. And the folks in the Republican Party that did not want to do that got pissed off. Like, you don't believe, and the leader of your party is talking about doing it. So they started getting out of that's where the Dixiecrats came in. They started leaving the Democratic Party because of what they were doing, and they formed their own party and became the Dixiecrats. and then they eventually became Republicans. That's how the party switched. Now a lot of folks don't tell you that took place, but that absolutely did happen. They switched parties, and most African Americans during the Civil Rights Act, they used to have a photo of Martin Luther King and John F. Kennedy in their houses. I remember being a little kid, my grandmother had a photo of them up because that's where civil rights started at. Martin Luther King and John F. Kennedy. That's the era of the switch. I used to have I'll see if I can play it real quick for you before the next caller. What I refer to as a fair bit of proof of the switch just coming from Martin Luther King. And it's literally coming out of his mouth. So I'll let you guys hear it real quick. So, I mean, I think it's less than a minute, but it is worthy of playing if I can find it. Let me see. I think this is the clip. I don't know why my damn... Yeah, here it is. This clip is 1 minute and 32 seconds. Because folks always ask, some folks say the party switch never happened. Other folks agree. This is Martin Luther King himself. And I think it's giving you a good explanation of what took place.
Church in Atlanta, where President Biden will become the first sitting president to speak during a Sunday service at the Ebenezer Baptist Church in Atlanta, where Reverend Martin Luther King was once a pastor. King appeared on Face the Nation in May of 1964 when he was working along with President Johnson to get the Civil Rights Act passed.
Now listen, you're going to see it coming out of Martin Luther King's mouth himself. Now, he's working with Lyndon Johnson. This is right after the assassination of Kennedy, obviously, to get the civil rights passed. Listen to the question he's being asked.
Dr. King, in light of recent statements of Senator Barry Goldwater and, in some cases, Richard Nixon, do you think there's a real danger of the Republican Party becoming the white man's party in this country?
I think this is a real danger, and I've talked with some Negro Republicans who are very concerned about this. I see trends and developments which will reveal that unless the liberals of the Republican Party take play a much more decisive role in leadership positions, this will become a white man's party. And I think this would be tragic for the Republican Party as well as tragic for the nation.
Today.
Now that's about as clear of an example. Now he's talking about liberals of the Republican Party. Now obviously there are no liberals in the Republican Party of today. So obviously there's a switch taking place right there. He's literally talking about liberals of the Republican Party. When's the last time you heard somebody talking about liberals in the Republican Party? So that's a clear-cut example that a switch was happening. And he's talking about he's concerned that the Republican Party will become a white man's party. So clearly it wasn't a white man's party at that time either. So I think that's about as clear-cut of an example that a switch took place, because it's happening in real time during that interview, and he's expressing that he feels like it could happen. Then he said we shouldn't see color, and what happened to his ass. Johnny, yeah, he got murdered. I get your point. What was Trump before he was Republican? He was a Democrat. I didn't have that particular clip in my arsenal. Thank you for that, Tim, says Mark Connor. Yeah, I appreciate it. Anytime. But yeah, clearly there was a switch. And I think that's about as clear of an example as you can get, where he's talking about liberals in the Republican Party. And if they don't do something, it's going to become a white man's party. Well, we know what happened to the liberals in the Republican Party. And we know what happened to the Republican Party as a result. Continued on, King Finn. Appreciate you holding. Welcome to the program, King. The economy. Number one reason why you're voting. Is that your number one reason why you're voting? I haven't had a lot of guests on. I don't know if King Finn is coming up. Real quick, I wanted to respond to a super chat. Most of the asylum seekers don't even qualify for asylum under the law. Most are here for economic migrants, which is not covered under asylum. That's 100% correct, Gabe. That is 100% correct, that most asylum seekers here, when their cases are heard, they won't meet the qualification. But until that happens, They are not illegal immigrants. Now, I know the right refers to them as they're not. I mean, if you're here claiming asylum, whether or not you'll meet the qualifications, and I agree with you, the overwhelming majority of them won't qualify. The overwhelming majority won't qualify. But nevertheless, if you're running from poverty, you're in a country where you're going to make $2 a day, and you can leave and go to America. Let's say you're here for 3 years until they kick you out. That's 3 years you made some real money. Plus, there's always a minute chance you might be able to stay. They know they might be able to stay. If Kamala Harris wins, I'm going to say the quiet part out loud. If Kamala Harris wins, most of them folks are never going home. I'll tell you that right off the bat. It's wrong. I'm not defending it. It puts the country at risk because a lot of them have not been vetted. So I'm not defending Kamala Harris or Biden at all, but I'm going to tell you right off the bat, in my humble opinion, if Kamala Harris wins in November, most of them folks will stay, whether they qualify. The fact is, too many of them are here to expel them without doing some really draconian shit that both Trump and MAGA are down with doing. But yeah, I mean, keep in mind, some of these folks have been here. Biden's been president for what? Almost 4 years now. 4 years come January, almost 4 years. So you got to assume some of those immigrants group them all up as illegals. Asylum seekers are not here illegally. They're not here illegally until their asylum cases are denied. So they're not illegals. And they represent the large majority of people that have come under the Biden administration. But the right calls them all illegals. But let's just say that 4 years of the Biden administration, those folks, many of them asylum seekers, they got wives. They're with their families, an American citizen. So they got family they're close to. Some of them got kids. They don't fell in love with a legal American citizen and they don't created a family. Now, none of that excuses breaking the law. If you're wanted by the law don't give a damn if you got a family. They'll still punish you. This is MAGA talking. Doesn't matter that you got a family. If you're wanted by the law, you gotta face justice. But I'm just simply saying the sympathetic side that comes from the liberals, they're not going to kick those people out. If you are an asylum seeker and you've been in the country since Biden got elected for 4 years and you have not committed any kind of crime, you're not on paper, and Kamala Harris wins, you're probably going to be allowed to stay. You're probably going to be. Keep in mind, they turn in the votes. I'm not defending any of this. I'm just explaining it. They turn in the votes. The Democrats are not going to kick them out. As I said, Trump will, guaranteed. Doesn't care if you got a family. Trump will rip you right out of your wife's arms, put your ass in the back of a paddy wagon, and take you to Texas, pending deportation. He don't give a fuck, and that's what MAGA wants. But I do believe if Kamala Harris wins, now I see in the comments Brenda Penix is saying that's not true. You're saying that if Kamala Harris wins, you believe majority of the immigrants still will have cases, and if they don't meet the asylum requirements, they'll get put out? I don't believe that. What I believe will happen if she wins, they will change the law so that people who are here under asylum claims will have additional provisions to stay. Like, okay, do you have any? I think the left will make it easier for you to stay. I mean, do you have immediate family? Do you have somebody willing to sponsor you? Have you been working reliably? These things will be taken into consideration, and a lot of them will be allowed to stay. I really believe that. I don't think they're going to kick him out. I don't think that the Democrats are going to kick him out. Trump has made it his mission to say he's going to kick him out. And by the way, I don't think Trump will be able to do it as easy as he's stating either. Now, he's talking about giving the police immunity and allowing stop and frisk. Those things will go very well in helping get rid of people. Because at the end of the day, if an immigrant's hiding in this person, maybe that'll give me time to sneak them out. But if you give police immunity and allow them to just stop and frisk anybody they want, then they can come to your house and like I said, there will be Anne Frank type stories. We all know the story of Anne Frank. Those type of stories will be all over America because there's a lot of Americans that love and care about some of those folks. Like I said, people have fell in love with asylum seekers, have babies with them, proposed and married them. There's going to be a lot of Americans fighting on behalf of those people. You need somebody like Trump to come in there and say, I would try to do that, but even Trump would face all sorts of resistance. And it would be nasty. It would lead to a whole, it would just be, especially in liberal cities, because the liberal governors and mayors are not going to cooperate with the Trump administration. It could get nasty. It would get real nasty because Trump wants them gone and the liberal governors and mayors want them here. And it would just become a mess. I guess you send feds and you send ICE into like Chicago and things like that, and you go against the government of Chicago, the government of Illinois, and just do your federal duty. It would be a mess. It would really be a mess. But we'll see who wins in November. We'll see. Anyhow, folks, it is indeed your boy Tim. Got to get up early. I appreciate the 150,000 likes as always. Follow the program if you're on TikTok, a subscription on YouTube if you will. We'll go out with one of my guests that wants to cook, King. Well, he's gone already. All right, anyhow, folks, we'll follow it up tomorrow. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Catch you tomorrow. And the same on YouTube. Thank you, folks, for tapping the screen as always. I'll see you guys tomorrow as usual. Have a good night.